Well, I'm started now.
There you go. Well, I gotta switch accounts. Oh, I did that big chunk of tuna just now. Ooh.
Hello, everyone. We'll get started here momentarily.
We are starting. What are you talking about?
You're in the wrong assignment.
I know, but I just wanted to make sure there wasn't nothing here to save or add to the list.
Okay.
Plus, I mean, you probably have the music muted, but I need to turn it off. Because then I will sit here and start singing and completely forget. Oh, look, now everybody gets to see my process. This is how I switch. um, yeah, I might need to start messing around with my shit here a little bit. Change up this algorithm of stuff that's popping up on my on my
You
screen.
got Christmas stuff. You got all kinds of craziness.
Well, I'm okay with the Christmas stuff, but I don't necessarily want the political crap. Um,
We're all getting that right now.
when cops find 3 neglected children and 1 Karen mom without remorse. Ooh, this is a 2 hour. Wait, we said we were doing court today?
Yeah, we're doing court today.
Oh shit, I put it on the wrong list. Alright.
We are doing court today, guys.
I better just get to it, because if I don't, we'll be here all day.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to agree.
What?
Rude.
It's true.
Okay. Um,
Truth hurts. I'm sorry.
anyway. Um, there's a specific video that I've been wanting to watch, and we
Okay.
never get to it. So I just bear with me.
Gotta find it.
Yeah. Because there's a couple of them here. Like this one was one where the ex-wife is furious, dad moves on with new girlfriend.
Yeah.
Um, oh, and this newborn taken at 4 days.
What?
Maybe we'll do. Okay, it looks like these 3 might. What is this? 1, 2, 2. So about 5.5 hours.
Okay.
That might literally fall within your streaming time, but that means also. Okay, maybe not, because that means no stopping.
That we'll get done when we get done. I mean.
Well, no, because you have a time. Okay, so hear me out, right? So, I'm gonna just try to make this quick. So, the ex-wife furious after dad moves on with new girlfriend. Sounds like it'll be interesting. But then there's the newborn taken at 4 days old. Unbelievable start to a CPS case. Then judge's decision shocks CPS in baby's custody case. And guardian ad litem exposes her scheme, how she tried to steal custody.
Okay.
That wait, and then there's a bitter and manipulative mother tries every tactic to drag out dad's reunification with son for years. And that looks like it's
That looks
Washington
like
State.
it's 3
I'm
hours
gonna.
alone.
It is 3 hours, so that's what I'm saying. Like, and there's a couple of these.
There's
Here's
a
a
4.
4.5 hour one of the same type of.
Let's do the 4. That way
All
we're
right,
looking at one thing.
and that means we only have an hour, right?
I mean,
A cumulative hour to, like,
to work
to
with,
pause.
yeah.
We'll try not. We'll try not to. We'll see. It depends on the audio for the video too,
Right.
because sometimes we can talk over them and sometimes we can't, and that's basically what that comes down to. And it's the person we like. So.
Hey.
Yay. Roid rage. Okay, so yeah.
Welcome to Looking at Legal Stuff. Today we have 16 hearings in a case with a couple where mom
Holy
is accusing
shit.
dad of everything under the sun, including DV, harassment, drug use, and she even wants dad to have supervised visitation. Dad says none of her accusations are true and that mom is just being toxic and vindictive due to their divorce. And he also accuses her of wanting him to keep paying all of her bills. Will she succeed in keeping the children from dad? Let's find out.
Let's find out.
This video is a compilation of my original, plus 5 updates. There is updated commentary, graphics, and voiceovers, but there are no new hearings in this version. Their divorce seems to be finalized now, and all of their hearings are in this video.
All right, that brings us to the last case, which is Mills and Mills. I see Rebecca Mills is here, and I suspect Mr. Mills is
A new judge.
here in the Zoom booth.
Hearing number 1.
Oh wait, I missed the date already.
All right,
God,
that brings us
sorry.
to the last case, which is Mills and Mills.
I'm keeping track of the
I see
dates this
Rebecca
time.
Mills
There's a
is
lot
here,
of
and I
hearings.
suspect Mr. Mills is here in the Zoom booth.
He looks young. Gosh.
March
March
1st, 2023.
There are two matters on the docket. One is a protection order issue, which doesn't really belong here, but it's here. And then also there's a motion for temporary orders. Let me ask some questions before we start, just to help me understand where things are at.
He looks like a baby.
Where are the children right now?
They're with me.
Okay. And is that pursuant to a protection order that has been entered, or has that just been the case?
I did try to include them in the protection order. It looks like they weren't, and we were going to decide with this hearing where that fell.
Okay.
The first I've come across with this family, so I don't know any of the background.
How long has it been since Mr. Mills has seen the children or had any contact?
I got the children on February 1st. And he was supposed to get them back around the 9th or the 10th. And I found what I believe was steroids. He has a long history of steroid use and other substances, including an arrest. And I was not comfortable giving the kids over to him for the visitation that we had agreed on. He did see them on the 25th briefly at his sister's house.
25th of February?
Yes.
Tell me, Ms. Mills, what you'd like to see going forward.
I feel,
say the next month or two.
I feel very strongly about supervised visits. My reasoning for this is there's been a history of the substance abuse. There's been domestic violence in our relationship, negligence towards the children. I would love supervised visits every other weekend. My reasoning for this is he's always been supervised. I have been the primary parent since the day my children were born. He trusted me to be the stay-at-home mom with our children. He trusted me for 5 years to do that. I don't see why anything should change now. Also, Samuel scheduled allowed for him 30 minutes, maybe a day, to spend with the children and be available to them. He would spend 2 hours at the gym and come home and have 30 minutes while he was packing his lunch and eating his breakfast and showering, that he was available to the children. I added that up over 2 weeks. That is 7 hours every 2 weeks. So I feel very strongly about supervised visits every
Who
other
would
week.
you have be the supervisor?
I'm comfortable with his sister Angela Lockyer.
What's her last name again?
Lockyer.
Okay. Okay. All right, Mr. Mills, I'd like to hear your response.
Of course. Of course. We're getting started early.
Yep.
So the steroids, that was a mistake I made in the past. I haven't steroids, and she said she thinks she found a novelty sticker. I believe there's photos included of that. The novelty sticker on it says 1 gallon. You're supposed to put it on a water jug and drink out of it as a joke. A friend gave it to me. And then she found a pill in a bag that was a painkiller, because I don't have health insurance. And one of the times when I was watching the children, they got hand, foot, mouth and gave it to me. And so I had lacerations on my tongue, mouth, throat, and I couldn't even drink water. It hurt so bad. So my dad gave me old painkillers. I took them for a day and a half until the laceration started to heal enough to where it was tolerable. And then I didn't finish them. And that was in the cupboard. But
How did she find a pill laying around if they were in your cupboard?
Kids, she left me with the kids when all of us were sick, so she could spend time with her new boyfriend that she met online. And she would be in and out. She had no problem leaving me with the kids while she was sleeping over there.
What time frame are we talking about?
December through January, up until February, when she went to my house and believed she found steroids, and then decided to just not let me have my children, because we had a verbal agreement to be trading the kids every 5 days, and we had been following that. But I don't believe that Rebecca is emotionally stable. I believe she's bipolar. And on the day that happened, my mother was in the house before she started rummaging for things to try and make a case out of. I put new photos on the wall of me and my children, and my mother said she saw her look at them and could see rage in her face. And then as soon as my mother left, that's when she started digging to try and find any excuse to not let me see my kids.
I mean, she does look a little crazy. A little
Wow.
bit.
Oh, may I just...
If I ordered,
I'm just saying, like, her facial expression, like, I kind of like it. And maybe this is becoming a little bit of bias while we're watching these videos. But I kind of like it when the dads are, like, super calm and, like, lax expressions when, like, the worst shit is being said about them. Because when the opposing party starts acting stupid, you know, they kind of make the case easy. You know what I mean?
True.
But, like, you can't tell me that grin right now is not evil. Like she's smirking. What are you smirking for? Because it's true that you try to play like not Inspector Gadget, but I don't know, like some type of, you know, like detective where you're like looking through his shit and whatever.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, that's
Like
very possible.
Who would be grinning about? What is it to grin about if you really did find something that was potentially harmful to your children?
Right.
Or are you still just gripping at straws here too? Because, like, are you saying that you don't have cough syrup in arm's reach of your kids? or Tylenol in reach of your kids?
Right.
Like, is your house spick and span, clean? You know, no, not even a speck of dust on the floor. Like, what is that saying? Like, in a glass house, throw stones. Like, whatever. You get what I'm saying.
Supervised visits for a short period of time. Would your sister, would that work out with your sister?
She would be okay with that, but I don't believe that it's necessary because Rebecca had no issue letting me have the kids
True.
for about 2 months. Like, just, we would be trading days. She had no issue with that. She did not treat me as if I was an unfit parent. She trusted me to do it all. And then now she's just trying to make sure that she has a case against me and makes me look as horrible as possible.
Okay. Ms. Mills, any response?
I did put in my reply the dates in January that I had the children. I feel like he is making it sound like, oh, I just left for 2 months. I had the children January 2nd through 5th, January 12th through 17th, January 22nd through the 26th of January. And in his motion, he claimed that I neglected them, that I left for 2 weeks. I was never gone for 2 weeks. I was.
The children, the times you didn't have them.
What was that? Sorry.
Were the children with Mr. Mills when you did not have them?
Yes, they were.
Okay.
And they were with him until I found some things around the house that were very concerning.
And
I don't like people that make shit up either.
Yeah, briefly, and then I'll tell you what I think we need to do at this point, but go ahead.
The 30 minutes a day thing isn't true. I would wake up before everybody and I would go to the gym. And then inevitably, while I was finishing up at the gym, everyone would wake up. I'd come home, I'd eat breakfast, I'd visit, I'd get ready to go to work. And then I'd go to work. But when I'd come home in the evening, I'd still be with my kids. I'd still bathe them. I'd still put them to bed. So that's just not true.
I think it was important for him to get that in there. Like, he should be able to combat every things that she says.
Place
Yeah.
in Pennsylvania, just waiting to be explored. Whether you're looking to get lost on a road less traveled, or want to try something you've never done before, it's all here in Lehigh Valley.
All right. Select the last case where there's issues regarding the children. I typically
Right.
will appoint a guardian ad litem to investigate the situation. So we need to do that in this case.
We already have one.
Oh, who is that?
I'm not sure, but I know that we have a date set for that already.
Pardon me?
This is news to me, Your
How would-
Honor.
I don't think it's appointed in this case.
I've been served multiple papers, none of them mention a guardian ad litem.
I'm looking through my papers now.
Let me-
My mother helped me fill some of these out because I've been working. There might be a new one that I filed, if anything.
That your mother filed.
Doesn't matter.
What does it
It's-
matter?
Miss.
I get
Miss,
the
I
feeling
have
Miss
to be
Mills
perfect.
doesn't care for his mother.
Okay,
Yeah,
there's a motion
obviously.
to appoint a GAL.
Oh, okay.
Which makes sense. I think that's where we need to go at this point. All right.
Makes
So let's take care of that appointment right now, and then I want to tell you how we'll deal with visitation for at least 4 weeks going forward. So we're going to give you 3 names. If you know any of these people, let me know. If not, then I'll tell you who we'll go with. Go ahead.
Tina Day.
Excuse me?
Tina Day.
Okay. Tina Day,
Twyla Corey.
Twyla Corey, and Keith Lawrence.
We know
Do
Twyla.
any of you know any of those folks? Okay.
We do.
I'm going to appoint Tina Day. We usually just take the top name on that rotation.
Okay.
She will be reaching out to
Miss Day.
both of you. At this point, I'm going to require that you both pay 1/2 of her fee. If you feel you can't afford that, you can file a financial declaration in this case, and I can consider whether to have the county pay part of the fee. Okay?
Okay.
So I've reviewed both the protection order request and the temporary order in the family law case. The protection order is case number 23-200-18308. Then the family law matter is 23-300-07208. In the protection order case, there were concerning texts that basically amounted to threats. And based on that, I think supervised visits at this time make sense. I'm not
I wonder
saying that
why
that's
there
gonna
was
be
a
the
motion
case
for a
forever.
PPO.
I'm not saying that anybody's a bad parent here. I'm just saying that those texts raise concerns for the court. So I'm going to order visitation. If I don't know what the sister's schedule is, if she can stay overnight with the children, then I'm okay with the Saturday to Sunday, say Saturday at 10 to Sunday at 6. If she can't stay overnight, then it's going to have to be just a daytime visit. But whenever the children are with Mr. Mills, until our next review date, the sister will need to be the supervisor.
Can I make a comment? She is a stay-at-home mother, and I am completely comfortable with the children spending the night there if she's open to it. And I don't care how late Samuel stays, as long as they're supervised by his sister.
Okay.
I'm open to it.
So you're okay with both the sister and the mother? Am I saying that right? You said,
No, not the mother. No. I
you
am not
said there's
comfortable
a
with
stay-at-home.
He definitely
food.
doesn't like his mom.
His sister is a stay-at-home mom, so her availability is pretty open.
And they live together?
No.
They don't, okay. So where are you expecting these visitations to take place?
At her home is what I would like.
At her home overnight?
Yes, yes. If
Okay.
she's open to overnight, if not, the schedule is fine.
What is her deal with his mom? The mom must not like her. So this is her way of keeping the kids away from her.
Possible.
All right, I'm going to be a little more specific here. So if the sister is available and willing, then the visits can be Saturday at 10 to Sunday at 6.
Yes.
Okay. If the sister's not available, then I'm going to order, well, if she's not available for overnight, she still needs to be present.
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may.
Just a minute. Then I think we're looking at Saturday from 10 to 6, every other week. Go ahead, Mr. Mills.
I mean, my mother is competent and she is able to stay the night with me and supervise.
Absolutely not.
I'm at this point, I'm going to take the recommendation of Ms. Mills. Again, all of this can change once the guardian ad litem gets a chance to talk to everybody. But I'm going to take the recommendation of Ms. Mills at this point. So what about sometimes we allow telephone visits between any, has there been any telephone or video visits?
He has not asked about them. He hasn't asked for a phone call. He hasn't asked for a photo. Our children have been sick off and on since Christmas. I mean, with one thing or another, I'm sure us splitting up has done a lot on their little immune systems. But I mean, he knew our son was sick and didn't check in once. I am open to a video call. I'm open to it.
I'm so sorry. You know how I always like I find some type of comparison, right?
Mm-hmm.
He looks like Buzz Lightyear from Toy Story.
Yeah,
Do you see it?
I can see that. A little bit. A little bit.
I haven't seen it effort.
Yeah.
Your Honor,
Go ahead.
that's not true. I have texted her and I have proof of a text saying, please let me see my children. And it didn't go over well. And so I stopped asking, and that's why I'm here today, because asking causes fights.
Are those the same texts that led to her seeking a PPO?
All right, well, I've ruled how I want the visits to go. I would like, I'll agree to one video visit a week. So there should be, every week there should be a video visit.
Okay, about how
Are
long?
you able to communicate either by text or is there some protection order that prevents you from doing it?
I have a no contact order.
Let's go through the sister, I guess, and you can arrange video visits that way.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I
And
have,
let's have the first weekend of these visits, March 11th and 12th. And that will give everybody a chance to prepare for that.
That's the in-person.
In person with the sister overnight.
Did you say 11th and then 12th?
11th, March 11th to Sunday the 12th.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
And every other weekend, so the next one would be the 24th and 25th. I'd like to be back here on March 29th with everybody.
okay.
We're gonna see how those visits have gone, and the guardian ad litem may not have all of her research done, but we may have some. So we'll see what direction we're gonna go. Okay, yes.
I have a question.
I have an order that was provided for the 15 year old, because I'm not on the committee monitoring. So they have a hearing or something.
So you have a hearing set, I guess, on April 15th to appoint a GAL on March 15th. So we're taking care of that now.
Okay, so don't show
We're
up.
going to strike that hearing. And I'll go through your order when I'm done here in appointing a day. Okay?
Thank you. I have a question.
Okay, briefly? Yes.
About the visitation, are there any forms we have to fill out or filing that with the court or anything, or we just handle it on our own?
Yeah, handle it on your own. I'm going to do what's called a bench order, which will outline what I've ruled. If you need to come up and get a copy of that so that you have an order in your hand, that will be fine.
Okay,
All right. Okay, when Ms. Day contacts both of you, it's best to cooperate as much as you can. That helps the court out, and we can move this forward as soon as possible. Okay?
thank you.
All right. Thank you both. We'll see you back here on March 29th.
Thank you.
Rebecca Mills?
Hearing 2.
Hello, Your Honor.
Ms. Mills, you brought a motion to waive the guardian ad litem fees.
Yes.
You find that, I know there was an order here.
And this is a new guardian ad litem for us. I don't think we've ever seen her before.
Mm-mm.
All right, I'm going to grant that order.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I want to talk to you about something else here in a minute.
Okay.
Are you on some form of public assistance?
Yes.
What is that?
Food stamps and TANF, and I'm also receiving WIC.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I've signed that order waiving that. Here's what I wanted to talk to you about is I've got two cases. One is Samuel Mills versus Rebecca Mills. And the other is Rebecca Mills versus Samuel Mills. And as far as I can tell, they both deal with the same thing, which is
Yes.
disillusion.
Yes.
And it seems to me those cases should be consolidated.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay. And is Samuel Mills here?
That's a problem.
All right. I'm going to do that. I'm going to consolidate them. I guess under the
She looks scary.
One is 00072, the other 00077. I'm going to consolidate them under the 72 case.
Okay.
And then I'm probably going to have to do an amended GAL appointment indicating that
Can I take a second?
pay for.
Okay.
You need a break?
No, I'm gonna need you to clarify something for me, if you can.
Yeah.
What would cause a case to be duplicated in this case?
Okay, so it's not that the case is duplicated. What happened is I think they both independently filed with the court for the same thing. So when stuff like that, even so in this situation, that's why there's a consolidation. That way they're not sort of double dipping, like, having all these different hearings because it's a different case, but it's all regarding the same thing.
Yeah, that
Like,
would make
that's
sense.
an
Okay.
excess of court time. But also, too, it should be known that, like, you can also have, I think, like, different matters, and that can be consolidated, too.
Okay.
Where if it's involving the same parties, or even, like, if I'm not mistaken, and no one quote me on this, but I think if you have, like, cases, too, where it's, like, one person, and they're against different people, but it's the same matter, I think those can be consolidated also. So that once again, say that you don't have multiple cases revolving the same subject matter. And I think it also works too with things that are not the same but related.
Gotcha.
Can happen also.
Okay. Sorry, I just needed that clarification.
Yes,
I'm
Mr.
confused.
And I wanted to make the court aware, I've not had any response from Mr. Mills. So I'm going to send out a second letter giving him a date certain to respond by. And if I receive no response, then I would just file a report based on the information from Mother and that I've already gathered and submit for payment from the county. He's not participated yet, and I don't know that he's going to.
That's
Okay.
concerning.
Well, what's more concerning to me is
For the King of Thieves.
whether this is gonna turn into some like one-sided situation, because our title here is toxic and controlling mother does everything in her power to stop dad from having custody. So
Right.
we already kind of from the title having a concept of who the problematic person is in this case. So I guess I'm assuming that if there's 16 hearings, he's not participating.
Right.
I don't want to necessarily put a prediction out here, but our experience with these kind of cases has shown. I'm thinking that potentially every time they have a hearing, she's probably going to pile on new information or bring something else new, especially if things are not going her way.
True.
That's kind of what I'm getting. Another part of me is kind of hoping, which I don't know. I guess we could do a little maybe zoom through here. But I'm wondering if at some point he's gonna get an attorney
He may.
also. It's hard to tell with some of these images. Okay, so some of these images he's there. So this looks like because that looks like the lady who does child support. So it looks like there's a child support aspect of this. But then we see this one where it's the gal and the mother. But it looks like he is present. So
Interesting.
I don't know. Maybe I have yet to see if there's somebody in here that appears as an attorney.
Right.
And it looks like in this one video, because we won't know until we see it, but it looks like there's a CPS person, like one of those CPS type people in there too. So
Possible.
All right, so on the Mills case then, I'm gonna do an order to consolidate the two cases. I've signed the order waiving the guardian ad litem fee. I'm gonna change the appointment to reflect that it's county pay. And Ms. Day is gonna make one more attempt to get a hold of Mr. Mills. If not, she'll do a report based on what she knows, I guess. How long out should we set the review hearing, Ms. Day?
I'm wondering if he even
I
had the
think it'll
court
probably take
date.
me 30 days to get the report finished, so I'd say 60 days.
2
Because they
months.
said the 29th, but this ended up being the
So that
22nd.
puts us to about May 24th.
Yep.
Okay.
Jeez. That's a long time. Hi, Angel.
Ms. Mills, then we'll be back here on May 24th to consider Ms. Day's report and make additional decisions at that time.
Okay, I have a quick question if that's okay.
Sure.
We have a vehicle that I've been driving. I'm not sure when is the best time to address this. I know we kind of have a lot going on. I've been driving a vehicle for a couple of years now. It's in my possession, but it's all in Samuel's name.
And you'd like it to be moved over into your name?
I would like for him to be ordered to continue paying it like he has been and keep the insurance on it and keep making the car payment as he always has.
We want him to keep paying for all of your car expenses for how long exactly?
That's why I went,
addressed,
nope.
by having filed a motion for temporary orders.
Okay,
Request that.
okay,
And you can do that on this docket. I won't give you the date, but if you can get those, get that motion, and it may be the only thing on there
Hello.
is to require that he continue to pay the car payment and the insurance on that vehicle.
okay,
Then we can address it at that time. But I think Mr. Mills is entitled to notice of that
okay,
before decisions made.
okay, perfect, thank you.
Okay. All right, I think that's it. Thank you. And file that under the 00072 matter, okay?
Perfect, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Here.
Rebecca,
All right, team, listen up. There's a national
Boo!
search. Who's got donation ideas? Chance of the president's suite? Classy. Dude, that's so much cheese. Save lives and help win your school $1 million.
It's your look, your rules. Disney Illy Forever, inspired by Stitch. What's your dream style?
Mills and Samuel Mills. Looks like we have both here.
Number 3.
Hey, I don't think we knew about the 22nd date, to be honest with you.
He might have not have.
I'm present.
All right, thank you. Let me get to my notes here.
No, he's grew hair in a month.
Wow.
There's two matters on the family law matter. And it looks like, I don't know if she's with us, Christina Day is the guardian ad litem. And then there's also a anti-harassment order matter that was put on this docket. And I think my notes showed that there was supervised visits ordered, and I was wondering how those were going, if they were going.
Your Honor, I've only been able to see my kids once. I was not able to see them last week because my sister and her kids were sick. But the one meeting we had went really well.
Why is everybody always sick?
Sick, cough, cough. Ugh.
He should be able to have more than one
Let me,
supervisor.
just start here. Ms. Mills, are you still seeking an anti-harassment order?
Yes. I thought that I had one already.
Yeah, let me just check here, the status of that.
I'm wondering if he's like an
So what I
angry
had
person in
done
disguise.
is I reissued
Possible.
the temporary order until today. Let's see, that was me. Yeah, that was me. Okay. Well, we need to resolve that issue. So what I'm going to do is have a hearing on that anti-harassment order request. And the way I do that is I'm going to place Ms. Mills under oath and have her tell me why she feels an anti-harassment order is necessary. And then Mr. Mills, you'll have a chance to respond. And then Ms. Mills, you'll have a chance to reply to whatever Mr. Mills says. Okay. So let's do that before we then go to the family law matter and see if that has any effect on that. So Ms. Mills, if you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Okay. What is your full name, please?
Rebecca Laree Mills.
And is everything that you stated in your petition for the anti-harassment order true and correct?
Yes.
All right, tell the court in your own words why you would like an anti-harassment order entered.
The main reason being, he has made threats, many threats for years, and more so today, now that we're separate. I'm not quite sure how to word this. I have a past, and it's of sexual nature that I don't want him telling people about. He's threatening to tell friends, family members,
A pat.
awful things. And then also we have had a past of domestic violence that I still fear today.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mills, I need to place you under oath. Want to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. What is your full name, please?
Samuel Paul Mills.
You've had a chance to review Ms. Mills' petition in this case?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And you just heard her comments. If you'd like to respond. this would be the time to do that.
So what she says with the violence is not fully true. She has been the one to hit me, and I have defended myself. And she has, on those occasions when I've pushed her off me or grabbed her to stop her from hitting me, threatened to call the police and saying, "Who are they going to believe? You're the big man and I'm the little girl." And with the exposing the past, that's nothing I would ever do. We would have toxic fights all the time, and I would say that because I knew it bothered her. That's not a reflection on my character. I've never done that. And it's not something
It doesn't matter if you didn't do it. It's harassment just to threaten it.
And I'm not a violent person. I'm not an angry person. But Rebecca and I, we didn't get along, and we brought out the worst in each other. I have no desire to spread what she has done. That is her business. I made a stupid statement out because if you got around to reading my response to it, she was harassing me, and I said those things to get her to stop. And then the one other time when I said it was because she.
Huh?
I'm gonna send you a message. I need you to respond to this. Okay.
Yeah. Am I in trouble?
No.
I gotta check,
One moment, folks.
I'm being silly. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
I don't think you saw what I was doing. Oh, yeah. Hi, Angel.
Yeah, she's here. She's checking on you. She wants to know some things, and I was just curious if,
Yeah, he can. You can tell him, or he can. What does he want to know?
Why you're not here.
Oh, that's a loaded answer, right? I mean, how do we sum that up? Like, I need a job and I don't have money.
Yeah.
So I can't pay for internet. Or proper internet. Bad decisions. Buying stuff for people that I had no business spending money on.
Right.
Super loaded answer.
Okay, that should be done now.
Okay.
Thank you.
You ready for me to go back?
Angel, did you receive the message? Let me know. Yeah, go ahead.
I think I have his email. I just don't know if it's like I don't know if his email is like.
No, you verbalized it, so it's fine. And I wrote one too, so responding. So all apologies, folks.
Was taking my kids from me.
Oops.
And I said it
She
out of fear
she
of not
misses
seeing
you.
the kids.
He. Angel's a he.
That's a he? Oh, my bad.
Yes.
Okay,
I was
my bad.
subtle-
It's a
but
he. My bad.
I was
My bad. First of
subtly-
all, my bad.
I was subtly correcting you too. So
And I blew it. Oh, no. But,
I think I accidentally hit something.
okay.
So there we go. What?
I'll pass that along, Angel. To her.
Let me know when you're ready.
Ready?
But Rebecca and I, we didn't get along, and we brought out the worst in each other.
Certainly.
I have no desire to spread what she has done. That is her business. I made a stupid statement out because if you got around to reading my response to it, she was harassing me, and I said those things to get her to stop. And then the one other time when I said it was because she was taking my kids from me, and I said it out of fear of not seeing my kids.
The court isn't going to care why.
Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, she was harassing him
There was something
first.
that I truly would have done. Rebecca and I were together for 7
And Angel,
years.
you can always catch
would've been-
Dr. Chaosity
I've never-
and me here as well. So, yeah. Just so you know.
One of the, like, I don't know. I mean, my situation has been what it is, right, for like 4.5 months,
Yeah.
give or take. And I just, as much as wanting things to change, it's like nothing's changing.
Well,
So,
it happens.
Valuable lesson learned, though, right? So
Yep.
I guess that's my takeaway. Stop helping other people.
This little light of mine
Really, YouTube?
has been dark
Yeah,
for
it
quite
does that.
some time.
You did send text threatening to do that, right?
I did do that.
I don't know if this really falls under
that
harassment,
one,
though.
And I'm gonna read it, just so anybody reviewing the record will know what I'm referring to. It says, do something or we'll go down this route, and Robert will throw you out. And then she responds, you have a history. And then you respond, yeah, you have a history, 2 years of porn on the internet. I'll just tell everyone, Robert will throw you the F out.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold the phone, right? She's concerned about her past being him broadcasting it, right? Lady, you are on Zoom for a court case. Anything that you say is going to be discussed. The judge basically just blew her the fuck up and let everybody know, and now we're repeating it, that she did some type of porn, which, I mean, to each his own, but she did some type of porn on the internet.
Yeah.
That's the type of, okay. Your husband didn't have to blow your spot up. You blew it up yourself.
Woof.
I'm sorry. Like, now it's not harassment, right? Because now we all know.
Right.
Threat thwarted. There's no threat anymore because we know the problem. We know what. I mean, maybe he was gonna give specifics. Maybe he was gonna share links.
Right.
or do pictures or something. But I mean, we don't need that. We just already know. She's an internet porn star.
Oh, because he'll be humiliated. So you don't deny that you wrote that.
I did write that, but it was just out of fear of not seeing my kids.
Okay.
Actually, but did that help you, sir? No, because
Did
now she's
you
using it as a
Ever
weapon.
get a chance to review my response and how she would speak to me?
And smart man, Judge, he's trying to let you know, don't make
Looking
this shit
for that in
one-sided.
the file, maybe, I've read both files.
Don't make that one-sided.
I don't see a response in this particular one. Let me go look at the family law.
You're gonna come after me for saying stuff. Come after her for the shit that she said too.
Right.
Makes sense to me.
Wow.
You know, this is what I don't like too. Like, I'm not talking about specifically this case, but when people provoke people and then they get a response and then they want to cry at the response. Well, don't fucking provoke me. If you don't provoke me, then you don't have to worry about me
Sir,
retaliating.
I don't see it in the file. I accept what you testified to today, however. So I'm not disputing what you're telling me.
Okay. I really hope you consider that I'm not a threat to Rebecca. I think she is just using this as an easy way to maintain custody of our children.
And shame on her for doing that.
And many of the evidence, or much of the evidence she has put in her harassment is years old and not even relevant.
Has Christina Day reached out to either of you at this point?
Yes.
I have spoke with her and she said the soonest she could meet with me was April 5th.
Okay. All right, Ms. Mills, you have a chance to reply to what Mr. Mills said.
I don't feel safe him being able to contact me. As far as things being years old, sure, some of it was, but some of it was, I mean, just months ago, when we split, or months before we split. It was not all many years ago, and I think that it just speaks to his character and him as a parent.
What I just read,
what he does
how long ago was it that was said?
I'm sorry. What he does to you has nothing to do with his kids. You know, if he thinks that you're like, you know, bipolar, his word, right? And whatever else I don't want to put any, I don't want to call her any names or define her in a certain way, but he could say all kinds of stuff, and mind you shouldn't say things about the mother or the father of your child that's disparaging, because then you're really disparaging your kids.
Right.
But the reality of it is, if he's arguing with you and you guys are toxic together, that doesn't mean he's arguing or toxic with his kids.
True.
So I don't think it's necessarily fair that one parent can take certain measures to prevent another parent from being in their child's life, and it's solely based on what they're doing to them and not what they've actually done to the kid.
Right.
Because even if they're doing something that's toxic, if they're not doing it in front of the kids either, like this stuff is being done through text message. The kids are not even aware of it. So
and they shouldn't be aware of it at all, really. And
well, no, well, he shouldn't be. They shouldn't be harassing each other or doing that anyway.
Right.
But there's literally some type of toxicity. And honestly, that's why I was like, just even the shortness of what we've watched,
Right.
didn't really get a feeling that he was like an angry, violent person, which people can hide.
True.
But usually people who are hiding it, it's still in their face somehow.
Right.
Like they may not have the outburst, but you can see like anger in their face.
Right.
And I just wasn't getting that from him. I mean, he looks a little red right now, but that could just be the lighting. But with her, that smirk just kind of like gave, like there's something evil.
Right.
Like she thinks she's getting over.
Right.
So I don't know.
Just months ago, that text. He's threatened to send those to my father.
Right,
Oh.
exactly. How do you think the threats will come out?
That's my boyfriend.
Okay.
Wait, what did it say? I'm
And
so
he knows-
sorry, I missed it.
As far as things being years old, sure, some of it was, but some of it was, just months ago, when we split, or months before we split. It was
Did I
not
go back
all
too far?
many years ago, and I think that
Yeah,
it just speaks to
you're a
his
little bit
character
Back.
and
That's okay.
him as a parent.
What I just read, how long ago was it that was sent?
Just months ago, that text. He's threatened to send them.
How did you think these threats were going to play out in court, dude? Well, I'm assuming when he said it, there was no court in the near future at the time.
Exactly.
But especially she's using stuff that's older. But
Right.
But I see I'm having a problem with this sound like being so coming even from the YouTuber coming off kind of one-sided. He just said that she harasses him too. It's not his fault that she doesn't have porn in his background to release on him.
Right.
And if she's concerned about her dad finding out what she did, well, ma'am, what do you think your dad is going to find out now that you're on fucking YouTube?
Right.
Now your dad is going to know that you did internet porn. Like, come on.
Right.
Even if this wasn't on YouTube, if her dad was like, I want to see what was said in her court case, I can go to the courthouse and I can get a copy.
Right.
Come on.
Right.
And if
here's a copy right here.
Yeah. And honestly, like if you don't want your dad to know, then maybe you shouldn't have did it. If your dad's opinion of you really matters that much.
Right.
And I'm starting to even wonder, how old are they? If they've been together for 7 years and she did porn in her past. What were you, like in high school doing internet porn? Because she doesn't even look like she's even 30. I'm just saying. Sorry.
Those to my father, which
Who's Robert?
That's my boyfriend,
Okay.
and he knows about all of that. It's just, why threaten?
True.
I'm sorry. Sometimes when you provoke people, they go for the jugular.
Yeah.
If you don't provoke, that doesn't make it right. That doesn't make it right.
No.
But
No.
that's usually what people's go-to is. You fuck with me, I'm gonna fuck with you.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna do it better.
Right.
In the current protection order statute, there are a number of
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words,
definitions of what constitutes harassment. And recently, they added a section called coercive language. And what it's trying to get at is that even though there may not be any physical harm between the couple, that one party uses language intended to take away the free will of the other couple or the other party.
Your Honor.
It's my turn now, Mr. Mills. And
take care, Angel. Thanks for stopping by.
The text I read, and there were others that were similar. I think there was a threat to contact Ms. Mills' boss, was another one.
He threatened to tell her boss. Yeah, I guess he did.
Couched in a way of,
I think these texts are going to earn you a protection order.
You know, it basically amounted to, if you don't do what I want, then I'm going to tell Robert. And if you don't do what I want, then I'm going to let your past be known. And under the current statute, that meets the definition of coercive language. And based on that, I think a anti-harassment order is warranted. So that's going to prevent you from having contact with each other. It's going to prevent you, I'm going to specifically prevent any disclosure of any facts about Ms. Mills' life in any way.
She did share this on YouTube, so...
I guess the question is,
I don't even think he cares enough about her
child involved, and so is there 2 children
to really release that information.
No.
Ms. Mills, how would you propose communication regarding visitation and other things relating to the children?
We were going through his sister, Angela Lockyer, who is supervising the visits. And she has asked to be removed from communication. She doesn't want to do the back and forth between he and I. So I have been using my boyfriend, Robert, which seems to be going well. There's not very much communication, but I think the points get across pretty clear.
Mr. Mills, are you comfortable communicating through Robert?
I don't mind. He is slow to respond and sometimes just won't, and I have to reach out to other people, so that's frustrating.
That just sounds like a recipe for disaster, too.
I just want to review something from the last time we were together. Just give me a moment.
Can I talk to you about this? Or is that important too? Which topic is this?
This is, just a minute, I'm talking to somebody. This is the family law docket.
I apologize.
Sure.
Why would you? Well, first of all, didn't they just separate? So you already have a new boyfriend, and you think that it is in your child's best interest or children's best interest to have your current relationship talking to your ex when you both don't get along. That just seems kind of weird. So when you have a problem,
the sister is not available to supervise the visits, is there somebody else that can do that?
No.
Your Honor, I really don't think supervised visits is necessary. I am not a danger to my children. And she didn't think that for months. When she left me, she left the kids with me for a week at a time to go stay with her boyfriend.
Restless partner keeping you awake? At Mattress Firm, our sleep experts can match you with a better mattress.
You left him with the children while you stayed with your boyfriend.
So here's what I'm
basically what he just said.
Here's my position. I want to hear a report from the guardian ad litem and Hike before I'm willing to consider unsupervised visits. So that's going to be a few weeks.
Fair enough.
And until we get there, I'm going to allow supervised visits. But we have to agree on a supervisor, or
he's going to have to pay for one.
You're probably going to be limited to the video calls.
And she doesn't even want to do the video.
Frustrating, but I make decisions that I hope protect the children, and I need more information right now before I can consider unsupervised visits.
Fair enough.
I still think my sister was fine with the kids coming over on the weekends. She just didn't want to be the center of our communication.
Okay, we'll leave that in place. She won't be the go-between. I'll let Robert be the go-between. I know that's got to be a bit uncomfortable, but if it works,
even the judge is fucking smirking. I can't.
I don't know if that's a good idea or not. I really don't think that's no.
While the judge is saying it, you see he's smirking.
Yeah.
He's still smirking because, like, it's ridiculous. It's different when it's different when the two parents are co-parenting,
right,
and have a healthy relationship, and they both have their own respective partners that, you know, everybody gets along. But, and I'm not saying that he doesn't get along with her boyfriend, but she has an issue. So the boyfriend is always going to choose her side. Or he'll end up, you know, broken up with, basically.
Yeah, I don't.
And he already said that the boyfriend doesn't respond and is slow to respond. So that doesn't help if you have somebody that's, you know, either intentionally or unintentionally doing things to draw out the situation and make it, you know,
I still think that mom should do it. Even though she doesn't like it.
She can't because of the protective order. You see, that's the thing too. People do these like protective orders and do these different things to separate somebody from a situation. Like, all of that to me is a tactic.
Oh, she has a protective order against mom?
No, she doesn't like his mom.
That's what I'm saying.
Apparently, she doesn't want anything. She doesn't want his mom having anything to do with anything. Which is also, I think, too, where they said that the guardian ad litem might come into play in determining, you know, I guess that situation. But by the time the guardian ad litem addresses that situation, he shouldn't need visitation anyway.
Right.
So it's a tactic. Even she's fucking smirking. She's like, yeah, you have to talk to my boyfriend to get to me. Like, it's, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I would tell, personally, I would tell the judge, I don't feel comfortable doing that.
Honestly, I would have said the same thing. But here's the problem. The only way that you can, I think, get another, like, supervised visit, because she's clearly not cooperating with that, is to pay one. And then he'd have to come out of pocket to pay for someone to supervise. And that supervise would probably not do overnight. So, like, that's kind of where he stands with that.
Know. He's kind of in a rock and a hard place.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Our overnight, Saturday at 10 to Sunday at 6 at Miss Locklear's home. And and that's every other weekend. I want you to cooperate with that, okay?
I have a question.
Yes.
So Angela, she does church twice a day on Sundays, and she has kind of expressed to me that she can't do Sundays anymore. So I don't know if you can put in an order, just stating Saturdays only, just to make things less complicated and straightforward for all parties involved. I feel like there's been a lot of confusion.
I would back that up to Saturday, not.
You know what time she begins these church services?
I know she goes to a morning service and an evening service, and it's.
Was that a problem on his last visit?
At this
Come
point,
on now.
I'm willing to take away the overnight with Mr. Mills. I think that's an important time to be with the children.
Nice try, lady.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
As far as I understand, he's not staying the night. Only the children are staying the night, and he's returning on Sunday. So
My last visit, I tucked them in, and then when they were asleep, I left.
Where do you go when you leave?
I just go back home because I don't want to sleep on the couch.
Which is reasonable.
Correct.
Why sleep on a couch if you can sleep in your own bed?
Angela has told me she doesn't want to do Sundays anymore. So
she's literally just making this more difficult for him.
We're Maurice.
You won't let. He has his mother who's willing to stay overnight.
Get weight loss treatment
But you don't
through
want his
Hertz
mother.
for one affordable upfront price. Everything you need.
In that particular case, in that particular spot, I would say too bad.
Wait, hold on. It already feels like mom is trying to limit dad's visitation any which way she can.
Pretty much.
And my thing is, she's saying what his sister said.
Right.
Well, why is he not bringing that up? If that's what his sister said. Why is his sister complaining to her? If that's true. That doesn't.
I have more questions than answers.
My inclination is to move it to Friday to Saturday.
Yeah.
Is that a possibility for you, Mr. Mills?
I work on Fridays, but I could go over after work and see them.
When are you done with work?
It varies. I work construction, so it depends on what work we're doing. Typically 3:30, sometimes 5:30.
Which is acceptable.
Understandable.
That's acceptable.
I'm inclined to move it to Friday at 6 p.m. So we know you're done with your job until Saturday at, I guess we'd have to go Saturday at 6 p.m.
So he loses time, but at least, I mean.
Let's go with that.
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
I would like to preserve an overnight visit for you and your children.
I appreciate that.
Go ahead.
I have concerns with my kids at her house.
At whose house?
With Rebecca and her boyfriend. I haven't had an opportunity to bring it up yet.
So
You gotta do a motion.
Emotions are
Or
needed.
wait for the guardian ad litem.
I'll listen to it. Go ahead.
I don't
Oh,
believe it's
he
a safe
granted it.
environment. I have his best friend is my cousin, and I've spoken with him, and he has said before that he's not sure he wants Rebecca, and that they've had multiple fights. Just last week or so, the two of them went to my sister's house to get an old couch of Rebecca's, and they were arguing, and then Rebecca yelled at him and said, "I'll just go sit in the truck." I went and sat in the truck and made him load the couch by himself. I don't know how much they're fighting in front of the kids. I don't know.
I'm sorry, that's bogus.
It was witnessed by my family.
All right. I will, two things. I'll encourage Ms. Mills and her boyfriend not to argue in front of the kids. I understand.
This judge is so over it.
Relationships communicate through argument. And if that is the case, just don't do it in front of the kids. Second of all, Mr. Mills, bring this up to Ms. Height, and so that she can look into it further, okay?
You mean Miss Day?
Can I speak for a moment?
Yes, please.
So we picked this couch up at his sister Angela's house, and Angela was the only one present. The statements that he just made are completely false. I helped him load, I was in the back of the truck loading it the entire time. The entire time. We entered the truck at the same time. And this makes me so concerned to even be around his family at this point, if there's going to be false statements made about me, dropping my kids off. I was already on the fence. I was going to say things, and I held back. But now I'm very concerned about
You're
taking
held
my
back?
kids there.
That's
and not
hilarious.
even being there at all.
I'm not going to change my orders based on this.
Correct. I wouldn't
Get
do
over
that.
it.
I'm still going to
Yeah.
leave the Friday to Saturday.
She's
visit
mad that
with
she was
Mr.
exposed.
Mills. I'm going to leave Ms. Locklear as the supervisor. All of this needs to be discussed with Ms. Height, and then when we get a report, I'll consider.
Miss
what-
Day.
Okay.
Honestly, though, why would his family lie about what she's doing?
Let me see if I can figure out when we're coming back. I need to look at the guardian ad litem order.
Am I right or wrong? Like, what does his sister have to gain by lying about her being in an argument?
Nothing. Nothing that I know of.
Look, maybe that's why the sister
I
doesn't
don't
want to
have
be
a date in
involved.
there.
Right.
Maybe that's why she doesn't want to be involved anymore, because now it's not just, oh, I'm sitting in the middle of their visitation, but now I got to witness, like, people arguing and screaming at each other.
Right.
Now that's where the drama is, and who God only knows what she's saying about him to his sister.
Right.
Why don't we come back on May 3rd
Ooh, that's like a whole month.
at 9 o'clock? That will be about a month from now.
I need to take a break.
I want to know how the supervised visits were going, and we'll get an update from Ms. Height on that, or Ms. Christina Day, I'm sorry, on that day.
Yeah, he's been
All right,
saying
guys,
her
I will
name
be
wrong the
right
whole
back.
time.
Bring up a few things if that's okay.
You gonna be right back?
Yep.
All right. I guess I'll use this time to go potty. I know you acknowledge. You don't have to come back.
Alrighty, folks, I am back.
Finally.
Wow.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I have belongings still at Samuel's house. They're in a storage shed. I never had a chance to collect those things. I have also asked for children's toys and some of their belongings, and he refused. Something like comfort items that my kids are wanting. And also, I'm very concerned about, we have a vehicle that I've been driving since we've gotten it. It's in my possession. It's a 2018 Kia Soul. Samuel has let me know that he has stopped making payments on it. He has taken the insurance off of it, and I should expect for it to be repossessed. I need a car to transport the children around, and I think that he should be paying it as he always has.
Oh, you think he should pay for it like he always has?
Let me finish my notes here.
He also took our tax return. He did not tell me how much it was. He filed, I had a small income that he filed also, and he took it. I don't know how much it was, but I don't know why it didn't go to paying my car and keeping it current for our children.
Maybe you should start paying your own fucking bills.
Any other issues?
Child support.
Okay.
And
That's just us. It's your look, your rules. Disney Illy Forever, inspired by Minnie Mouse. What's your dream style?
If this child support lady pops up in this video, I'm gonna die.
Blood shortage. Big Ten schools. How do we get students, fans?
She did.
May I respond?
yes, Mr. Mills, go ahead.
On the subject of the Kia, I did not remove the insurance. I simply couldn't afford to pay it to renew it, and it lapsed. And I told her that when it happened. I said, hey, I can't afford this. And then with the Kia, I haven't paid it because I can't afford it. Rebecca used to live here. She used to bring in some income, and I had more money to spend. Per hour right now, I'm making a little bit more than I used to, but I'm driving to Portland every day and I'm being taxed harder. So I have less money. And so I simply can't afford that car. I asked for her to return it so that I can try and sell it or just give it back to the bank because I cannot make those payments. And with the tax return, I was unemployed for 2 months. I got $2,200 back. And her income that I filed, she owed about $200. So I paid what she owed, and then I took the $2,000 that I got off my income and put it towards the bills that I had not paid for those 2 months.
Nice try, lady.
I didn't go on a spending spree and buy myself trinkets or whatever. I paid the bills.
Which is what you're supposed to do.
What about the belongings that Ms. Mills has at your house?
They are in the shed, and the shed is unlocked. She said she said she had everything out of the house, and so it's all in the shed. She or Robert can get them whenever. I do not care. And with toys, she's already taken like half of them to Robert's house. I don't want to take all my children's toys out of their home. She was asking for certain toys. She gave my sister a list, and I was looking through the toys, and they're already gone. I couldn't even find them. And that was when because just digging through all their toys, that's when I realized how many were already gone. And it's just that I'm not comfortable getting rid of or giving up all their toys out of their home. I want my kids here. I want them to have some toys when they come over.
Fair assessment.
All right. As to the belongings that are in the shed, I'd like Robert to inform Mr. Mills when he can go over there to pick those up. And if Ms. Mills wants to go over also, then it should be a time when Mr. Mills is not present. But there needs to be notification about that. For now, I'm going to accept Mr. Mills' representation that many of the toys are already
fair enough
with Ms. Mills, and so I'm not going to order anything specific on that toy.
I took 8 things.
Denied.
Then buy new toys, lady.
It sounds like you already provided a list of those to Mr. Mills, and you can't find them.
That's an acceptable answer.
As to the Kia,
buy more
before May 2nd, Mr. Mills, I'm going to need you to do a few things for me. I need you to fill out a financial declaration. You could get one from the clerk's office here that shows all of your income and all of your expenses.
To my knowledge, I already filled one of those out.
Okay. Let me make sure the right case here. Just a minute.
Okay.
That was
So it looks like he's at least doing all the right things.
okay, good.
So far,
do see that.
yes.
And I believe I don't even have the Kia on there, and I'm still underwater.
Okay. The next thing I need you to do then is I want you to provide 3 months of your wage stubs. So do you get a wage from an employer?
Yes, I work for Kiewit and I get paid every week. But I haven't been there 3 months. I haven't even been there 2 months.
Well, whatever you can go back to, I want to see what your current earnings are. All right.
All right.
So I can match that with your financial declaration.
Need better sleep? We can help. Save up to $700 on Sealy at Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy.
So tasty, it could make Poseidon switch to a spoon. Holy divine taste from the Greek gods.
Lord have mercy. It's commercial.
Interesting.
Refund on the tax return. Well, let's do this. The next thing I need from you is if you paid debts with the tax return, I need to know what those debts are. I need you to submit that in writing to me, which is file it with the court, send a copy to Ms. Mills. What I'm interested in is, are these debts community debts or are they separate debts that were incurred after you separated? So I need to know where that was spent. I will just say the tax return is community property, and at some point it's going to have to be accounted for in the financial disposition of this case. But I, for the time being, I'd like to know what debts you paid with that money.
Your Honor, I have no idea how to track that. It went into my bank account and then I just paid bills. I don't know how to paper trail that.
Well, you must, whatever bills you paid after it went into your bank account, I need to know that. For example,
that shouldn't be hard.
You paid $100 in bills, and yet you took in
You have to do it by date, but yeah.
tax return. Then it's not going to look like you paid bills with it. If you paid up to $2,000, $3,000 in bills, then it's going to look like you did apply it. I need that information to evaluate this.
I will do my best to pull statements.
Okay.
Can I add something?
Just one moment. And so until I get that information, at this point, I'm not going to order Mr. Mills to pay the Kia insurance or the Kia payment. And If
Maybe her boyfriend
his
should pay it.
income shows that he does have the ability to do that, then I may change my mind on that. But
I have a
until I get
question.
that information, I'm not going to order that.
Is there a
We will
reason she
address all
can't?
that on May 2nd.
Well, remember they were married.
Doesn't matter.
So
He had added, I can't recall what month, I can't log into that bank account any
and the
longer.
car is in his name.
But just months before we divorced, he added
Oh,
on,
that's a good
he
point.
refinanced the car and added a $5,000 credit card onto that vehicle loan. And I had told him,
Not
hey,
possible.
we're rocky right now. This is not a good idea. And he didn't really consult me. He went ahead and did it anyway. So the balance was around 10,000 at that time. Now it's 15,000.
That's not possible.
I refinanced trying to get rid of debt and have a lower monthly payment was what I did.
Can I add a credit card to
You
a
must have
car
paperwork
loan?
on that refinance, Mr. Mills.
When was it?
The refinance we're talking about, you must have paperwork on it.
I mean, probably at
Yes.
some point I did. I can get information from the bank.
Do you know where you did the refinance?
At Red Canoe.
Okay, go to Red Canoe and they should have it. And I want you to file that with the court also.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I have another question or concern is he hasn't paid on the Kia, I think since January is what he said. So is it then at risk of
He
being
wasn't working.
possessed? What happens then?
Oh my God. But we're on March 29th. He said he has not even been at his new job for 2 months.
Correct.
Which means, and he said that he was out of work. He wasn't working for 2 months.
Correct.
What bill was he paying, lady, if he wasn't working? And if he had to, if he got he said that the tax returns, the $2,000 that he got, he paid the $200 that she owed,
Right.
and then he used the other $2,000 for his bills. That car note may not have been on his priority list if he had to pay his mortgage or, other bills. Like, is she in, like, La La Land or something? She's got to be in La La Land.
She wants his money, I guess.
She's in La La Land. That's point blank period. La La Land. That is where she is.
We're just going to wait until it gets repossessed.
Either that or
Return the fucking car.
if you want to make a payment on it, you can. I'm not going to order Mr. Mills to do it until I see the financial issue a little more clearly.
He does not like being told no.
Nope.
I don't know. It may get repossessed, or you could reach out to the lender and make some payment to keep that from happening. And I'm going to address all of this on May 2nd.
He could have did that shit back in January when the bill wasn't paid.
Take some steps to make sure it doesn't get repossessed before
I'm
that.
willing to meet with Robert to accept payment for the car if she wants it.
Meaning if she wants to buy the car?
If she wants to make the payments.
Okay. Well, that's going to be up to Ms. Mills. I'll let her decide that. I just need more information before I can decide
See,
if Mr. Mills is going to be responsible.
this is smart on the judge too because he needs the financial record,
Yeah.
which makes sense,
And what about child support?
and that will make things a lot clearer.
Ms. Looney is here, and she probably wants to weigh in on the child support issue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, the state has just recently put in a notice of appearance as to child support. The children are receiving state medical and TANF benefits currently. So we would be asking that child support not be addressed at this time.
Sorry.
What we've seen in the paperwork is that both parents are asking for full custody, so the state wouldn't have the ability to put in a child support order until that's been determined. And then we would be asking to be the ones to draft that order and present it to the court.
Access
So
denied.
here we go. So apparently you can't I don't know. I think each case is different because I think we've seen people get child support and still also have public assistance. But I think that child support maybe goes towards the public assistance.
It does.
Because I think that happened to my cousin. Child support was taken out of his money to pay off the hospital bill or Medicaid bill or whatever that was for when his I don't want to call her what she is. Bleep head baby mama. Yeah, see, I said bleep head baby mama. Fill in the blank. When she, gave birth or whatever. Because I even thought that was weird. I'm like my cousin lives with she lives with my cousin, but he's paying child support. It didn't make sense to me. But that's why. So kudos to them. He's already saying he doesn't have money like that. And then you're asking him to still pay for a car and still pay for insurance and then asking for child support, but you already get public assistance.
Public assistance and child support kind of go hand in hand. You can't.
But they are two different things.
You can get one or the other. You can't get both.
I think they do have situations where someone gets both. It's just that the child support is allocated a different way.
I don't know.
I just don't, because imagine if a person was able to get a child support payment, right?
Right.
Like, let's say you're married to somebody who make 6 figures a year, right? Because we've seen people have exorbitantly large child support payments, right? So let's say you have a person that gets like $1,200 a month for 2 kids, and then that person also gets food stamp and gets TANF or gets WIC or whatever. They wouldn't even need to ever have a fucking job, because the child support would pay rent and the food stamps would pay for the food.
Yeah.
So if that was a thing, then everybody would be able to do stuff like that,
right?
Or at least try to,
right?
So I don't know. I guess we'll see, right?
Okay. All right. And we're not going to make a determination of custody until I hear back from Ms. Day after her investigation. Okay.
We're only on hearing 3. There's 13 more to go.
If we could get the documents, then
we're going to be here a minute.
Back here and make some additional decisions. Okay.
And Your Honor, if the state can just ask Mr. Mills that he serves us with that paperwork as well. Now that we've filed our notice of appearance, he should be getting that soon. If he does not already have it, would have our address for service.
So the Department of Child Support is asking that whatever you file with the court and send to Ms. Mills, you also send to the Department of Child Support.
Okay, one sec. And I'm sorry, please remind me what you wanted me to submit so that I can write it all down.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
I need your recent wage statements from Kiewit.
Okay.
I need the refinance papers for the car. You've already filed a financial declaration, so we don't need to redo that.
Okay.
And I need documentation on what bills were paid with the tax return.
All right.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. I'll be entering an anti-harassment order in the anti-harassment case, and that will be available to pick up probably by Friday if you want to get a copy of it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. We'll see you back here in a month then, okay?
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. The last matter is
hearing number 4.
Even,
April
and the
12th.
date is not even the same.
My clerk is speaking to me a minute, just a moment.
That's just it's your
I died. One moment, folks.
That was weird.
You completely died.
It just kicked me out.
Hello, Micro! Get started at Noom.com.
No reason why.
I think I need to address one issue, which is Mr. Mills has filed a notice of disqualification against me after the last hearing. And
connected.
That doesn't exclude me.
Wait, hold on. But I can't say I'm surprised he tried. Nelson seemed to take Mom's word over Dad's a bit.
There was a smiley before that too. I didn't catch it.
Yeah, it was oh, okay. I'll go back a little.
My clerk is speaking to me a minute, just a moment.
Okay.
I mean, he's...
All right, I think I need to address one issue, which is Mr. Mills has filed a notice of disqualification against me.
Yeah, he now. I doubt that's going to work here.
After the last hearing. And that doesn't exclude me at this point for two reasons. One is a notice of disqualification needs to be filed before a judicial officer makes a discretionary decision. And I did make discretionary decisions on March 22nd, and the morning of March 29th, the disqualification was filed at 4:30 on March 29th. Secondly, I'm a court commissioner, and the notice of disqualification doesn't apply to commissioners. What Mr. Mills can do at any point, although you have to do it within 10 days of a decision, is you can ask one of the judges or make a motion for revision, again, within 10 days of a decision. And then one of the judges can review what I've done and determine if I made the right
So why are you wearing a judge's robe if you're not a judge?
Those are the options that are available for right now. I'm going to remain involved in this case.
Yep.
We're here today for a review by the guardian ad litem. I think it's a preliminary review. Let me hear from Ms. Day, and then I'll go to Ms. Mills and then Mr. Mills for any comments.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have had an opportunity to meet with both the parents and do their home visits. I've talked with Ms. Mills' new partner, and I've also talked with the visit supervisor. And so I think things are going along fairly well. In the previous hearing, you had addressed the fees for Ms. Mills, which will be county paid. Mr. Mills has made payment arrangements with me, and so I think that is moving along as appropriately as it could. My recommendation at this time would be to go ahead and move forward with visitation unsupervised under the same one overnight on the weekend as it currently is, but it does not need to be supervised. The visits are going well. There's no outward concerns that I can find. There are lots of allegations in this case, but nothing that I'm able to substantiate that is anything more significant than what we typically see when parties end.
None of that surprises me. Dad seems to want to be involved.
Yeah.
Long relationship, and children are involved. There's no harm to these children. The father's engaged. He's been actively involved. I've been to his home. The home is safe and appropriate. And the visit supervisor expressed no concerns about father having.
What do you think Mom is going to say about this recommendation? Look at her face where I paused.
She's not happy.
So that would be my request at this point in time, and then I will.
I don't think she's going to be happy
and
about
hopefully
it.
complete my report within the next probably 40 to 60 days at the most.
Okay. Ms. Mills, any comment?
Well, I had a few notes for today. The unsupervised is very concerning to me still, even just from, 7 years I've been with this man. I had spoken to Angela, the supervisor, and she said that Sam is so angry. She no longer wants to be the supervisor. And I was going to bring that up at the next hearing, but I figured today wouldn't hurt to bring it up.
Yeah.
She said she has no relationship with him, no conversations outside of the visitation. And I don't really feel like they were really being supervised at her house. She has quite a big property. And I believe most of the time was spent at the back end of the property or away from Angela really supervising aside from meal times. So that's my concern.
All right.
What exactly is the problem, though?
Yeah, exactly. The problem is what exactly?
I also,
Overnight visits right now are Friday night to Saturday, right?
yeah. I also would love to see him in anger management. I had spoken to Tina Day about DV counseling, which I think is so important for Samuel moving forward and, you know, future relationships that will involve my children, and a parenting class. I think those things are all very necessary for him.
Gee, is there anything else, lady?
All right, Mr. Mills, any response?
Yeah, I have no idea what she's talking about. I do believe
have no
that
idea.
she isn't after the best interest of the children. Her intent is to make my life as hard as possible. I'm not an angry person. We had a bad relationship. She pushed my buttons, I pushed hers. And it was not a good relationship. But I don't know what she's talking about with anger and my sister. I'm never angry towards my sister. I'm always very friendly and civil with my sister. I do have a relationship with my sister. I have no idea where she's getting this from. And Rebecca's goal in all this is just to make sure that she can take as much from me as possible, including my children. Like she's walked away, taken my kids, and is planning, she's hoping to leave all the debt. She wants me to pay for the car.
I think I agree with Dad here. Unfortunately, I feel, just my personal opinion, I feel just with listening to the last couple hearings, I feel like she's trying to take him to the cleaners in a certain way, with the kids, with the finances, with all of it so far. But that's my opinion.
And she's basically using the sister in some fashion too, which could only just potentially cause a rift between him and his sister that's not even, maybe not even there.
Yeah, and that's very possible. If the
you know, make it difficult for him to have his supervisor.
Well, the Lytle,
that's basically what that is.
The guardian at Lightum, can't find an issue. There is no issue.
Yeah, not to say that, you know, the mistakes can't be made.
Right.
But the reality of it is that what is the best way to get the result that you want? Cause friction between the people that are involved, right? So try to create a friction between him and the supervisor, because I won't allow anybody else to supervise. So if she decides to not supervise, then he can't see the kids. Well, that hopefully is going to be remedied because the gal says he doesn't even need a supervisor.
Mm-hmm.
Go figure. Well, we're going to see what the judge does, because the judge has in the past, like, let her talk after telling him to be quiet for a second, you know.
Right.
Or taking what she said at face value. So, or not at what, yeah, I guess at face value. So, I guess we'll see what he says now.
Or pay for the insurance, pay for child support. She moved in with her new boyfriend, and she doesn't work. There's no reason she can't work. She filed for welfare, and then I have the welfare office coming after me for child support when we had decided to hold off until custody was determined.
That's a good question. Why can't you get a job?
Everything in her power to make sure that I'm miserable, regardless of how it affects the children. My supervised visits with the kids and even the phone calls, my kids ask me when they can come home. Not even my last, every time I'm with my kids, my 3-year-old never leaves my side, and he constantly says, I love you, I love you. And he was sitting on my lap for 30 minutes and just kept saying, you're my daddy, you're my daddy. They love me, they are of no harm. I don't know why she's doing this.
So you guys already know that it took me a while to get this plane build started. To be honest, even though some of it was a lumber issue, some of it was also because
it just seems like her only goal in this is vengeance and just destroying my life.
You do remember the kind of crap you were texting her that led to a TPO. That has nothing to do with anything. Still doesn't involve the kids.
Yeah.
And she's smirking again.
And as Tina Day discussed with me, is she would attempt to get Rebecca to sign an agreement where I could pick my kids up Friday evening and keep them through Sunday, and then have one night a week during the week to have my kids in the evening, which I want my kids full time, but that's worlds better than these supervised visits. And I want an equal opportunity to prove myself that I can raise my children, and I feel like I've been denied that. I have filed my response. I refiled my response to her harassment report showing her behaviors towards me. Me and her had agreed to be civil, and then once she finally got moved into her new boyfriend's, that's when she went from being civil with me, which she wasn't even being civil with me. She was messaging me almost daily, telling me every time they had sex, describing it. When she would come over to the house, she would tell me the sexual acts they were doing. And she had sent me pictures of her naked in his bed saying, oh, we just had sex and we're having sex again tonight when he comes home. I have filed this evidence.
Okay, thank you.
You two need to start using a parenting app.
A bit before the hearing today. I made some decisions early on for supervised visits until I could get some feedback from the guardian ad litem. And that was based on what were concerning texts from Mr. Mills to Ms. Mills. But even prior to hearing from the guardian ad litem today, it was clear to me that while Mr. Mills and Ms. Mills were having certain difficulties in their relationship, it does not appear that spills over into either of their relationships with the two boys. And that's confirmed today now by the guardian ad litem, saying that it would be appropriate to go to unsupervised visits. The schedule that Mr. Mills indicated may be one that works down the road in the near future. But for right now, I would like to have unsupervised visits. So that would be from Friday the 14th to Saturday the 15th. I believe it's 6 o'clock when it ends. And then Friday the 21st to Saturday the 22nd, Friday the 28th to Saturday the 29th. And then we will get together again on May 3rd to address a number of financial and other issues. And one of those issues will be, how are those unsupervised visits going? And should it go from Friday to Sunday, and should there be a midweek visit? And everybody can weigh in on that. But for right now, I'm going to order that the current visitation that was supervised just now can be unsupervised and can be at Mr. Mills' house. Ken?
Your Honor, can I make a comment?
Yes, please.
The only reason it was Friday and Saturday was because of my sister's church schedule. Saturday and Sunday would be more ideal for me.
Okay. Ms. Mills, any comment on moving it to Saturday to Sunday?
No, I do think that it will be kind of a shock to go from every other weekend now to every single weekend.
I think I'd like to do that, though. I think Mr. Mills has spent some time away from his sons, and I think for the next 3 weeks anyway, I'd like to see that. It will be adjusted. I suspect I'm going to make some adjustments.
We got married 2 months ago now. We are moving into our new house, so lots of milestones. Peter.
On May 3rd, but for the next 3 weeks, I'd like to see every weekend. So Saturday, the beginning time should be, let's say 10 o'clock to Sunday at 6. That will then be Saturday, Sunday for the next 3 weeks. And long term, I don't intend to take the children away from you every weekend, Ms. Mills. I don't think that's appropriate, but I do want Mr. Mills to see them this month. Go ahead.
Can I add? Are we just not going to address anger management, DV counseling? I mean, testing for the stuff you have seen.
That will be addressed by Ms. Day.
I've provided my evidence.
That's her report.
I'm so concerned. I don't feel good about this in the least.
I understand that, but again, Ms. Day is saying.
He's left needles on the floor, Your Honor.
And
bathroom that my children use.
What I see is that you and Mr. Mills have had a difficult relationship, but I don't think that spills over into either of your relationships with your sons. So.
Denied.
And I will address those things in my report, Your Honor, absolutely.
The next 3 weeks, Saturday to Sunday, will be unsupervised with Mr. Mills. Okay. All right.
Your Honor, I just have some things I need to bring up, if I may.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't like going through her new boyfriend to talk to my children.
Yep.
I don't think that is right.
Saw that coming.
He's not their father, I'm their father. And I'm okay with the parenting app. I just don't want to go through her boyfriend.
And I would agree, Your Honor, it's more appropriate for them to use like something like Our Family Wizard or some other type of a parenting app when they need to communicate about the children. They should not be really communicating about the other things, and obviously the harassing or inappropriate texting should not be occurring, but it shouldn't be required for him to discuss decisions about the children with mother's newest boyfriend.
That to me makes sense.
He's not responding to these on his own. I'm telling him what to say, and he's reading the text to me.
It doesn't matter.
I would prefer no contact between the two of us, even on a nap.
Denied.
Well, you have children together, so you're going to have to talk about the kids.
Well, denied. You can't do that.
And that app is can be monitored by the gal and the court.
I'm going to leave Robert in place as the person to communicate through until we get to May 3rd, which is our next date together. And then I'll address that in, we'll look at how things are going at that point, okay?
I have just one last thing, Your Honor, that is affecting my current life.
Okay, go ahead.
She still has my Kia, which her boyfriend just bought a new car for her, and the bank restricted my account on Monday because of the delinquent payments. And I need her to make those payments or give the car back.
Ms. Mills, any response?
He's my boyfriend. He bought a vehicle. That's not my vehicle.
Well, it seems to me we have to have one or the other. If you want to keep the Kia, you've got to make the payments.
It's sitting in her lot and she drives the new car.
I thought that we were waiting for financials to hear back on the Kia, was my understanding.
True.
Yeah, but
Say that one more time. I'm
is
sorry.
due.
At the last hearing, I was told that we were waiting on financial information from Samuel Mills to make a decision on the Kia.
Correct.
I have filed those, Your Honor.
He has always paid for it. I think that he should provide a vehicle for his children. He always has.
The point of this is it's not being used. She has a new vehicle provided to her. And it is affecting my ability to live. I couldn't.
Own a vacation rental.
You can't pay for the car.
It's in his name.
Millions of travelers on our
If she's not gonna pay for it, give the fucking car back.
That's basically what he's
I
requesting.
had to call the bank and get that restriction lifted, but that's only a temporary lift. I cannot afford that car. If she would like to hang on to that car, I need her to pay for it.
Okay. My recollection is we were going to handle this on May 3rd when we got together and dealt with all of the financial issues. So I think I'm going to have to put this over to then. Thank you for bringing it up now, but I'm going to have to make the decision on it on May 3rd. And that will be one of the issues we determine.
I have a question that kind of bothers me.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody makes a request in a previous hearing, my, and this is just me, you need to rule on it.
Well, that's the thing. In the hearing, and see, I have the dates written down, right? So in the hearing that was on March 29th, they said that they were going to address the financial stuff in May.
Correct.
But the only thing is, and that's why he's not handling it now, because it's already been set to be handled on a specific day. That's why he's not addressing it in this hearing. The problem is that between March and now, something has come up with his banking.
Right.
Which is, and honestly, he did provide the information, this is the April 14th. So he didn't wait forever. He didn't wait to the last minute to provide the information.
No.
But he is potentially going to have a bank problem. Honestly, and the judge told her to pay it. If that's
true. He did tell her to pay it. That's a good point.
That she could pay the bill if that's what she wanted to do. But if she determined that she wasn't going to pay it, she should have gave the car back.
Mm-hmm.
All she had to do was park that shit in his driveway and move and leave. She didn't even have to say nothing.
Right.
That way he could either, return the car to the bank or figure something else out, or sell it. She's fucking up his credit.
Anything else? Doesn't sound like it. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Everyone, and we'll see you back here in about 3 weeks. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This judge has creep vibes. He's like
So let's go to Samuel Mills and
he's
Rebecca Mills.
too entertained by this.
Let me get my notes here. All right, in the Mills matter, I want to check in on the visits that I ordered, and then we have to make a decision about the vehicle. And Mr. Mills has filed a declaration requesting full custody. I think I want to go to Ms. Day first, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have had contact with both parents, and I've been able to observe Dad's visits in part, obviously not the whole visit. And I haven't found any concerns. I don't have any concerns about his visitation with the boys. The home is clean and appropriate. The children are bonded to him.
Yeah.
They seek him out. He meets their needs. And I don't have any concerns about that. I think the visitation should continue. I wouldn't have any objection to that being Friday to Sunday, provided dad is not working. If dad is working, I think it should remain Saturday to Sunday. I know there's been some discussion between the parents about that when dad had to work for a little bit on Saturday. And he asked the children to be dropped off at their regular time with his sister. And I don't have any objection to that. That's perfectly fine. The children know the aunt, and I think that's appropriate. I was able, yesterday I received the CPS reports that I've been waiting on. Those do indicate a very past history of domestic violence, so I think it's appropriate for an anger evaluation to occur within the next 60 to 90 days for father, just so that I have that information and if there's anything that needs to be done.
Okay.
It is old history, but those do line up with some of the allegations that mother has made. The difference being that it was like almost 5 years ago, 4 years ago. So it's not a recent history, but I think that alleviates kind of that accusation and kind of addresses that.
Oh, she stayed with him, so it wasn't him.
Not right now. I probably will in a moment. Mr. Mills, let me hear from you next.
We're Maurice, and we're here to give you that styled feeling.
Struggling to find finance and accounting talent? Join the growing number of companies embracing outsourced finance and accounting.
Well, I mean, you read my declaration. I don't believe Rebecca is very emotionally stable. She makes very rash decisions and is impulsive. She has defamed me. She has lied. She has embellished on her declarations. She's doing everything she can to make this case something it's not. This is just a divorce where two parents didn't get along. We have had our problems, and it is time for us to move on, but she shouldn't be using the children as a weapon to hurt me. I mean, she met a new boyfriend, and within 2 weeks was trying to take the kids and all their presents to his house on Christmas Eve, to have Christmas Eve there and Christmas morning.
Yeah.
That's not appropriate. She just met this guy online, and within not even 2 weeks was trying to do that. She's trying everything she can to remove me from their lives and have this new life with her new boyfriend as the new dad. She's had those multiple motions for reconsideration when the children are in no harm's way. She's gotten the kids on state health insurance when I have excellent health care, but she has failed to provide me with the birth certificates that she took. She claims to have lost them every time I've asked, but they got to be somewhere. She was able to apply for welfare.
Yeah.
She was able to get them on health or on the state health insurance. And the photos that she submitted saying that I beat her were me defending myself. They're small bruises of me grabbing her to stop her from hitting me, and she's held on to them for years to use as blackmail. And she's doing everything she said she would. Every time I've brought up before in the past that I wanted a divorce, this is basically what she said she would do. She said she has all this evidence of that saying, who are they going to believe, big you or little me? There's no marks on me. You have no photos of marks on you.
Yeah.
And this is just not what she's making it out to be. I do work for a living. That does complicate things with the children. However, I do have adequate childcare with my family. The kids will never be watched by anyone that isn't their family. And I do work for a living. Rebecca is entitled. She's applied for welfare when her new boyfriend pays for everything she has. She is a licensed cosmetologist. She can work. She's able to work. But she's just trying to manipulate the state and manipulate this divorce hearing, and just to get her way.
I feel some type of way.
All right. Thank you.
That's all I'm going to say.
Ms. Mills?
Hi. Is it my turn to talk?
Yes.
I think that Sam uses a lot of not very kind descriptive language, like manipulative, liar, which is harmful. I don't know what exactly I have manipulated or lied about. I do know that in Samuel's very first filing, when he asked for full custody, that is the first time I have ever heard him speak any negativity towards me as a mother. It's the only time he has ever spoken about full custody. And the only reason that he filed that temporary order in the first place was because I found evidence of drug use in his home, where my children could easily, I mean, there was a morphine 30 milligram pill in a plastic baggie. My children could have easily grabbed that. He has SARMs, if you know what that is. It's basically like legal, not for human consumption steroids, estrogen blockers, things like that on his nightstand, where my children can just untwist the cap and take it. Those are not locked in a safe place. That is a huge concern. The only reason he asked for full custody was, I believe that was a vindictive attack on me. He's never expressed a
These two seem to hate each other.
or even 50-50. Previously, yeah, we have had a tumultuous relationship. And every time Samuel left, he would leave once a month, which I'm sorry, that is unstable for the children. That's a pattern of his, leaving once every month for nights, days, blocking me, providing no financial support, totally neglecting the children and leaving them in my care. And he would say, oh, I just want them on my days off, and I'll get it. I just want them on my days off. So I think that him asking for full custody is not being truthful. I think that during his visits, his mother has been there.
But Guardian ad litem hasn't caught any of
visits.
that.
My kids come home and they share it.
It's not present.
And I know from experience that when
So what if grandma is there too?
experience, she makes them breakfast, she entertains them, she takes care of them, and which is great from a child's perspective. But his mother was abusive to Samuel as a child and neglectful, which is very concerning that now she is almost taking the lead in his parenting time. And also that he's asking for full custody. And then in his latest declaration, he's backpedaling and saying, I am asking for custody or at least equal time. So he's already backpedaling. He doesn't want full custody. He's never wanted full custody. This is an attack on me through the children. He can't even handle the 2 days a week right now without his mom being there or relying on a babysitter.
This little light of mine has been dark for quite some time.
Oh,
Can I respond to that, Your Honor?
I'm losing time with my children to
That's
leave.
why Ms. Mills finished. Go ahead.
I'm losing time with my kids so that they can be with a babysitter, if it's family or not. I'm losing time. He's not missing any time with them. I'm the one losing time.
Do you seriously hear yourself?
Mr. Mills, briefly, and then I want to go back to Ms. Dang.
To address the at least halftime, that's just because I understand that in these circumstances, the father getting full custody is very rare, and I just want as much time with my children as possible. And referencing my mother coming over, my mother comes over for a few hours because she misses the kids. She's not taking the lead. I'm not sitting back and doing nothing. We're engaging with the kids. She comes over to see them because she hasn't seen them very much these past few months.
Ms. Day, have you observed Mr. Mills' mother being present when you were at his house?
So when I did the drop-in visit, it was a drop-in visit. It was unannounced. Mr. Mills' new girlfriend was there, and I thought it was her mother, but maybe it was his mother. They were there, but the children were not engaging with them. The children were engaging with dad. They were playing with him. He was reading to them. They were in the kitchen doing their own thing. So I did not observe that somebody else was taking the lead in this. I would point out to the court that both of these parents have moved on relatively quickly to new partners and introduced these very young children to new partners, new living circumstances, all the way around. That is where
I was just thinking the same thing after she mentioned dad's new girlfriend. Well, here we are, right? We're in, this is May? and she's had a new boyfriend for like 5 or so months, which was almost, it sounds like it was directly after they separated.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he only sees his kids on the weekend. So how do you know that he has not already had this girlfriend also for the last several months?
Right.
And he just introduced his kids to her.
Right.
Like, you can't play this card of like what's okay for one is not okay for the other.
Where I see the instability. I don't see the instability in any other situation that they are not both equally culpable in. And I've been very frank with both parties about that. Children are very impacted by these sudden changes, and then these new partners that are involved. Both of these parents have some pretty strong emotional feelings right now, and I understand that. But there's nothing that I've found so far that would tell me that either parent is not able to parent their children during their time. I think father should have residential time. I think mom should have residential time. I don't think there's any reason that the paternal family cannot provide care if father has to work during a small portion of that time just for continuity. I don't see any concerns with that. I don't find that. I also don't find anything that would concern me to the level of drug use and drug abuse going on in father's home. I've been walked through his home on a couple of occasions now. I've not seen anything present in his life, in his person, or in the home that would give me that concern.
Do you work Friday nights, Mr. Mills?
I work Friday during the day. So my work schedule is Monday through Friday, and then I occasionally have a Saturday shift, which tends to be a shorter shift, but it's because I work construction, and it's just if there's work to be done. So that those Saturdays aren't guaranteed.
What time do you typically get home on Friday?
Around 5:30.
Okay.
So that's been adjusted too.
I think I said this before. I think you're both good parents, and the concern is you don't get along with each other. But I've read, you both have written things that impugn your ability to be a parent.
Yeah.
That is completely disputed by Ms. Day, who says both of you are fine. And that's what I'm going to accept. I think you both love your kids. You just have the issue with each other. We may get to an equal time with the children, but I think we're a couple steps away from that at this point. I'm going to expand the visitation from Friday at 6 or 6:30, whenever you can pick up the children, until Sunday. And I don't know when we ended it on Sunday, but whatever the end time is.
6, Your Honor.
All right, to 6 on Sunday. So I'm going to expand it to that.
Acceptable.
And I think I'm going to leave that for a couple months. And then we'll look at it, and then we're going to have to make some adjustments. I don't think it's appropriate permanently that the father get all the weekends and the mother get no weekends. I think that needs to be shared. But right now, I want to make sure that the children are spending time with their father. So I am going to order every Friday through Sunday.
And I hope to have my report done within 30 to 40.
Well, she's a stay-at-home mom. What the fuck did she need weekends for?
40 days at the most. So once that's prepared, then I think it would be appropriate to see where things are at.
2 months from now would be, let's say, the end of June. So that would be June 28th. That's when we should be back.
Okay.
All right. The other issue, I think, is we were going to address, I think it was a Kia automobile.
Back a
that
bunch of times before that.
Ms.
Okay.
Mills wanted to use, and she wanted Mr. Mills to pay for. And if I'll start with Ms. Mills, if you want to address that issue, and then I'll have Mr. Mills address it. If you could do it fairly quickly, I'm running over on this docket already, so go ahead.
I'm sorry, can we backpedal just briefly? I am so concerned as to why we have completely skipped over Sam's use of illegal substances. He's been arrested for that and didn't learn his lesson at all. Why are we not looking into that at all?
Because there's no proof of it.
To the house, she's observed Mr. Mills. Has not brought any concerns to the court's attention. So it has not been ignored, but it does not appear to be an issue right now.
That's not founded.
Do a drug test just for the safety of my kids and peace of mind. If he does not have a drug issue, then it should come back clean, right? And then I'll feel better about my kids. We can move past that.
Let me ask Ms. Day, any response to that?
I don't have any objection to father providing a hair follicle test that would verify that he's been remained clean and sober for the last 90 days, or clean. There's not an issue with alcohol that I'm aware of, but I just haven't seen anything that would lead me to that. Generally, that kind of information isn't just taken off of one person's report. I realize that he has a prior conviction. That's quite some time ago. I don't see any evidence of drug use currently, and I would obviously continue investigating that and bring that to the court's attention if I had any concerns between now and the time that we finish this case. So I have no objection, but I don't have a reason for request.
I'll handle it this way. I'll have Mr. Mills do a hair follicle test. If it comes back positive, well, he'll have to initially pay for it. If it comes back positive, he will pay for it. If it comes back negative, Ms. Mills will pay for it. And if she's not able to pay for it, then it will be a credit towards any kind of payment Mr. Mills makes. Also, Ms. Day indicated she wanted to have an anger management evaluation in the next 60 to 90 days. And I'm sorry I skipped over that. I think that does make sense given, I guess, the remote history. So I will order that also.
And I have a question. We had talked about domestic violence counseling, where I would go in and talk about my experiences, and then they would counsel him according to that, which I think it's so important to do that for him and his future relationships. And the fact that he has moved on, I know I have too, but the fact that there is another woman in a relationship around my children, I think that DV counseling, even over anger management.
I'm going to go with the anger management evaluation, and we'll see where that goes.
Okay.
Look,
do you want to adjust the Kia?
Maybe he just didn't like you, ma'am.
I've driven that vehicle since we got it, I believe, in 2019. Samuel has always paid for it, and he has always said, like I said, we've had a tumultuous relationship, and every time we've thought, oh, we're going to divorce, he has always said, oh, you'll always have a vehicle, you'll always have I'll make sure you always have a car.
He has
until
said
I moved on
he
with
can't
someone else, and
take
then
it.
it was, give me my car back, I need the car back, I'm not paying for it, which I think is just vindictive. I do have children that need to be driven around, and he has always paid for it. And I think he should continue to. He took the insurance off of it. He says that he didn't, but his car is insured still. So mine was removed from insurance. I've had to pay for a flat tire. I've had to pay for the registration on the car. And currently it has a dead battery that I haven't addressed because I haven't known who it would go to. And I can't afford to keep paying on this car if I don't know if I'm going to be keeping it.
You shouldn't keep it in. Honestly, the minute that he left out, you should have just gave the car back. It's in his name.
Mr. Mills.
So her boyfriend just bought her a new car. Every single time we've done the pickups, she's not driving that car. She's driving the new car that was bought for her. The reason there's no insurance on it is because the insurance lapsed because I couldn't pay for it, and I can't even pay. I can't pay for it now. Can't pay for that insurance. I can't pay for the car now. Financially, things used to be different. I used to bring home more money. I don't bring home as much now. And also, I was able to pay for that because she paid other bills. And so she's saying, I always paid for the car, so I have to pay for it. Well, she always paid for my other bills. Is she going to keep paying for those?
Huh, good point. Huh.
right.
She's expecting him to treat the bills like they still live in the same household. But finances change when you get divorced.
Yeah. By quite a lot.
Allow the Kia to go to Miss Mills, but she will be responsible for the payment on it. So both the car payment and insurance and whatever maintenance.
It is
her
behind 2 months right now, Your
I
Honor,
think it
so
should be
I
her
need 2
responsibility
payments for
too.
it.
Yeah.
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
There are 2 payments due for that car.
Okay.
And I have a question. I can't afford car payments. If I did, I would go out and get car payments. So I know that in the past, Samuel has talked about just turning it back into the bank. He tacked on a $5,000 loan onto that car loan. So if he's not going to be the one paying for it, then I don't want it.
All right. Well, that's a choice. If you want it.
Of course she doesn't. She seems to think that she's entitled to be treated like a wife even after she left him. Well, actually, he left her.
Yeah.
Then
But yeah.
you'll need to pay
Your
the
Honor,
payments. If you
She
don't want to
only
make
wants it if I'm going to pay
then
for
you
it.
can leave the Kia with Mr. Mills.
Okay. Can I have a couple of days to get that back to him, or how does that work?
Yeah, you have it now. Let's get it back to him by Sunday. Okay.
Okay. And I also want to state that my boyfriend bought himself a new car. He didn't.
Nobody
buy me a
cares.
car.
Okay. All right. I think those are the issues for today.
Your Honor, I just have a couple things.
Oh shit, I missed it. I was trying to catch the words.
I'd like for her to pay her half of that.
Okay, just a minute.
$1,000 loan onto that car
Sorry.
loan. So if he's not going to be the one paying for it, then I don't want it.
All right. Well, that's a choice. If you
Oh, sorry. I went back too far. My bad.
you'll need to pay
Your
the
Honor,
payments. If you
she
don't want to
only
make
wants it if I'm going to pay
then
for
you
it.
can leave the Kia with Mr. Mills.
Okay. Can I have a couple of days to get that back to him, or how does that work?
Yeah, you have it now. Let's get it back to him by Sunday. Okay.
Okay. And I also want to state that my boyfriend.
What a big
bought
fuss over
himself
nothing.
A new car.
Huh.
He didn't buy me a car.
Nobody cares, lady.
All right. I
He just happens to let you use it the same way your ex let you use the Kia.
think those are the
Yeah.
issues for today.
Your Honor, I
Yep.
just have a couple things I want to bring up now to be addressed at a different hearing. If I may.
Go ahead.
We have accumulated $5,000 in credit card debt. I'd like for her to pay her half of that.
Okay, just a minute. Before we go into all of that, well, if we want to handle more property issues on a temporary basis, I'm going to have to set another hearing. I can't address those today because I haven't read anything about it. I was here to.
He said for a future hearing. Dad already knows you don't deal with anything.
That's what's before us today. Do you want me to set a hearing in a couple weeks to address other issues?
Please, but I have one that's really simple.
He literally said that.
I just need her to remove herself from the PUD. She is the primary person for the PUD. And when I asked her to do it, she said it's not her problem for me to deal with it. So I am not the primary on my own electric bill. And she refused to give me any of the login information. I was eventually able to get new login information, but she's still the primary and can go in and change it anytime.
All right. All of those issues I'm going to have to put over, and I'm going to do 3 weeks. And Mr. Mills, I want you to file a declaration listing all of those additional issues and what you'd like to see happen. You need to do that in like a week and a half. Give it to Ms. Mills so she has a chance to respond. All right. And we'll come back here on May 31. And we'll
to address finances only.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Thank you both.
See, the dad wasn't even petty.
No.
About
Imagine your team.
about the judge not being
Imagine
removed.
a dedicated
or
solutions
commissioner.
expert.
No.
Expanding.
All right. That brings us to Mills and Mills.
Number 6, 17th.
And
of May.
I wanted Mr. Mills, I think, has a number of property financial issues he wants to discuss, but we're going to handle that on May 31. So it seemed to me the only thing in front of me today was a motion to waive the GAL fee. And I think I've already done that for Ms. Mills. So, Mr. Mills, that's a motion you brought, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Did we discuss what your income is in the, and if not, can you let me know what it is?
I have filed a financial declaration previously that showed my income.
Okay.
I can give you a verbal on my hourly if you'd like.
Give me just a moment here. All right, I've got, you indicated monthly income of $24.72. Is that still about right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And
not too bad.
And
Low,
expenses of
but it's not bad.
$28.30.
Oh shit! His expenses is higher than his monthly.
That's your net income. So your gross income looks like higher. Looks like 35.32. And are you working full time now, or is it seasonal?
Yes.
Or tell me about it.
It's full time, Your Honor. It's construction. I'm in an apprenticeship.
Okay.
And during the time of the year, the work slows down. So it's summer. So I do have more consistent work right now. And also, when the job is done, I will be unemployed until there's another job that my union can put me on.
Okay. Ms. Mills, do you have any comment on his motion to waive the GAL fee?
No.
Okay.
She better not. It was done for her.
See that? What do you think?
All right.
What do you think the likelihood is that we get through this hearing without a new complaint from mom? I would wager there's a 15% chance.
I think it's higher than that.
I'm going to go ahead and grant it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
15% chance?
All right.
Yeah, kind of low.
I don't think anything else was before us today, but I'll let the parties correct me if I'm wrong. Ms. Mills, do you think there are any other decisions today? Again, the property issues we're going to handle in 2 weeks.
I saw it was on the Odyssey that it was Tina Day's final review. So I guess I'm wondering when that is going to take place.
It's not with us right now. It probably was a date that I had put in the order, and if she was here, I guess we could talk to her. I'm not sure why she's not here, but I think she's still working with both of you, and that will come up.
Okay.
Hopefully she'll be here on the 31st, and we can find out where she's at.
Okay. I do have one concern.
Okay.
I have a few, but I think I'll just stick to the one today.
Another concern.
We have a mutual friend, and he has told this friend that it's concerning the protection order, that this is a temporary order and it just hasn't ended yet. And he's also mentioned to our third party that there's no distance in the protection order. So I guess I just want to make sure that he maybe goes and picks up a copy of this and understands that this is an order. It is not a temporary order, and to make sure that he's following it properly.
Okay. I will encourage Mr. Mills to do that.
I was also wanting to ask if we could enforce the right of first refusal. It's my understanding that my kids in Sam's time.
Oh, do not do this, Dad. Right of first refusal is a terrible idea in high conflict couples. It will make your life miserable.
No. That is actually true. Don't do that. The perfect smiley for this, too.
I don't know. Right of first refusal.
One
What
moment.
is this? A right of first refusal is a contractual right that gives a specific party the first opportunity to purchase an asset before it is offered to anyone else. If the owner decides to sell, they must first represent the third party offer to the holder, who can then choose to match the offer or decline. Is that what it is? Oh, did I don't understand. So should I put right of first in custody? Yeah.
Yeah, custody. Yeah.
Right of first refusal in custody is a provision in a parenting plan that requires a parent to offer the other parent the first opportunity to care for their child if they are unable to do so during their scheduled time. This must be done before arranging care. Honestly, with the way that she's been going about things,
I say no. Nope.
like I understand letting the other parent have the kid if the other parent is not available.
Right.
But when that other parent has been making things difficult, why not use that time for the kids to be with other family members that they may not get to see?
That's what I
Like
say.
his mother.
Like, no, you don't. No. Dad doesn't see the kid, full time anyway. This is another control tactic.
Yeah, so if he's doing that, I mean, so what? You made shit difficult for him. So if he wants his time spent with another family member when he's not available, then, eat shit. I don't know.
Okie dokie. What does the judge have to say?
All right, let's see.
Have been spending a lot of time with babysitters. I think that they are missing their parents, not babysitters.
Dad
Sam
already
is
said
missing
the
his
kids
time
are
due to
watching their
work or
family.
activities, and I'm
Either way,
missing my
it's
time
not up
with
to
my
her.
kids
Yep.
due to.
She looks at it as she's missing her time. You're not missing your time. It is not your time. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's also not her responsibility for what happens on Dad's time. The streamer is actually correct.
Yeah, I need to rewind because we missed what she said.
I read it, but okay.
No, I didn't miss the words on the screen. I missed what she was saying because you were louder than her. So I missed the rest of her crappy argument.
Sam not allowing me to raise my kids and have that time with my kids.
Want to lose weight but feeling overwhelmed? Hers makes it simple to find your.
Now I gotta rewind again
through forhers.com.
because I think it didn't go backwards the
Tina
first
Day has
time.
said that, you know, there's no dangers. That we have a mutual friend, and
did I go back too far?
He has told this friend that it's concerning the protection order, that this is
Oh,
a temporary
I went back too
order
far.
and
My
just
bad.
hasn't ended yet. And he's also mentioned to our third party that there's no distance in the protection order. So I guess I just want to make sure that he maybe goes and picks up a copy of this and understands that this is an order. It is not a temporary order, and to make sure that he's following it properly.
Okay. I will encourage Mr. Mills to do that.
I was also wanting to ask if we could enforce the right of first refusal. It's my understanding that my kids in Sam's time have been spending a lot of time with babysitters. I think that they are missing their parents, not babysitters. Sam is missing his time due to work or activities, and I'm missing my time with my kids due to Sam not allowing me to raise my kids and have that time with my kids. Tina Day has said that, you know, there's no dangers at my home. I'm a stay-at-home mother. I don't see any need for our kids to be with a babysitter really at any given time unless one of us isn't available.
All right, before we respond to that, I think Mr. Mills should have a chance to consider that. I'm willing to put that proposal on the 31st also and address that. I don't know that I want anybody just having to shoot from the hip on responding to it. Okay. All right. Again, if you're going to talk about first right of refusal, we'll take that up in more detail on the 31st. But go ahead, Mr. Mills.
Well, in response to that, so the only time I have someone else watch them, and I don't do other activities, the only thing that comes in the way is work. And because it is summertime, I frequently have a Saturday shift that is typically shorter than my normal shifts. And our current plan is I pick them up Friday evenings and keep them through Sunday. So the only time that they are not in my care is in the morning to the very early afternoon when my mother, she stays the night Friday night, and I wake up early, I go to work, and then I come home, and then it's just me until drop off on Sunday. So they're not spending a majority of time with anybody but me. And it's just right now, because of the time of year, I need on Saturday that babysitter for a few hours.
And sir, again, I'm not making a decision on that today. I am, we're going to do that on the 31st. So I'll need to discuss that further with you on that time.
Oh, I am so sorry. I have one more thing. We had talked about a hair follicle test, and I was wondering if we could put a timeline on that, a date that he needs that submitted, because he admitted to using, illegal prescription drugs that were not prescribed to him in court. I believe it was March 1st. And so many days have already gone by that, 90 days, his test might come back negative. I'd really like a timeline soon on that if we could.
Will you have that done by May 31, Mr. Mills?
That's not a problem. Excuse me. That's not a problem. I need direction on what is acceptable, when and where. And that's what I've been waiting on this whole time.
Well, kind of a typical is to have you do a 12-panel hair follicle test. Columbia Wellness will do it. And that's where I would check.
Okay, and if they make me pay up front, you said that if it comes back negative, Rebecca will be responsible for that. So
right.
Okay, fantastic. Right. Thank you. I had a couple things I was hoping to bring up, if there's nothing else to go over right now.
Okay, I'm somewhat late on my other docket. So go ahead and it may be something I'll say let's take up on the 31st, and I'll try to call your case earlier so we have more time on the 31st. Go ahead.
Well, we've been doing pickup drop-off in person. Rebecca has approached me and spoken with me. The Sunday before last, she approached me and said that she wanted to work together to do what's best for the kids, which is completely different than her attitude that she brings to court, which, as I've stated before, she's putting an act on to make this court or this case something it's not. And my last pickup on Friday, she allowed me to pick them up early from her house. And I did bring them back early on Mother's Day. So we kind of had that agreement with each other that I could pick them up early on Friday and I would bring them back in the morning so she could have Mother's Day with the children. And there has not been any issues with us meeting in person. So I just don't understand how that works with the anti-harassment order, because in court, she's saying she wants to do it by the books, but I mean, we haven't been, and she hasn't. Yeah. She's been fine meeting in person.
Huggies front blowout blocker versus
So basically, you're coming to court and making up shit, and then.
Okay, well, I think her cooperation doesn't really remove the order.
Right.
And
the order is anti-harassment. It's so that you can't say personal things about me. That's what the order is. And it's also maintaining a distance from me, aside from pickup or drop off with our children.
That's not, no, that's not how those orders work.
My thing is, but what's to stop her from saying he did something that he didn't do?
If I may just throw in a couple things, I'm sure they'll be addressed at a later date. I do not like having to go through her boyfriend, the man she's trying to replace me as the father of our child, just to get information on my kids.
It was so inappropriate for the judge to assign her new boyfriend as the go-between. Dad has objected since the beginning, and I totally understand why he feels that way.
Yep, and
I agree. Okay, doing a parenting app or just messaging her directly. I believe the reason,
and that's why he's bringing up how she's trying to be so cooperative in person. If you can be cooperative with me in person, then you can talk to me in a monitored parenting app.
Right.
She doesn't want to do that is because she doesn't trust herself to say something that wouldn't complicate her situation in this court hearing. And
official parenting app is what they should be using.
It's insulting that I have to speak to him to find information out about my children, when we could go through a parenting app and discuss it with each other.
I did want to move away from that line of communication. Let's take that up on the 31st also.
Okay, can I just interject there and say that I offered multiple times to do a parenting app. We also went through his sister Angela.
Not in court.
She no longer wanted to do it. She didn't want to be in between us. And then we went to another third party. So
you're a liar.
Let's take it up on the 31st, please. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Mills?
Yes. Further finances to be discussed on the 31st. The bank is charging me nearly $500 a month that the Kia was not insured while it was in her custody, and I want to submit, when that is all squared away, I haven't gotten the exact number, but I would like to submit that and hope that she would pay what the bank has added to that car.
But you can submit whatever paperwork supports that, and try to get it in by the 31st.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, thank you both. And on the 31st, again, I will call your case near the beginning so we have plenty of time to go over all these issues. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
2 weeks. Take care. All right, next is Samuel Mills and Rebecca Mills. I see Rebecca Mills is here.
Number 7.
I actually was a little surprised to see this on the docket because I think we're going to take up a lot of issues next week. Was there
so this is not even the actual court date.
Issue in particular that you wanted to address today, Ms. Mills?
I had one
one quick one, but I don't see Samuel here, and I feel like he would probably need to be here.
Okay.
I was hoping, I know that we had ordered a hair follicle test, and I was hoping that if he hadn't taken it yet, we could switch the 12 panel to a 17 panel, because that will test for what he admitted to actually taking. The other one won't test for that.
All right.
He is not letting
I
up.
made a note about that. We'll take that up next week. Again, I appreciate you being here, and I'm certain I put this on the docket for today, but I've been putting all of the issues off for next week, and I hope to address many of those at that time. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right. We'll see you then.
Bye.
All right. We're gonna have to bounce around a little
May
bit.
31st.
Mr. Mills, can you hear us now?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good. So we can go forward then. We have
On my back.
and Rebecca Mills here.
Yeah.
All right, today we were going to handle a number of property issues. I don't know if you.
We have finally arrived at the hearing that's supposed to sort out all the
but
financial
I went through the
issues.
file and I was going to list all of the issues that we've put over for today. So let me go through. Go ahead.
I don't have a pen. I don't have a pen and paper right now.
All right. Well, let me list them and then I'll go.
Bumpy ride.
This is bound to be a bumpy ride.
Your Honor, if I could interrupt, am I going to be needed for this hearing if it's only property?
Well, do you have any update on the visitation with Mr. Mills?
The only update I have is I provided a copy of the hair follicle that Mr. Mills completed, which was clean. And so that's probably one of the things you guys will be addressing. I have not been able to do another.
Do you think Mom will finally shut the fuck up about it? Oh shit!
I wonder.
I was hoping that his thing would come back clean.
I was too.
I really was, because, I mean, I do feel like in some of these, especially these longer cases, we seem to be siding with the dads in a lot of them. But I feel like I don't care what anybody thinks. I think we're justified in doing that because of how these women have been acting.
So far, that has really been the case. So far, now we're not prejudiced. Okay? No, we're not going down that rabbit hole, please. We're not doing any of that. We're not. No. We're citing based on
and be able to wrap
facts.
up the report as discussed last week. So outside of that, that's the only update I have.
Ms. Mills has indicated to me that she'd like to have a 17-panel hair follicle test done. Is there any benefit to that over the one that was done by Mr.
So her request is to see if there are any steroids or those types of substances. I don't have any objection to that, Mr. Mills might, but I would say that it would need to be paid for by Ms. Mills. The previous 12 panel was clean.
The proof is in the championship. Proof in.
How does she even know what drug test is best for what?
Any indication in the information I've seen from Mr. Mills, other than Mrs. Mills' allegations of illegal substance abuse that would involve other substances besides narcotics.
Okay.
So I know there is a history of that. Mr. Mills has admitted that, but I haven't seen anything that would say there was recent use at this point.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I
would say
think that's all we'll need from you on this matter.
Stop
okay?
giving this mother a soapbox to
All right,
make
let
her
me go through
accusations
the list
on.
that I wrote down. Ms. Mills is requesting a 17-panel hair follicle test. There's the issue of the insurance for the Kia Soul. Mr. Mills is requesting that Ms. Mills pay $1,128 for the insurance. Mr. Mills is asking that Ms. Mills pay $430 for the hair follicle test that he just took.
And that's an expensive ass drug
Child
test.
support issue that
Holy
is
smokes,
gonna
that
be
test was
covered by the
expensive.
state. There's the issue of communication between the parties. It's now going through Robert, and the request is that we move away from that communication. There's a question of where the money from the tax return went. There's a question of whether the car was refinanced. There's a question of adding $5,000 to the credit card. There's an issue of the car payment.
Holy macaroni, do you think the commissioner can make all those decisions?
Of $389.38 for the Kia
Can
Soul.
it be done?
There's a request that Mr. Mills take anger management and parenting classes.
Okay.
There's a request that Mr. Mills do a domestic violence evaluation within 60 days. There's a request from Mr. Mills that Ms. Mills remove her name as the primary on the PUD account to the house. So those are the issues. I'm going to try to go through those as efficiently as
Well,
we
it
can.
sounds
So
like the commissioner
let's go
keeps
through
track.
The first
Yeah.
one, the 17-panel hair follicle test. Ms. Mills, do you want to address that?
Ooh, that makes me tired.
If she's gonna have to
Ms.
pay
Mills.
for it, she's gonna change her mind.
There's a problem.
Ms. Mills, can you hear me at this point? I
It
cannot
takes
hear
him
you.
a while to get her logged on, so we
Can you
will.
hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, I'm sorry. About the 12-panel drug test, I guess I'm just very disappointed that a drug test was recommended that didn't even test for the drugs that were concerning to me, that I have proof that he is using. And I think it was yesterday, I submitted recent photos from I think it was June. It was June or July of just this last year of Sam still using steroids. In my heart, I mean, I've been with this man for 7 years. I believe that he's on his best behavior because he's being investigated. There's been issues from this drug use. 7 years. It's a long history, and I don't believe it has stopped. I don't. I think that he needs treatment for it. He has body issues. He is a skinny man, and he wants to be big and muscular. That's his goal. I don't think I should have to pay for that test. It doesn't even test for what he has taken. He admitted to taking morphine in court. I think it was March 1st or 3rd. He admitted to taking it. That's illegal.
You were the
Getting
one that
drugs from
requested
someone, a
the
prescription drug from
test.
someone and taking it is
It was a
illegal.
painkiller.
He admitted to that in court, and I don't know why he wasn't tested right then and there. Why did that not happen? The 90 days has passed to where that would even show up on a drug test. So I'm very frustrated.
It still means he's been clean, lady.
Any response?
Well, if I must take another drug test, I'm fine with that. But I mean, I miss work for this, and I live paycheck to paycheck. I had to borrow money to pay for that last drug test. If I need to take another one and she wants me to, I just want her to pay for it. If it comes back with a positive, I'll pay for it. But I mean, I can't. I know it's going to come
Yeah,
back
sounds
negative.
fair.
I can't afford this.
All right. Well, Mr. Mills, you've indicated that you're willing to take the test. I think in order to get this done as quickly as possible, I'm going to have you pay for it initially. If it comes back negative, then both of these tests would be the obligation.
Are you seriously making him pay for it up front? She should pay for a second test.
I can't afford to pay for these, and
if Tina Day isn't concerned that he was using it back in June.
Scammers demand payment.
This woman is on her fucking rocker right now. So it was already ordered.
So tasty,
Sorry.
It could make Poseidon
Wait,
switch to a
commercial.
spoon. Holy divine
That's making me
taste
want
from
my
the
ice
Greek
cream. I
gods.
think I'm gonna go get my ice
Or
cream.
July, and that.
I'm sorry. And then I missed the words that was on the screen. Okay, so here's my thing. Plain and simple. She was told initially, if he passes the drug test, you pay. If he fails the drug test, he pays. Well, he passed the drug test.
So
now,
you pay.
Now you want to ask for a different type of drug test to test what something that you think that he's on.
Okay.
And you're saying he's already said I had to borrow money to pay for this.
Yeah.
Meaning he does not have the money for it. I did not know drug tests are that expensive. I have only been drug tested one time in my entire 42 years of existence. And it was of no cost to me to pay for it.
Right.
It was paid for by the company that requested it.
Yep.
So I am not aware, and mine was just a urine test. It wasn't even like
Yeah, it's real. Yeah.
hair follicle thing. I did not know the test was almost $500. Like, that's fucking crazy. That's expensive. But now that she wants him to take this other test, like, and the judge is asking him to pay for it, but here she's about to say that now that he's passed the other test, she can't afford to pay for it when she was told that that's what the arrangement was going to be.
Yeah.
She's continuously over here gripping at straws, and it's not giving her any credibility.
Cannot, yeah.
I can't afford this.
All right. Well, Mr. Mills, you've indicated that you're willing to take the test. I think in order to get this done as quickly as possible, I'm going to have you pay for it initially. If it comes back negative, then both of these tests would be the obligation of Ms. Mills to pay
Your
for.
Honor, I can't afford to pay for these, and if Tina Day isn't concerned that he was using it back in June or July, and
He is
that
so
has
pushy.
stopped for the sake of this investigation, I don't want to pay for it either. You know what? I know in my heart what he's done, and he does too. But I believe he will pee clean or test clean today.
Okay, then I'm not going to order the 17-panel hair follicle test.
But I don't feel good about paying for that other test because I don't know why it was recommended by the court if it didn't even test for what I was concerned about. I don't know anything about drug tests.
Because she didn't say anything until after they told him which test to take.
Yeah.
Come on, lady. Come on.
Okay, we'll get to that issue in just a moment. The second issue is the insurance on the Kia Soul. Mr. Mills, you are requesting that Ms. Mills pay $1,128 for the insurance.
Correct.
God.
When Rebecca took the car, I told her it had no insurance and I needed to try and sell the car because I couldn't afford it. When she left me, I was unemployed with thousands of dollars of unpaid bills. And I understand that she needed a car, but then when she had a car provided for her from her boyfriend, she still kept the car and then came to court every hearing saying how badly she needed it, despite it was just sitting parked. And she kept it just to be vindictive and hurt me financially. She only kept it to do that. She had no use for it.
I agree with that.
So in this time, when I could not afford it, I could not pay for it, it had no insurance. So Red Canoe Credit Union added their own insurance. They put a 6-month premium, and when I got the car back, I put on the cheapest insurance I could, and they refunded me 3 months of that 6 months. But the car was not in my possession, and Rebecca held on to it just to financially hurt me. I don't think I should be responsible for the insurance that was added on top of the loan in this time.
Ms. Mills, any response?
This little light of mine has been dark for quite some time.
When I had taken the car, it did have insurance on it. I think I had had it for a month or two before he took the insurance off of it. He even asked me to pay half of his water bill that he accumulated, him and his girlfriend, in our home, because he said, I'm paying the insurance on your car. Can you help me with the water bill? And I said, no, I don't have money. I don't have an income. I don't know where he thinks I have this money from that I never had. I don't have money. I don't work a job. I don't.
Actually get a job like everybody else.
He also threatened that the car was going to be repoed, that he was just going to come and take it. He did threaten that there was no insurance on the car, but he was making a lot of threats. And they didn't come and take the car. So I found out that there was no insurance on my vehicle on the Kia Soul. I don't remember what month it was, but I got a flat tire and I was out of town with the children and I was stranded and no insurance. I believed that that was just another threat that Samuel was making.
Wow.
All right.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen?
I'm sorry. Can I did not sign on that loan that says you need to keep insurance on your vehicle. Samuel made that agreement with the bank. I didn't make that agreement.
Okay.
That doesn't matter.
In the future, this case is going to go first to a settlement conference, and then if you can't resolve some of the property and debt issues, then you'll need to go to a trial in order to resolve that. And there will be lots of pieces of the trial in terms of how the debt gets allocated and how the assets get allocated. What I'm going to do on this insurance issue is defer it to be resolved either at a settlement conference at a trial when lots of these issues can be looked at once. So I'm not going to make a decision on that today. But it is something that can be brought up later. The next issue is the $430 for the hair follicle test that came back negative. Mr. Mills?
Well, she says she has no money, but she's willfully unemployed. She is a licensed cosmetologist. She has.
I knew it. I knew he was going to say that.
Children for her. She can have a job if she wants a job. It's just very convenient for her to not be employed. And the hair follicle, the agreement was if it came back negative, she would pay for it. I had to borrow money and take time off work when I'm living paycheck to paycheck to get this done.
Ms. Mills, I know you've argued that you shouldn't pay for a test that didn't test for what you were concerned about.
Yeah, I don't think that I should. That's what was recommended by the court. And I thought that that would be testing for what I was concerned about. And it didn't even test for the drug that he's admitted to taking.
All right. The order that I entered was that Mr. Mills do a hair follicle test. If it came back negative, Ms. Mills would pay for it. It did come back negative, and so I'm going to enforce that order. I will assess that charge.
He's actually going to do it. Gold star to the commissioner.
Also, maybe something that will have to be dealt with either at a settlement conference or at the final at the trial of this case.
Translation, make this bitch pay.
Communication between the parties. Mr. Mills, you do not want to communicate through Robert anymore, is that right?
That is correct, but we have just within the past, I think, week or two, started using a parenting app to communicate directly.
Okay, so you started to do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All
That's
right,
excellent news. Exactly what they should do.
I will allow that. Mr. Mills, I will say that the discussion should only be dealing with issues with the children, I believe, with the parenting app, and not other issues.
I'm sure he's following what he's supposed to do. She's the one.
There's the issue of what happened to the tax return. Ms. Mills, I think you brought that issue up. The question from my notes is whether the tax return payment went to the payment of debts. I've asked Mr. Mills to provide some evidence of that. Again, just to short circuit this a little bit, I'm going to defer that issue for either the settlement conference or trial.
Your Honor, may I say something?
Sure, please.
I did on I believe it was my first financial declaration. I have submitted 3 at this point, but I believe the first one, I have attached my bank statements, and I think I highlighted or underlined where the tax return was deposited, and then within a single day, I spent over what I got in the bills that I had, because as I mentioned earlier, when Rebecca left me, I was unemployed and had thousands of dollars of our bills. And when the tax return went in, that very day, I spent every single cent of it on bills.
Can I interject there?
Please.
I went and I looked at the payments that he made, and there's like one payment for a phone bill. There's one payment for Comcast. There's transfers to the vehicle loans. It's his monthly payment. That I want proof that it paid the bills that we accumulated together as a married party. So that was from, I think, the date that we ended our marriage, that I left the home was back in December. He's showing, I'd like proof that those are the bills that I paid, was back from December, not from February. And also one of the bills that he highlighted, I'm looking at it right now, was from the Oasis bar. He spent $79, almost $80, and he highlighted that and added it. So, I mean, he has money to go spend $80 at the bar.
We're Maurice's, and we're here to give you that.
Maybe he wanted to go to the bar and get drunk and get laid by someone who wasn't you.
Join the growing number of companies embracing outsourced finance and accounting.
I'm horrible. I know.
Ms. Mills, your points
Didn't
are well
say
taken. Again, I'm going to defer that issue, and that'll either need to be addressed at the settlement conference or trial.
I can see that that
but
small
I
issue.
think
The rest of them are
being able to
bills.
trace where the tax return funds went, which I'm sure are community property assets, is going to be important at that point. I think Ms. Mills raised the issue of whether Mr. Mills refinanced the car. Was that the Kia Soul, Ms. Mills, that you
Yes,
refinanced?
he refinanced it and added on $5,000 from a credit card onto the Kia Soul balance.
You cannot.
I don't have any proof of that. These are all in his personal bank accounts. He went and he made his own account and put that Kia Soul in his own private account. He took it from our shared account and put it into his private account. I want to say it was in October, but I'm not positive. So, I mean, it was just months before we split up.
Mr. Mills, any response?
Well, I refinanced that to get rid of our credit card debt so that we had our bills consolidated. So there's just one payment, and that was the Kia Soul. I believe on that first financial declaration, there is all the Kia Soul loan information in there. I'm fairly certain that that is there. But I'm not asking her to pay for any of.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. If it was in the joint account when they were married, shouldn't that be her debt too, even though her name is not on?
It doesn't even matter what account. It doesn't matter what bank account charges are going into or out of or whatever. If he, because she keeps saying that he tacked on a credit card. It's not that he tacked on a credit card. He consolidated their debt.
Yeah.
And it was added on to the car's balance. I'm assuming because the credit card and stuff might have been through the same bank as the car note. Like, I know back in the day when I had my car note was through Capital One. So I think that, to me, that would make sense if I have a Capital One credit card and a Capital One car note, and I have a Capital One banking account, that, those things would be put together so that you're not paying, 3 different people, you're just paying the one. She's trying to make it like, he did what he did and it has nothing to do with her. But if it's credit card debt, it's charges clearly that were made prior to her even leaving.
Right.
So I don't know what she's talking about. The same thing with whatever bills he paid when his taxes came back. He said he was unemployed when she left, which means that if December bills didn't get paid, well, it looks like the tax return would pay the exactly.
Yeah.
So she's on,
Other
like I
than
said, she's
what
in La La Land.
the insurance that was added on top of it was.
Okay. All right. Does that address your issues if he's not asking you for you to pay for any of that? Ms. Mills?
No.
On the balance of the Kia Soul, that's fine. If he's gonna take over that, I'm fine with it. But I mean, the insurance is concerning to me. That's his loan, that's his vehicle.
She isn't willing to give him an inch, and certainly not a red cent.
Have you provided the Kia Soul to Mr. Mills at this point?
Yes, I did. I believe we had it, I had like 3 days to give it back and I got it back to him in that time.
Okay. And Mr. Mills, what are your plans with the Kia Soul at this point?
I need to make, I'm underwater in it right now, so I need to make some payments on it, which is difficult for me right now, but I'm going to pay it down to where I can sell it for what I owe.
Okay.
The car was in her possession, despite her already having a car, and the bank added a premium on top of it for the insurance. I just want that reimbursed.
I understand that. We're going to defer that issue.
Right.
Okay. Are you requesting any car payments be made up by Ms. Mills?
No, I'm not. My only concern is that 1,128.
Okay. The next issue is whether Mr. Mills should take an anger management class. I had already ordered that. And then Ms. Mills has asked that he take a parenting class. Ms. Mills, do you want to address that?
She wanted him to do domestic violence.
Well, which part? The parenting class?
Yeah, the parenting class. I've already ordered the anger management class.
I just know that Sam has put the kids in dangerous positions in our time together, which was a big reason of me being a stay-at-home parent. I did not feel like my kids were safe when they were home.
It does feel like she's trying to throw out every hoop there is for him to jump through.
Yeah.
One time when my children were 1 and 3, he left them home alone and went to the store that is maybe 3 blocks away. I mean, 5-10 minutes maybe, but a lot of dangerous things can happen in 5 to 10 minutes when no parent is present. That's endangering a child. He's been careless with them. And me being the primary parent and now him having time alone, I think that it's very necessary so that things like this don't happen in the future.
Mr. Mills, any response?
Yeah, well, that was a few years ago, and that was a big mistake. And I recognize that now. And I mean, I recognize that more like earlier, like a long time ago. That was very stupid of me. I went to the grocery store that is like 2 or 3 blocks away to get stuff for dinner that we were missing. Other than that, I completely disagree that I put my children in dangerous positions. As the guardian ad litem has said, she does not believe there's any risk of harm to the children in my care. I think the parenting class is extremely unnecessary.
Build a website you love. With
That's
Wix.
another point. Good point. I don't think the
For your
parenting
words.
class is necessary either.
No, I don't
Can
either.
I add something?
Yes, briefly.
Okay, so now that didn't
Me
take.
being the primary parent for 5 years, I have educated myself and taken parenting classes. They have free resources available. I think that even if you are a perfect parent, you can still benefit from taking a parenting class, and you can find free ones. It's just your time and your dedication.
Okay, I agree with Ms. Mills on that. I think there's a parenting class called Children in Between that assists parents in parenting skills when they're going through a disillusion. So I'm going to order that both parents attend or attend that either in person or online. You could contact Ms. Day, the guardian ad litem, and she can help you locate that class.
What was it called?
Children in Between.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The next issue is a domestic violence evaluation. I think I already ordered that. That needs to be done within 60 days of May 3rd.
I have a question.
Okay, briefly. Yes. Go ahead.
Oh my God, lady. You're eating up the time here.
Ms. Mills.
Lost.
We don't hear you again. I don't know why that's the case.
I don't know either.
Oh, well, we hear you now.
Are you there?
I'm here. Can you
Oh, there you go. Good. You're back.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
What's your-
Is that the domestic violence? I can't think of what it's called right now. Sorry. Is that where I go in and I account, what all went on, and then he is counseled according to that? Is that what that is?
What's that called is you provide collateral information,
Okay.
the domestic violence person, and that is something that I think should be done.
Okay, perfect. I
So,
agree.
Mr. Mills needs to let you know who he's being evaluated by so you can contact them.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think two more issues here. One is to have Ms. Mills remove her name from the primary PUD account at the house. Can you do that?
I can do that. Yeah, I can get that done today.
Okay, I'd like that done in the next, well, I'll tell you when we're gonna come back. We're gonna come back here on June 28th. And the guardian ad litem indicated she'd have a report done by then. Between now and then, I would like visitation that I've ordered to remain the same. And then we may make some changes, probably will make some changes after I get the guardian ad litem report.
I have a question.
Oh my
All right,
God.
please.
There has been some confusion about pickup and drop off and who's doing that and where we're doing it at. I know originally I was concerned with the protection order, him coming to the house. But then it was, I think you responded and said that we needed to do it at Angela's house. His sister, she no longer wants to be any part of this. I'd really like if he could pick up and drop off at our home. Can we get that ordered?
You're the one who has a protection order.
Response to that?
I mean, I don't see why it can't be flexible. We've been doing at Target, which is a good middle spot for both of us. And
Well, now she doesn't want to leave her house. That's
struggle
all.
to pay my bills right now. So, and gas is a big bill of mine because I work in Oregon City. So I'm spending almost $200 a week in gas. So, I mean, I don't mind like every once in a while picking up from her place, but if for the most part we can meet at Target, that works a lot better for me.
Any objection to Target, Ms. Mills?
I have 3 kids and a family. I have to feed dinner at 6 o'clock. That's a horrible time. aside from my kids, I also care for another child. He doesn't have any responsibilities outside of picking up his kids and dropping them off. And I also would like to address that since our last hearing, Samuel got off work late, and he wanted to pick the kids up late. I mean, like an hour and a half late. That is their bedtime. So if Samuel, for any reason, can't make it to pickup time, is there a time cutoff we can enforce? My kids are in bed I put them to bed at like 7:30. And I think that keeping their routine is so important. They're going to be going to school soon.
Jesus.
And Samuel didn't really seem to care. He just wanted his time. I offered to meet him. I said, if you can't make it by 6:30, I can meet you at 10 a.m. the following day. And can we enforce something like that?
No.
For future pickups?
How far do you live from Target?
3 minutes. 3 miles.
3 miles?
Okay.
Popeye's $6 big box is back.
And he said that that's a middle ground, right? He said it's a middle ground. So you want him to drive.
All right, Mr. Mills, I'm going to have pickup and drop off at Ms. Mills' house.
Damn it.
I think the cutoff time would be the kids' bedtime. If you make it before their bedtime, then the visitation goes forward.
Okay, so would that be 7 p.m. then?
Mr. Mills, go ahead.
I believe we've been doing 6 o'clock pickup and drop off, and I think, I don't know what law it is, but I think that in Kelso Longview area, I have an hour window to pick up my kids. So as long as I make it by 7, I'm fine.
Well, that appears to be their bedtime. So if you want to have that flexibility, if you're there after 7, then it would have to be the next morning. Okay. All right.
See, I don't agree with that.
All right. I think I've addressed all of those issues. We'll see everybody back here on June 8th. And then I'll probably have you set this case for a mandatory settlement conference at that time.
Okay. Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I believe I'm sure it's going to be pushed off to the settlement, but there's also the issue of the credit card debt.
That is something I'd have to defer to that time and address that. So that will be, 2 months away or so. Certainly the settlement conference will come up fairly quickly when you can discuss that. Okay.
Your Honor, of some of the abuse that took place that I'd like to share with you. I don't know how to get that to you, though, how to submit that to the court.
So typically what you would need to do is drop that off as a thumb drive to the clerk's office and provide a copy to Mr. Mills.
Okay.
And do that so that I can review it before the hearing.
Okay, perfect.
And I have to review it on a computer that's not a county computer. So I have to do it on my home computer when something comes from outside of the county. So that's why I need it dropped off sometime before and then provided to Mr. Mills.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you both. And we'll see you back here on June 28th.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Tina Day here on the Mills matter.
Yes.
If we could call that fairly early, that would be helpful. I have another matter at 10:30.
Okay. Let's go ahead and call that. I would just note for the parties.
No, we have a new judge.
Somewhat filling in on this docket a little bit last minute, and I did notice that a video was filed in this case. So I want to talk about that just briefly. So let's go ahead and call that case. Do we have Samantha Mills and Rebecca Mills present?
He says Samantha.
It'd be Samuel Mills.
Thank you.
Wow.
Samuel Mills.
Wow.
Thank you. Okay. This is 233-000-7208. I have the parties present. Is DSHS represented in this case?
Yes, Casey Looney is here on behalf of the state for the Division of Child Support, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
State rep.
Let me jump into my digital file here. I have this on for a review hearing, and it looks like temporary orders to be issued or discussed today. Am I correct in that?
Yep, we are still working on temporary orders.
Of the GAL report to see if changes need to be made. I think that the current visitation schedule, the parents probably want to have some discussion about that.
Okay. And then let me grab what was handed to me yesterday. Looks like it's a USB drive with video. And I need to ask, is this evidence that the submitting party believes is necessary to enter orders?
Yes.
But I'm not convinced that mom isn't trying everything in her power to make life miserable for dad.
Yeah.
Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah,
And Rebecca
exactly.
Mills, are you the one who filed this?
Yes.
Yeah, all I got was the envelope and the thing in it with the case number.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, I don't believe any of the other, I don't know if Father has, but I certainly don't know if those are videos that I've already seen and reviewed and included in my report, or
No.
if that is something new and different. That was not shared with myself. I don't know.
That's a
if Mr. Mills
pretty
received it.
relevant point.
Okay, so let's do that first. Mr. Mills, and I will be honest, we can't put these in county computers, so I don't know what's on it yet. So Mr. Mills, have you received a copy of video?
No, I have not.
Oh.
Ms. Mills, can you just tell me briefly what the relevance, just a brief outline of the relevance of what this video is, so I can decide whether we need to continue this case and make sure all the parties have a chance to see this?
Yes, I had submitted a little declaration kind of describing what had happened in the video. But I think that it's important for you to hear it for yourself. I think it speaks a lot to Samuel Mills' character, his carelessness as a father. In the videos, he is being abusive, and I believe it's considered torture. He was not allowing me to sleep at 10, 11.
Torture, a video you've waited months to share with the court.
Then 12, 1 a.m., maybe even 2 a.m. He was not allowing me to sleep. He was throwing my pillows.
Okay, so let me, I do see the declaration in the file. So Ms. Day, it looks like this is a video from many years ago.
No.
But well, your declaration says 8+ years ago.
Oh my God.
No, that's not correct. This video is from, I want to say it was October of just last year. This was 2 months before we separated.
The declaration says 8 years ago.
So if those are the videos that were shared with me previously during my investigation, then I did see those. I reviewed those. I do and did agree that there was some concerns and issues regarding domestic violence, and I recommended an evaluation for father. I did not find that abuse was to the level of a need to restrict father's contact with the children. By that time in the marriage, the situation between the parties had become quite volatile.
Oh,
There are
sorry.
different reports from different persons, and I considered that in conjunction with the other evidence that
Why am I missing stuff? I'm so sorry.
I do
Okay.
and did agree that there was some concerns and issues regarding domestic violence, and I recommended an evaluation for father. I did not find that abuse was to the level of a need to restrict father's contact with the children. By that time,
I think when it comes to arguing in that relationship, mom gave as good as she got. Probably.
in the marriage, the situation between the parties had become quite volatile. And there are different reports from different persons. Those were video recordings that appeared to be taken by mother without consent or knowledge. I don't know if father consented. It did not appear so. And so I took those just at face value. And I considered that in conjunction with the other evidence that I discovered in my investigation to recommend that father complete a domestic violence evaluation and then follow any recommendations in there. I did not find that there was a significant amount or any reason to restrict father's time with the children.
Okay. So, Mr. Mills, given the kind of brief discussion of what's on this video, are you aware of the contents of this?
I'm not entirely sure, but everything described in it of me not letting her sleep, she's done that to me more times than I can count. So she's saying that I'm torturing her. She has,
Like I said, gives as good as she got. It sounds like they're typical back and forth. Yeah, they're both petty.
the same behavior towards me when we've gotten in an argument. I've tried to sleep on the couch. She's flicked the lights on, thrown my bedding, shoved me around, hit me, and then called the police to have them remove me from the house. And they show up and say no crime is committed. And then I sign a piece of paper and they leave.
Okay. So let me ask the parties this. I'm, telling you all, I have not reviewed what's on this USB and I can't review it sitting here on the bench right now. So one of two things, Ms. Mills, you could choose not to introduce this video into evidence to me, and I can certainly take at face value the fact that the GAL has reviewed it and incorporated it into her recommendations.
If someone demands,
didn't we just have a commercial?
If it's from 8 years ago,
well, she claims it's not, but whatever.
Orders today, or we could do a set over. I will be gone next week, so it'd have to be at least 2 weeks before we could get this back on the docket. So, Ms. Mills, let me ask you first. What is your preference?
If this is just for temporary orders, I'm okay with continuing for today. I know that Commissioner Nelson, who was typically on our case, said that I could submit that to him and he could watch it on his personal computer. That was the discussion that we had. So I don't know if you can get that over to him or how that works, but I would like for him to see it eventually.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you're in agreement, because it is discussed via the GAL, if you're in agreement to go ahead and discuss the temporary orders without it, certainly nothing would preclude you from bringing that video into evidence if and when this case goes to trial. So are you comfortable proceeding in that manner?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know what the point of the video is now.
Your temporary orders. Let me find those.
Like, what is the purpose of this video? If they've already ordered for him to do domestic violence, they've already ordered them both to do parenting, he's already been ordered to do anger management. So what relevance does the video have in any of the decision making if the gal has already seen the video and did not have any further recommendations with that video?
I'm gonna say one word. It's invalid.
It just doesn't make sense. I don't see the point in the video.
Yeah,
Did
it's
both
invalid.
parties have a chance to review Ms. Day's report?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And are there any objections to her report?
I have a few.
Of course you
Not
do.
necessarily to her report, but the things that were in
Who's
it.
surprised his mother has complaints?
This lady.
So what I have in front of me, tell me if I should have something else. I have
I told you she's on
temporary
in La La
parenting
Land.
plan that was submitted by Mr. Mills, and I have a temporary it doesn't look like there's any restraining order requested with it. So 2 temporary orders. Should I have anything else?
I do have a no contact order on Samuel Mills.
That's something that's already been signed, though. I'm asking if there's anything that the folks are asking the court to review today.
No.
Yeah, I'm just checking my stack to see if anything else came in.
Samuel did serve, I was served with papers late last night from Samuel Mills. And I have prepared, just a written statement.
Why does she call him by his full name? It sounds so weird, like he's a stranger. She's trying to, she's trying to be professional.
Can read if you'll allow it in response to that.
Okay, so when you say you were served last night, are you talking about there's one labeled temporary family law order, and then there's a temporary parenting plan. Are those the documents you were served last night?
I don't believe so.
What were you served last night?
I think it was a declaration.
Why do people file things the night before? It's almost never enough time to do anything with it. Well, who said they were addressing what was done? Right? This hearing was supposed to be for... What is this hearing supposed to be for? He was supposed to do stuff, the anger management and the classes and stuff by this date. So what did... I don't know.
My brain hurts at this point with this lady.
Are you talking about a declaration from Mr. Mills?
It was a declaration from Mr. Mills, and also it was his certification of completion of the parenting class.
Okay. And the one I have is dated June 25th. Is that what you are referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Day, did the parties give you a copy of their proposed orders?
No, Your Honor, I've not received any documents from either of the parties in the last 2 weeks.
Okay.
No temporary orders, no declarations.
I want to say that those temporary orders were filed at the very beginning before Ms. Tina Day was appointed to us. I could be wrong.
Okay, so Mr. Mills, have you submitted any current temporary orders that you're asking the court to sign today?
I do not believe so. I think everything I've submitted has been looked over.
Okay. So let's talk about the GAL report then, and we'll come back to the orders in a minute. Mr. Mills, let's start with you. You've had a chance to review the report. Have you also had a chance to review the recommendations in the report?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. As far as the recommendations, are you objecting to the court adopting any of those recommendations for purposes of temporary orders?
For temporary, yes.
This might sound crazy, but the biggest untapped opportunity on Amazon is drop shipping.
I don't think Rebecca should have the kids primarily. I don't think their best needs are with her.
Sorry, I'm having a little trouble hearing you. Can you speak up?
I don't agree with Rebecca remaining the primary parent for the children. I do not believe she has their best interests at hand. I think she is very selfish and self-involved, and I think she really needs a psych evaluation. And I've been compliant with everything I've been doing. I have jumped through all the hoops, and now I just would like that Rebecca had to start doing some things. So I want to see her get a psych evaluation to make sure she's mentally fit.
Oh shit.
She has lied and manipulated through all her declarations. There is fallacies in every single one. The one I woke up this morning at 1 a.m. for work and had a declaration on my porch. So I barely had time to read that, but it's full of lies as well. And I don't believe that the children should be around that behavior. She is impulsive and self-interested. She has throughout our entire marriage. She has kept us in peril because of her impulsiveness. She has blown all our money. She's gone through, I think, over 20 cats, maybe 7 or 8 dogs. I think about 4 or 5 rabbits. I think 12 guinea pigs, 6 rats, numerous hundreds of dollars fish tanks. I think like at least 6 large fish tanks, and then she's recycled fish through them. Like she'll buy a whole school of fish for the tank, get bored of them, sell them, and then buy a whole different breed of fish. And she gets these animals, she neglects them, she doesn't care for them. They defecate and urinate all over the house, and she sees no problem with this sort of behavior. And recently, my 5-year-old son told me that they got ducks. And then a couple weeks later, he said, oh, we got rid of the ducks. We got the puppy now. And she's just continuing the same behavior. That's not the behavior of someone who's well.
Okay, so you're objective. I've made note that you're objecting to the parts of the report naming her primary. What else are you objecting to, if anything?
Okay.
I believe just her being the primary. I have not been able to recently. I've been working long hours the past week, so I haven't really been able to reread that report.
And have you completed the domestic violence evaluation?
I have a meeting on the 5th. I have scheduled it, but it had to be several weeks out.
You have not done the eval?
Not yet. I'm waiting to be seen on the 5th.
So it's, it seems reasonable.
I have scheduled to meet with a lawyer on August 23rd. So in regards to anything deciding the custody of the children, I would like that to be pushed back until I can meet with my lawyer.
You are hiring a lawyer?
I do think that talking to a lawyer would be a great idea if he can afford it. I mean, hopefully someone else is paying for it, right? But actually, if that's an expense he has to pay, having a lawyer and getting the best possible result is worth the money.
Yeah. Even a pro bono lawyer.
Another day it takes this step.
When are you meeting with a lawyer?
August 23rd.
Oh, that's a ways out.
Some kind of feedback. I don't know if it's coming from the video.
All right. Anything else you want
it's
the
the
court to
video.
know?
Off the top of my head, I think that covers it.
Okay. Ms. Mills, let's talk about your review of the GAL report.
Please, I'd love to hear from others.
There were a few things in there that I disagree with, not with Tina Day's recommendation. I mean, I kind of disagree with that. There were just a lot of lies in there coming from Samuel and his mother.
Yeah, and so I understand that probably every party disagrees with the other party's statement of facts in these types of proceedings. I'm looking specifically at the recommendations portion. So as we're crafting temporary orders, that's my main concern. I certainly will leave for trial the truth of the matters asserted by parties. But as far as the recommendations for visitation and residential time, summer schedules, communication, those sorts of things, are you generally in agreement with the recommendations of that report?
I am in agreement that I should remain the custodial parent. I have been a stay-at-home mom to these boys since they were born.
Okay. What about the visitation time proposed?
The visitation, I have some slight disagreement with. Since the beginning, I have said that I hoped for every other weekend that they go with dad. And she also added in Wednesday nights. which I think is a nice touch. Maybe only doing that on the weeks that they don't see him on the weekend, alternating weeks, but every other weekend for visitation. I think that it is really important for the kids to get to be with both families for weekends. We have missed out on a lot of fun activities with the kids and the kids with us. We love camping, we love taking the boys places, but that can only take place on the weekend. So I hope that I can have equal weekend time.
Anything else you want the court to know?
Hey y'all, I'm Nick Semrod. Today I'm checking out the Yamaha Modi-X M8. One of my favorite new things about this board.
Okay. Ms. Day, I will turn to you at this point. You've heard a little bit of feedback from the two parties, and I'm interested to hear from you.
Thank you, Your Honor. The current visitation schedule right now allows father to have every weekend. I thought that it made appropriate sense now that we were moving forward from kind of emergent orders that father would have first, third, and fourth weekends, giving mother second and fifth if there is a fifth. I think that's appropriate. She has primary care. She is a stay-at-home parent. She has all week with the children, and father is working. I think that makes good sense. It provides appropriate time for the boys to have time with both families. And yes, everybody will have to make adjustments. I mean, I think that's just a reality when parents separate and they have to share their time. The children have to share their time with both parents. I did ask for additional time in the summer and of course shared holidays, etc. But my hope was that it would help to settle the boys into a more normal routine, and it would allow mom to have some weekend time with her new partner and his child to do things that they, as she just described, without restricting or limiting father's time. There's just no simple reason to restrict. Father is asking for, at least initially was asking for joint custody. Mother has always been asking for primary and sought to have father's time restricted completely. I don't think either of those are in the best interest of these children or appropriate based on the history of this family and how things have played out since then. But I do think regular time, consistent time. I think the midweek visit is important because I think 5 days without seeing their dad is detrimental to them, and these are young children who need that frequent contact. And I think that if father's able to be off of work, that would work very well for the boys. If father's not able to be off of work in time to do that, then those are just kind of real life circumstances. So those are my primary things to add. I do ask that the parents continue to communicate via text or use a parenting
I'm here.
app.
I'm just gotta get something.
The conflict that has gone on, I would ask the court to order that their communication only occur as it pertains to the boys, or if necessary to the divorce as far as, you know, property and things like that. The texting of inappropriate information, name calling, videos, personal intimate encounters that are happening outside of the marriage and the divorce, I just think are really inappropriate and only seek to inflame and create more conflict.
So as far as the recommendations from the GL report, for purposes of orders at this time, I would adopt those as the court's orders for visitation. I think they're well thought out. I think they conform to the evidence in this case that I've reviewed. And again, certainly Ms. Mills and Mr. Mills, this doesn't preclude the parties from addressing this through, you know, formal trial and fact finding, I believe. And do you all have a trial date set? I don't think so.
No, that would be the next step. If father's going to obtain an attorney, he might want to wait for that, but it would probably be a good suggestion to at least get a trial assigned and a settlement conference assigned.
Yeah, I think that is a good idea. First, with regard to these orders, and Ms. Looney, I'll ask for your input here in just a second. I don't have any orders in front of me that comply with the GAL recommendations. And I do see, as Ms. Mills pointed out, the ones that were submitted to the court for today's hearing were drafted back in February of 2023. Ms. Day, let me ask you, in a situation like this, I know this was Mr. Nelson's docket. Would he typically just prepare his own parenting plan order, or would he ask the parties to submit
he would ask the parties to submit in the family law matters, they would need to submit those orders and everybody would need to see them. So we could maybe set a presentation for 2 weeks. That would give Mr. Mills time to prepare the temporary orders and share them with Ms. Looney and myself to make sure that they're appropriate. And then we can either come back to court if everybody agrees. If everybody doesn't agree, if everybody agrees, we can just submit them for your signature.
I think that's a great plan. Mr. Mills, I will have you as petitioner prepare the new temporary parenting plan order and circulate to the parties. There's also, Ms. Looney, let me turn to you. What is a state's ask in this case?
Thank you, Your Honor. We were waiting for the custody issue to be determined before we address child support. So our request would be that we set this to the 19th of July, which would give us time to get out a proposed child support order and circulate that as well so that we could do everything at the same time.
I think that works great. Ms. Day, will the 19th work for you?
Yes, that works for me. And if Father can prepare those orders and email them, everybody can have a chance to look at them and maybe make some adjustments if necessary.
That's great. Now, Ms. Mills and Mr. Mills would renoting this for July 19 to finalize these temporary orders work for the two of you. Again, it would be on our 9 a.m. docket via Zoom.
Works for me.
I'm not sure. I might have obligation to my union hall that week.
Okay, let's go ahead and set July 19th, since you're not sure whether that will work or not. Let's set July 19th at 9 o'clock. Mr. Mills, if you do have a work obligation that comes up and you know about it, a week ahead of time, please reach out to the court and they can work with you on rescheduling, okay?
Okay.
Where's Addie?
She caught the scrolls. I mean, that thing where you're scrolling on social media and you waste hours of your life.
May I interject about the parenting plan? I'm sorry. I was just waiting for a good moment, but there wasn't one.
What part do you mean? I did hear from you on your objections.
Well, okay, so the suggestion where I miss the second weekend of every month.
Where she gets second and fifth?
Yes.
Are you objecting to that?
Yeah, I don't see why she needs any weekend. She's home with them all day, and her boyfriend's days off are Monday and Tuesday. The weekends totally mean.
So here's why the court is going to do that. Where a parent has children Monday through Friday, typically that means that parent is doing a lot of just education and learning with them. The weekends are the fun time. I'm not going to take away a weekend here and there from the parent who's doing the Monday through Friday work.
Rebecca has never.
All right, Mr. Mills, that's going to be my ruling. I understand your.
I told you weren't going to have any luck with getting more custody today. You might have more luck trying to get more weekday time instead.
Objection. You are welcome to raise this at trial for your permanent orders, but I am not going to budge on that issue with your temporary parenting plan. Okay. So we've got this reset to July 19th at 9 a.m. And Mr. Mills, if that runs into a conflict with your work, please let the court know. Is there anything else we need to do on this case?
I'm sorry, this is related to Tina's Day's suggested parenting plan. So it refers to the holidays. It says that I get the children July 4th and 5th this year. I'm off all weekend and through the 5th. So according to that plan, I would have to take the children back to their mothers for 1 day just to take them back for 2 more.
Okay, well, this order wouldn't be signed until at least July 19th. So whatever current plan you two are operating under would be in effect for next week.
Good luck convincing her to let you keep them. I hope you can spend the holiday with them.
Is that your question? It wouldn't be this. It would be however the two of you are working visitation right now.
Don't
Do you
count
have a
on seeing them
question
for
about
4th of
that?
July, basically.
Nope.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, and then Mr. Mills, are you aware how to circulate proposed orders to all the parties for review?
Not really, but I can figure it out.
Okay, do you have contact information for Ms. Mills and Ms. Day?
Yes.
Okay, and then Ms. Looney, are you needing copies of those orders also?
Sorry, Your Honor. No, I don't. Okay. I just will be sending out the child support order.
Okay, great. Okay, well, it sounds like we've done what we can do on this case today, and we'll see folks back here on July 19th at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thanks for your time.
Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, and then Ms. Day, I have you on Samuel Mills and Rebecca Mills. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. This is 233-000-7208. And do I have Samuel Mills present?
I am present, Your Honor.
And Rebecca Mills.
I'm here.
Okay, and I will be honest with the parties. A minute before I started docket, I was handed Rebecca Mills' proposed parenting plan. So I have not had a chance to review it, nor have I had a chance to compare it to see where the differences may be.
It's tough to make the judge and make the best decisions when she can't get a chance to
I
look
don't know,
at
Mr. and
someone's
Mrs. Mills, if the two of
information.
you have talked about these orders.
No, we haven't.
You've not, okay. Let me just take a quick peek now while you're in front of me. I do see the child support order for Ms. Looney as well. Let me just take a quick peek and see if it's something where there's a lot of.
There are a lot of differences. One of them, he has custody, and one of them, I have custody. So they differ greatly.
He is one manipulative.
See that, okay.
I think that mine more closely resembles Tina Day's recommendation.
Okay. Does Ms. Day have a copy of your proposed plan, Ms. Mills?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm inclined to do, just because we're about 30 minutes before this docket would end, I would like to, since I now have Ms. Mills, your proposed parenting plan, I'd like to set this over 1 week so that I have time to thoroughly review where the disagreements are. And then when we come back, we can have very pointed conversations on those pieces of disagreement. Would that be acceptable to the parties?
I really was hoping that we would have
Ms. Mills, you handed me a proposed.
Here's my concern with this, right? So the only thing that she had an issue with, right, was that actually she said she didn't really have an issue with what the lady proposed. I guess aside from the fact that she doesn't want him to have any any visitation at all, apparently.
Right.
So I'm kind of confused at what she's proposing, because she also just said, oh, that what she proposed was not much different than, you know, what the gal proposed. So what, is she trying to take out holidays or something? Like,
Right.
I'm super confused.
Hold on.
Parenting plan 1
I'm
minute
also going to
before
take
docket.
a break, too, guys. I will be right back.
I didn't take a break. I just went to the kitchen.
Oh, I got to do the same. So I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. I'm trying to get crackers out of a bag.
I gotta eat. I'm hungry.
Not working.
All right, I am back. Hey.
Welcome back.
Oof, we just took quite a bit to go.
Actually,
I had it in on Wednesday, last Wednesday, a week ago. Sam, I was served with his last night. My reasoning is that it is
no,
my.
that's not what we're gonna do. So, Mr. Mills, do you have an objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm not gonna make a ruling off the cuff when I've been handed parenting plans at the last minute. So we're gonna set this over 1 week. And you guys will be back here at 9 a.m. and we'll go through the orders at that time.
Your Honor.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Day.
I have no objection to setting it over 1 week. I would just want to make sure that I was clear in the understanding. We are supposed to be presenting the order from June 28th that adopted the GAL recommendations based on the commissioner, your ruling on June 28th. I don't believe that either of these are accurately reflecting that. Is there something that I can do that would help prepare that, or is there something you want to just wait until next week?
Yeah, I do see that, Ms. Day. You are absolutely correct. So
I think what she's saying
Ms. Looney, your proposed
is that
orders
neither
are
of the
based on
parenting. Yeah.
I'm sorry, wait. I'll read it. I think what she's saying is that neither of the parenting plans reflect the recommendations in the GAL report, which is what the judge wants the parenting plan based on.
Right.
Well, what could have possibly been changed? Well, we understand that the father wants his he had an idea of the weekend time, which I kind of understand. If she's home all day, why can't he have the weekend?
Right.
But I do, considering, one child will be starting kindergarten, right? But
Right.
I kind of see his perspective of she has them 20, all this time, Monday through Friday. Why do I have to go to every other weekend now? But I mean, that's just, I think, just ignorance, not knowing how things work. But then again, a court can order whatever the hell they want, in a sense, too. So.
Right.
But when you're dealing with a parent that clearly does not want the other parent involved, I think you have to make hard decisions like that.
Right.
But that was the only thing he seemed to have an issue with. And then he didn't want her to be primary, which I could understand that too. Because it seems like all she does is try to financially impede him also.
Yeah, delays.
So I could understand him not wanting. I could understand him not wanting to deal with the child support thing, because why should he pay child support to support someone who can work?
Also true.
You can be a stay-at-home mom when we're married,
right?
But we're no longer married, so those privileges are no longer affordable to you.
Right.
And it's not like she's one of those people who, like I said earlier, your spouse is making 6 figures a year, and now you're severely impacted by the loss of his income.
Right.
That's not the case. He's damn near on the poverty line when you think about it. So, but my thing is what could she have possibly recommended that is so different than what the gal suggested? Because the gal is actually trying to be fair.
Right.
So I am a little curious about that too. Well, let's continue.
Of the court's prior ruling.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you for pointing that out, Ms. Day. I had not caught that.
Yes, and we're supposed to be entering the child support orders today, if I understood correctly.
Yeah.
Well.
Okay.
Really, YouTube?
Make way for the king of teams.
So I guess I'll turn to the parties. If you both have presented to the court orders that don't accurately reflect prior court orders or rulings, what's the reason for that?
My only difference is that I changed the weekends. And I didn't include Wednesday night.
I'm sorry.
Adopted the GAL recommendations based on the commissioner, your ruling on June 28th. I don't believe that
I went back too far. I'm sorry.
Accurately reflecting that. Is there something that I could do that would help prepare that, or is there something you want to just wait until next week?
Yeah, I do see that, Ms. Day. You are absolutely correct. So it does, and then Ms. Looney, your proposed orders are based on the outcome of the court's prior ruling?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you for pointing that out, Ms. Day. I had not caught that.
Yes, and we were supposed to be entering the child support orders today, if I understood correctly.
Yeah.
As well.
Okay.
Ms. Day is on her shit.
So
Some
I guess we'll
people
turn to
are
the
good at what they do.
parties. If you both have presented to the court orders that don't accurately reflect prior court orders or rulings, what's the reason for that?
My only difference is that
Oh, yeah, okay. That's what I missed.
changed the weekends. And I didn't include Wednesday nights. I have a protection order against Samuel, and I think 4 times a week doing exchanges is a lot. I think it's a lot on the kids.
No.
What other areas? So let's go through this. I think Ms. Day's point that this is, you all were supposed to be submitting proposed orders in accordance with the report. Let's just move forward on it today so we can get this entered.
The judge has decided to just plow ahead and get it done today. I don't know how I feel about some of that either, because she doesn't know the history, right? I mean, she can read, but she's not been in these other hearings. So it's like, I don't know. You feel bad for the parent that's getting shafted, regardless of who it is. Like, she just said she didn't include Wednesdays in the order because she thinks having to do 4 exchanges is too much in a week.
I mean, shit. My family, for context, and I'm just gonna say this: my dad and mom did every other day and every other weekend. It's a real pain in the butt, but it worked. It was confusing for us for a while.
She's lucky that they don't live close enough that they did a half week thing. Because that could have been done.
Well, I mean, my dad lived like another block and a half from mom, so it wasn't that bad. But still,
she's lucky because I know that there's people it's usually for people who are later in the late divorces,
yeah,
where they have teens and stuff. If they live close enough, sometimes there's an open door policy. You come to whoever's house you want to come to in that moment, or how you feel that day. I mean, they could have did a week on, week off with him too. The only problem is that he worked.
Right.
So for one kid in school, that might be okay, but the other kid not so much. Unless they put the kid in daycare. Which is reasonable. People put kids in daycare.
Yeah.
Oh, well. The mother would object to that because she's home all day.
So the ruling from June 28th, Your Honor, adopted the GAL recommendations, which were residential time to father on first, third, and fourth weekend of every month, as defined by Friday, beginning after work or 5 p.m. until Sunday at 6. and every week on Wednesday from after work or 5 p.m. until 7. And then any non-school or otherwise undesignated holidays would attach to the corresponding weekend. The holidays would be alternated moving forward with the division for Christmas or winter break, Thanksgiving, Father's Day and Mother's Day, and July 4th. Summer would remain the same schedule as the school schedule, with each parent having an additional 2 separate 7-day blocks of time for vacation as would be appropriate. The parents would communicate using our family wizard or similar to maintain scheduling of appointments and providing notice without having to have direct contact.
I do see that. And wait, the recommendation is that mother remains primary residential parent?
That is correct. And there should be a restriction that prohibits any corporal punishment of the children, and that both parents have equal and unhampered access to the children's medical, dental, education, and extracurricular activities and joint decision-making to include medical, dental, childcare, etc. If the court would prefer, I can probably get that started to put together. I don't remember now what mothers said. I just knew it wasn't what was ordered.
Yeah, and I think what I'll do, I think mothers is pretty close.
Okay.
To take mother's proposed and amend per the Guardian ad litem report, and I'll get that filed with the clerk after docket today.
Okay. And then one other thing that I wanted to bring up to the court was father was ordered to complete a domestic violence evaluation, which he did complete. And that I filed a copy of that one as soon as I received it, so the court would have that. I would note in that that was a collateralized report, and in that report, the evaluator, Stacy Crutcher McFadden, recommended that mother also have a domestic violence evaluation based on the reported information from both parents. So I would ask the court to include that today, that mother should also complete a domestic violence evaluation and provide a copy of that to the court, and it should be, again, collateralized.
When you subject one parent to one thing, it can happen to you.
Have you received the recommendation? I think it was filed with us back in June, about a month ago, recommending a DV evaluation for yourself.
Yes.
Okay. Have you been able to get that done?
No, it wasn't ordered yet. So.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and order that in the parenting plan.
If you received
So
it,
get that done as soon as you can.
Yeah, you knew about it. Why don't you just fucking
just
do
it.
Sorry, mouse was acting silly.
The question, I think Ms. Mills, you said you thought that the visitation was too much given the protection order in place.
I think that Wednesday evenings, I don't think that that's necessary, and I don't think that his work schedule will really.
She has never wanted him to have Wednesdays. I don't buy her reasoning.
Allow it. I don't see it happening. But one thing that I did ask for was, instead of first, third, and fourth weekend for Samuel, I asked for first, third, and fifth. There are quite a few fifth weekends. I would just really like some weekends with my children. My oldest son has a birthday coming up on August 4th, and I'm aware that I'm going to miss this birthday, but I'd like a chance to have a birthday party for him where, friends and family can come.
So my reasoning for doing the first, third, and fourth, Your Honor, was to give mother the second and the fifth. There are generally 3 fifth weekends in a year. Father had been having every weekend. Mother was having none. Mother is not employed. She is home every day with the children. And so she is having the lion's share time. And it seemed appropriate to provide for the children's relationship with their father at most opportune times, which are the weekends and the evening. If father isn't able to do the Wednesdays, then I think that is appropriate. He needs to respond and let us know if he's able to. My understanding was he was.
Yeah. And I'm going to keep, I think that's good rationale for why we're doing first, third, and fourth. So that, ma'am, you're having second and fifth, since you also
I'm glad the judge is going to stick with that schedule. Dad deserves his parenting time too.
stated there's several periods with a fifth weekend. So I'm going to keep it as proposed in the GAL report, and I will amend your order in that effect. Mr. Mills, let me hear from you on the Wednesday pickup.
I can do Wednesdays, no problem. My issue and my reasoning for suggesting that I have primary custody is I truly don't believe that Rebecca's like stable. I think
We're not, at this point,
Dude, even if that's true, you aren't going to get anywhere with that. You have shown the court no real evidence of that. Well, we don't know
purposes of
that.
entry of the temporary parenting plan, I am not going to readdress primary residential parent. That will remain with Ms. Mills. Certainly that could be an issue for trial or mediation for your permanent orders. So I just want to go back to the question I asked, which is, are you able to do the every week on Wednesdays pickup?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll go ahead and keep that as proposed.
And Your Honor, for the Wednesdays, I think, I could be wrong, but I think she recommended that he drops off at 7 p.m. And that is when we start bedtime. Usually our pickup and drop off is 6 p.m.
God.
So can we do, I mean, from the time he gets off work to 6 p.m. instead of 7 p.m.? This is an issue we previously.
So when do you get off work?
I work construction, and so the hours vary. But 6 p.m. is just not long enough. I don't have enough time with my kids. Every time I'm with my kids, they express to me that how much they miss me. My son, every time I've been, every weekend I pick my son up, he's told me, he straight up said, I love you more than mom. I wish I was with you more than mom.
Well, okay, I'm not considering that for purposes of this. Those are hearsay statements from a child made out of court right now. But what I am asking you is, do you typically pick up at 5 p.m. or is it earlier than that?
I pick up for our current schedule 6 p.m. I would like it to be sooner, but not have to have them back sooner, or not have to give them back to her sooner.
You pick up at 6 p.m.
Yes.
on Wednesday?
No, lady.
I haven't had Wednesdays.
Oh, okay. So I would like to keep a 2-hour window. So what I will put in there is.
So minimum.
The default will be 5 to 7 p.m. However, it's going to be 2 hours on Wednesdays. So, sir, if you're able to pick up at 4, get them home by 6. But our goal is to give you that 2 hours on Wednesdays, okay? Okay.
And Your Honor.
Go ahead.
I don't know if you have a moment to just look over the parenting plan that Samuel proposed. He was trying to give me every other weekend, but I don't understand why it's appropriate for him to not have every other weekend, but he seems to think that it is appropriate for me to have every other weekend.
Yeah, I'm not going off of his parenting plan. I'm going off of the GAL report. So we're going to stick with the recommended, for purposes of the temporary plan, we are adopting the residential visitation time per the GAL report. All right, as far as the parenting plan, and I'm going to go through this with a fine-tooth comb to make sure what I sign complies with the GAL recommendation.
The funny thing
with
is,
the addition of the DV evaluation.
The funny thing is that either parent is getting nothing based on their reports. They're getting information off the GAL report, which is what I would do as a judge. In this matter,
I think the dad was okay with the first, third, and fourth weekend, and he was okay with the Wednesday. She's the one, and I don't know why she has the kids' bedtime at 7:30, right?
7:30 is early.
It's not early, I think, for the 3-year-old or the 2-year-old.
Oh, yeah.
But once the 5-year-old starts school, getting home at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to be in bed at 7:30 sounds ridiculous.
3, 4,
So
5, 6. Yeah.
it's only like 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah.
That's what enough time to have a snack when you get home, for them to do whatever homework they need to do. And then after they do homework, then it's dinner time. And then after, like, what time is dinner if the kids are going to bed at 7:30?
That and Dad's picking them up at 6. What time's dinner?
Well, no,
5:30?
Well, that's what I'm like. Even without him picking them up, if the kids are going to bed at 7:30, what time is dinner?
Yeah.
What time are they eating? Because I don't think that's enough time for their food to digest.
Not really.
So her reasoning does, and I highly doubt those kids go to bed at 7:30.
Mm-mm.
I doubt it.
Maybe she puts them down at 7:30.
Yeah, but that.
I mean, I know some kids that don't go to bed until midnight
She just wants.
because they cry or whatever.
She wants as little compromise as possible.
Yeah.
And she's not gonna win with these commissioners.
No.
But he's not gonna win either. I'm kind of interested. I'm kind of interested to see what the child support situation is gonna be.
Yeah.
Because we already know child support is a percentage of their monthly income. But they said a couple of hearings ago, when he submitted his financial declaration, if I'm not mistaken, his payout every month is more than his bring-in.
Yeah.
So he's gonna get fucked over.
Yeah,
I'm
he
concerned.
kind of is. If your payout is
2
higher
hours
than
on Wednesdays, which is presumed to be 5 to 7
What you
p.m.,
earn?
but can be earlier. Anything else we need to address on the record on the parenting plan? Okay, I'm going to get that signed after docket, and it will conform to the GAL report, but for the 2 items I just discussed. So let's move to the child support order.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought for a moment. In the parenting plan, I would like proof that he is complying with the DV treatment that was recommended before visitation. I did add that in mine. To have it submitted to the court and myself.
He already has visitation, so why would he need to send you proof before they add Wednesdays? How about the fact that the GAL just said he completed it? She just said he completed it.
this woman, I don't know.
In this hearing, the gal said that he completed it, and then they ordered for her to do domestic violence. So, ladies,
I must be drunk. Okay, I must be drunk.
she's just trying to make things like difficult.
This is so dumb. Like, this lady has, and this is my opinion, guys, okay? Forgive my anger, but this lady is driving me crazy. I feel bad for this guy. I do. Having to do all this work, all these things, for what? For what?
It's a hoop jump.
Yeah, for what?
For absolutely nothing, because she just does not want him getting anything out of this situation.
My head hurts.
Yeah, mine too.
Can we add that?
No.
I'm just looking at the prior bench orders to see if it's already addressed.
I don't believe it is.
And I don't believe that was the order of the court, just that he comply with the evaluation and then follow. I think it would be appropriate to give a deadline to begin. I don't know if Mr. Mills has started yet. I know that he did complete the evaluation timely, so I would just ask that he start that at a certain date. So not.
Yeah, Mr. Mills, have you had a chance to begin any treatment recommended?
No, Your Honor, I was waiting for this hearing to hear what was ordered.
Okay.
Imagine your team, only bigger, much
Why does he have to complete the domestic
a
violence thing
dedicated
to have his visitation?
That's a good question.
Not the completion of parenting class. Just looking.
On his DV evaluation, she states that she recommends 12 months of DV treatment for Samuel Mills and that I get evaluated. So I would hope that we would order the 12 months, and I would just like proof that he's doing that before visits.
What? You do not need proof before visit. What is she like?
What the? Am I?
Is she trying to take a year of visitation away from him?
Where did this
what
come
I'm going
from?
to do is in the parenting plan, I'm going to note that he has completed his DV eval and he is to follow the treatment recommendation and provide proof. I'm not going to put any caveat that occurred.
But there's nothing in there
before
about him having to
visitation.
do
I
this
think
before he
the
gets to
place
see his
that we're
kids.
in and reading this report is, I think, the evaluator's
denied it.
opinion was that both parties were contributing to the environment that they define as toxic. So I'm not going to put the requirement in that proof take place before visitation, but I will reiterate in the parenting plan miscellaneous orders that mom get a DV evaluation and comply with treatment. Dad has done his DV evaluation and he is to comply with the treatment recommended.
Okay, thank you. And I had one other thing.
Oh God.
I have asked and we've said, we'll address it at the next one, we'll address it at the next one, and we've never addressed it yet. I would like to ask for the right of first refusal. It's my understanding that on Samuel's weekends that the children are left for him to go and work overtime. I believe with their grandmother.
The right of first
Who
refusal
I have
again.
issues with her being a caregiver. Just that anything over like 2 to 4 hours that I'm notified or asked first.
And I think, which grandparent are you referring to? I think she is.
It's Paula Klein. She's the one filing all of these.
And Ms. Day, since you had a chance to.
She just had to slip in that bullshit.
Concerns for you from a perspective of grandparent involvement?
No, I did not have any concerns for either grandparent. Both have spent regular time with the children. Ms. Klein specifically has spent regular time with the kids during their relationship and the marriage. So I don't have any issue with that. Father doesn't generally work overtime, but there are occasions, and I think it's appropriate if he has a family member who is close by who can provide that child care for that few hours, should that become necessary. I think if it's overnight, like he's not going to be home, that should then be mother's time. I think that is reasonable and appropriate.
I've been told that he's leaving for work at like 1 a.m. And so his mother's having to stay the night so that he can go to work in the morning. And it makes me so uncomfortable.
May I?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Mills.
I've left for work. The earliest I've ever left for work is 3 a.m. And that has happened one single time, and that was during a weekday because I had a concrete pour I had to do. So
Yeah.
I don't know where she got that information.
Yeah, I don't think I have enough information, Ms. Mills, to make that kind of order in the parenting plan. Again, if you have specific and credible documentation that that's occurring on a regular basis, I would encourage you to bring it up when before you guys finalize parenting plans. I'm just going to say, I'm not putting this in the order, but I'm going to say orally that I think it is beneficial for the kiddos to be with grandparents when parents aren't available, beneficial for relationship for all parties, again, based on the evidence I have in front of me. So I'm going to decline to put any further restrictions on time with grandparents.
Your Honor, I have submitted so many documents on Paula Klein. She has, I mean,
He really
she has
seems to hate his
self-medicate with
mom,
marijuana
but her
all
reasoning
day.
hasn't
She's
been very
in multiple
convincing.
car accidents. Her bumper is all busted up because she smokes weed and drives. My children are not safe. And she used to abuse Samuel as a child. He remembers being hit for no reason by his mother. So leaving them is reckless.
Okay.
That's
Mr. Mills, no. Mr. Mills, Ms. Mills, my ruling stands. I'm going to address the parenting plan per the GL report and our further discussions on the record. We are now moving to the child support order and worksheet as proposed by the state. So Ms. Looney, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we did prepare a proposed worksheet. We calculated parents' income for Mr. Mills. We based off his employment security data for 2022. We came up with a net monthly income of $3,627. Ms. Mills, as a current TANF recipient, we have imputed her income at the current minimum wage for 32 hours per week per the statute, giving her a net monthly income of $1,953. With a standard calculation for child support from Mr. Mills to Ms. Mills will be $1,010 or $505 per child. And the state is requesting that begin in March of 2023, as that is when the children begin.
Your connections to the past are waiting.
Are they fucking serious? $1,000? I'm sorry. I was so shocked they paused the commercial.
Is your kid a good student but a bad
That's a
tester?
lot of fucking
The ACT
money.
helps you close that gap. The ACT helps all
began receiving TANF benefits.
Mr. Mills, hold on a second. I will call on you when I am ready for you. So Mr. Mills, have you had a chance to review the state's proposed worksheets?
I have. I've looked at it, yes.
Okay. Do you have disagreement with it?
I do. Rebecca has an online business that she's still been actively doing, so she's not reporting income.
Okay, what other disagreements do you have with it?
It's too high. I can't afford that.
Do you disagree with your wages at $4,265 gross per month?
I believe I make less than that.
Okay, what is your proposal? What are you telling me that you make?
I mean, I only have overtime right now because it's summer. So through the rest of the year, my work's going to slow down. So I'll have an influx of income and then a deflux, and it'll probably be more around 3,000.
Okay. When do you expect that deflux to occur, excuse me?
Within the next 2 months.
Okay.
And then that will go on until the rest of this year through the following year and up to next summer.
Okay, so for the summer months, you're at a little bit higher wage, and then come, let's say September, you're going to see it drop.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Mills, let me ask you, your wages are being imputed because you do receive benefits, TANF benefits. Do you have other income producing activities that you perform?
I hand make tumblers. My income is so small, and it varies greatly. I would say maybe $200 a month to maybe $500 a month. So if we want to go off of that.
May I interject?
Yes, go ahead.
I have submitted a declaration showing that she's active on multiple pages. She makes more than tumblers. She's underplaying what she makes. She is trying to scam the system so that she can stay home and be taken care of by her new boyfriend and bring in as much money as the state will give her. She's also has refused to give me the children's birth certificates, which I finally was able to get new ones so that I could put them on my health insurance. I have informed her that the children are on my health insurance, and I said, hey, you should probably cancel the state insurance. It's not needed. I have very nice health insurance. And she's declined that. So if for some reason the state starts wanting to charge for that health insurance, I don't want to be responsible for it.
I told Samuel to provide me with medical cards, is what I told him.
As well as declining to cancel it. I don't have the medical cards yet. They take multiple weeks to show up. I gave her the insurance numbers so that she can start using it though.
Ms. Looney, any input? I think specifically for me, it's on Mr. Mills, I guess, objection to his wages, which my inclination is to go ahead and set as proposed. Mr. Mills, you certainly could bring a motion to revise if and when you see income decrease. These are temporary orders. But Ms. Looney, I'll turn it over to you. And then I also have a question about whether the state wants to address right now what appears to be admissions of an extra $200 to $500 a month on behalf of Ms. Mills.
They could try and bankrupt him.
Mr. Mills' income is concerned. We did use his income from 2022, which is what was currently available to us. During that year, he did consistently make overtime throughout the year. So we used that information to calculate his wages. As far as Ms. Mills' $200 to $500 additional income per month, the parent who's not paying his income changes child support very little, that amount would not change the support enough to, I don't even know that it would change the support amount, but if it did, it would just be a couple of dollars.
Yeah, I think what I'm going to find on this, I do find that there is a basis in the record for Mr. Mills' income historically. So although you may have fluctuations in income throughout the year, I do find that this accurately does reflect over time what you do receive. Ms. Mills, the imputed income is $2,188 gross income per month. Certainly, I think this court can find that if we were to look at actual income, it's probably going to be lower than that anyway. So I am going to go ahead and use the imputed $2,188.
Twisted Tea is a refreshing hard iced tea.
That is, I am flabbergasted.
For Ms. Mills, I am going to sign.
They're using an average.
The worksheet.
I mean, I get it, but like
by the state.
Bankrupting
and again,
fucking
Mr.
people.
Mills, if you see a substantial change
do.
in income, there's nothing to preclude you from bringing this back for re-review by the court.
Well, that was based off my last job. I just got this job this year.
Oh yeah.
And what I'm telling you is
he
if you would
said
like
that.
to bring a motion to have the temporary order changed because of a change in your income, you are free to do that.
And Your Honor, the state would just like to remind Mr. Mills, if he does that, he does need to serve our office with a copy.
Thank you, Ms. Looney. Okay, I have signed those orders. I'm going to get the parenting plan signed and filed after docket today, hopefully by about 2 o'clock. If any folks want to get a copy of that, it'll be available to you later this afternoon.
Your Honor.
Anything else on this matter? Go ahead, ma'am.
Can we set a trial date to finalize this and get things moving?
So well, let's do this first. We'll have to have a discussion. So typically you folks would need to go to mediation on your permanent parenting plan. If you want to provide a motion to have this court find good cause to waive mandatory mediation, you can bring that in front of this court, and then we'll get you set on the trial assignment docket.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think in both of our filings, we both wanted to just go through court and not do mediation. And I've been advised to try to waive that because of the protection order.
Okay.
We can't agree. It's very clear.
Okay, so why don't you do this? Let's, we could go ahead and set a date if you think that you could get a motion prepared, asking this court to hold a very short hearing on whether to order mandatory mediation or find good cause to waive it. You would present that motion in order to me, and then we can have a short hearing on it. I can give you a date for that now if the parties plan to present that to me.
Okay, and what motion, do you know what that's called?
So look at our local civil rules.
Okay.
I have had an appointment to meet with a lawyer set for August 23rd, and I don't want anything major to happen before I can speak with my lawyer.
Okay, so let's do this then. It sounds like because you might be seeking counsel, let's not set a further date. But Ms. Mills, what I'm telling you is if you want to note on for any Wednesday 9 a.m. family law docket, your motion to waive mediation, please do so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Day or Ms. Looney?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. No, Your Honor. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Order of the cases I have here.
Damn.
Several of these are review hearings.
That's pretty
so I'll
far.
start with those. But let me just first ask, are there any
That's months.
parties that are going to be asking for additional time before proceeding today, or they're going to be asking to have a matter taken off of today's docket?
I am, Your Honor, Rebecca Mills.
Okay, let's go to your case, Ms. Mills. Do I have Samuel Mills present?
I am present.
Okay, and I think I saw Ms. Day already. Good morning, Ms. Day.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
Okay, so this is 233-0007208 and 7708. Let me just get into that digital file here quickly. Give me just a minute. I originally had this on for presentation of temporary orders. So Ms. Mills, why don't you go first and let me know what you're requesting today?
I don't know exactly what day I was served, but I know I had less than 10 days to respond. And with the holiday made that kind of tricky. And I was also in the process of moving. So I was not able to submit my response until.
What was the date of this? The 27th or the 7th? You don't remember? You forgot that fast?
I'm sorry,
He forgot
lost
that.
it.
Oh wait, hold on. Wait. Oh, it was December 27th.
27th, yeah.
Okay, so like 2 days after Christmas.
Yesterday morning, so I'm not sure
One
if
day
you
after
even
my
have that,
birthday.
but I would just like my things reviewed before we make any decisions today.
Understood. So let me just get a little history here. It looks like back in July, there were temporary orders signed. And then what I have in front of me again are proposed temporary orders.
Did someone
So
literally
we'll
put
talk
the
about
camera
that
on
in a
their sleeping
minute.
dog?
But Mr. Mills, I'll turn to you here in a second. I am seeing the declaration affidavit for, oh, no, that's for Ms. Mills, excuse me. Your note for motion docket for today didn't have any proof of service with it. And under our local rules, we do require that the other party be given at least 21 days before it would be noted for hearing. So it's not timely based on what I.
Guardian's here for you in the moments that matter. Planning for new arrivals.
Making a comeback, protecting your family's future. Behind every life well lived is a guardian.
I have in front of me. So Mr. Mills, are you objecting to continuing this matter?
No, she's had it and she's responded. I have a response and she's filed her response. I don't see why we can't just do it now. It's not going to change. She's not filing anything new.
Okay, well, I'm telling you, your note for motion docket was filed with us December 7th, and she is saying she wasn't served until just about 10 days ago. So I'm telling you that it's not timely under our local rules. If she wanted to proceed today, she can waive service, but she is telling me that she does want that additional time. Have you received her response?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Day, any input on your end?
My only input, I'm not looking at when service was done, but I thought it was close to the date of filing, so the 8th or the 9th. So it might not be the full 20 days given the holiday. So I think that that's understandable. I would ask that it not be set out more than a week or anything additional to that, because the responses have been filed and the concerns in this matter should be reviewed by the court at the earliest possible date.
Okay.
Oh.
And is it true that we're doing another temporary order? Is that the request at this time?
Father is asking for a temporary order due to the concerns he had in mother's.
I guess they have been using the temporary order from July until now. So something happened between July and December.
Okay.
So that's a little scary.
Home with her new partner and change of residence and some other allegations that were made in that.
I sort of missed what she said.
Change of residence and some other
never mind.
Allegations that were made in that. So he was asking to have at least temporary custody of the children due to those concerns. Mother's response is her attempt to allay those concerns, which is why I thought it should be reviewed sooner rather than later.
Yeah. Okay, give me just a minute here.
And Your Honor, Ms. Looney for the state on behalf of child support, I was just reviewing the docket and saw that there is a temporary child support order that should be before Your Honor. We were not served with a copy of that, so we would be requesting a copy of that before any decision was made about changing child support as well.
Okay. And it looks like there are two, Ms. Looney, just so I tell the parties the right thing, would you want each party's proposed new temporary order?
We have information from Mr. Mills that we received on the 22nd. If Ms. Mills has filed additional information, we would need that as well, Your Honor.
Okay. And I do believe we just got that. Actually,
Ms. Mills, in Mr. Mills' paperwork, we did not have the copy of the child support order. We did have the worksheets, but no order.
Okay.
And I'm not served with any of that, any of the child support information.
No, she's saying that they don't have that either. What he filed was a motion for temporary order, a proposed parenting plan, and a declaration in support of that parenting plan. And then Ms. Mills, just so I know how much time we might need, on December 26th, you filed a 20-page response. Are you intending to file your own proposed temporary parenting plan, or are you simply going to be asking the court to stick with the current temporary order in place?
I just want to stick with the current in place.
Okay. And that the current one in place, Ms. Looney, is the one that the
So it's dad who wants to change custody to him,
right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
So then do I need to file?
And that might be accurate, right? But it looks like the gal who saw what he said or saw what the concerns were things that it needs to be addressed. If she didn't think that there was any weight to what he's proposing, she would not make it something that's of urgency, right?
Correct.
Well, at least that's what my translation.
That's
I
what
think
I
that if it wasn't something that was detrimental, she would have been like, that I don't think that this is, she wouldn't have made a big deal about when it needed to be heard, is what I'm saying.
Correct.
But I guess we're gonna find out.
Anything if I'm not asking to change it with
No.
you, Ms. Looney?
My understanding is no, but Ms. Looney can clarify. If she's simply going to be objecting, you don't need anything else from her, correct?
If she's not filing any additional paperwork, we would not need that, Your Honor. I just saw that it was noted there was a temporary child support order that had been presented to the court for today that we did not receive.
Okay. So, Mr. Mills, if you are proposing a new temporary parenting plan and a new child support order, make sure to serve those on the state of Washington through the prosecutor's office, so they have a chance to review it before we make a decision.
Okay, so serve state of Washington.
Yes, through the prosecutor's office here in Cowlitz County. Okay. So given that, let me get my calendar out. It does sound like we want to get this heard pretty quickly, since we are very close to the 21 days, but not quite there. I could hear this, depending if the parties thought they'd be ready. I could hear this next Wednesday, January 4th, or we could set it to January 11th.
I'm hoping whatever it is that he has evidence
I'm
and
looking
proof.
at 2023. I'm going to keep doing that for probably another month. Okay. So the January 3rd or January 10th?
The sooner the better.
Ms. Looney, how much time would the state be asking for?
We would just need time to review the order, Your Honor. If we needed to present something different, that might change our time frame. But if the court is wanting to decide the issue of parenting plan more timely, we can always request another hearing date for the child support matter.
Okay. So, Mr. Mills, I am, just so that the state can be as prepared as possible for whatever the court might rule, please serve that today or tomorrow on Ms. Looney's office.
Struggling to find finance and accounting talent? Join the growing number of companies embracing outsourced finance and accounting.
Honestly, if I was in this situation, anytime I submitted anything to the court, I would just submit it to everybody, whether they're involved or not.
Week to January 3rd at 9 a.m.
Yeah, the state.
Okay.
Ms. Mills, will that work for you?
Yeah, I just wanted time for you to be able to look over everything before any decisions were made.
Understood.
Because you're so
we'll get you
diligent.
Set on for review of Mr. Mills' proposed temporary orders on January 3rd at 9 a.m. And Ms. Day, I forgot to ask, I apologize. Are you available next Wednesday?
Yes, that's fine, Your Honor. I appreciate that. Thank you all.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you all. You're free to log off on that matter.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
We'll go back and see Ms. Mills
Oh,
has joined
fuck
us
me.
also. Let's go back
Oh, wait,
to
never
Simon
mind.
Mills and Rebecca Mills. This is cause numbers 23, 3, 72, and 77. And
Sorry, it's not my problem, right?
Just go
But
through the roll call again. Samuel Mills, are you present?
this is so annoying
Present, Your
when they
Honor.
switch up judges like that.
Mills? And then Rebecca Mills.
This
are you
guy has
online?
no
Yes, I am. Sorry about that.
BS though.
Glad to have you here.
I know, but it's
guy.
just
Present, and Ms. Day is present.
it's just that
We'll
that
want
excess of
today for Mr. Mills'
of
motions
explaining
related
shit.
to parenting plan and child support modification. Maybe we could hear first from Ms. Looney related to child support, the state's position, and then we'll hear the position from the other parties.
Your Honor, at the last review, we did ask for a copy of any child support order that Mr. Mills was presenting to the court. We did not receive that. Child support will only be impacted if Your Honor grants the change in placement for the children. Our request at that time would just be for a bench order to end support as to Mr. Mills, with him having custody of the children. It was the state's
Unfortunately, I
understanding that
agree.
Mr. Mills was not requesting support be entered regarding the mother, and we would just need to have an order in place if there's a change regarding the need for an end to support. Excuse me.
Thank you, Ms. Looney. Okay, Mr. Mills, why don't you go ahead with your motion? I'll hear from you related to the parenting plan And then let's pause on the child support argument until we address parenting plan. So we'll hear your argument on parenting plan, then we'll hear from Ms. Mills, and then we'll hear from Ms. Day.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm asking for temporary change of residence for my 2 sons for 6 months to be readdressed at 6 months. I believe, given information, that living with me is the safest and stablest environment. Just starting off with her domestic violence evaluation, the summary, it states that she's a problematic risk for telling the truth, emotionally abusive and manipulative. It recommends that she gets a substance assessment, take some parenting classes on top of the 6-month TV classes. She met a guy online, and within 2 weeks moved in with him, and then took the kids and slandered my name, ran me through the mud, said that I did all this and that and that. None of it was true, and I lost my kids. I had no contact with them. I had for 2 months. I then got supervised visitations every other weekend when there was no need for all that. It was just her manipulating the state and trying to remove me from the picture so she could have new daddies. She and her boyfriend recently broke up, and he informed me that this behavior that I experienced with her has continued. The manipulative behavior, such as she would egg him on with her phone out ready to record him so that she could pretend to be a victim. And she would verbally abuse his 3-year-old in front of our children, such as saying, "Get the hell away from me, I'm not your mother." And she would call him names such as, pardon my language, but fat fuck to his 3-year-old son. And this was in front of my children. He's also stated, her ex-boyfriend, that her continued behavior to neglect the children, such as sit on her phone all day and ignore them, continued. And she stated to me before that this was when we were together, she stated that she can't handle our son Oliver, which is our youngest boy. Her ex-boyfriend stated that she told him that as well. And when he throws a tantrum, she just lets him do it.
Mm-hmm.
Why wasn't this mentioned before?
Because Robert, which no offense to anybody named Robert, but the name is starting to get on my nerves.
Hey.
I said no offense.
I'm gonna take great offense.
I'm tired of hearing the name at this point. Like, it's like an itch at this moment. Okay, but anyway.
I can't help my name is Robert. There, I said it.
The reason that this is coming out is that they're no longer together. So now the boyfriend or the ex-boyfriend is spilling all the beans. And I think it's hilarious, okay? Hilarious that she did meet this guy offline, moved in with him after 2 weeks, and their relationship did not even probably make a year.
Yeah, that is concerning.
So you've uprooted your kids, you've exposed them to this person, only to pretty much put your kids in a crazy situation. But now we understand why the guardian ad litem is like, yeah, we need to hear this. Like, this needs to be heard because of, I'm assuming, not what the ex-boyfriend is saying, but what the domestic violence people said.
Yeah, and I think that's what confused me a little bit.
Yeah, the domestic violence people have... So, I have not been fortunate enough to do the battering intervention prevention program. But usually when a person is ordered to go to this program, you do collect information about the victim.
Of course.
You know, the person who's on the receiving end of the domestic violence. And and they do an assessment with BIP. That's the acronym. They see the battered and the batterer, right? So, and it's and you know, my mentor does this, right? So there is some type of evaluation that is done in this process. So the evaluator is picking up on her lack of truthfulness.
Okay.
Like that's very telling.
Yeah.
If a third party, non-biased, impartial, whatever word you want to use, person is finding these things about her, and he's living it, is basically validating what he's been going through.
Right.
That she's presenting one way in court, but doing another thing in person, and then they're also saying that she needs domestic violence. Like they said that she what was the word that they used? I guess what was it, like she's like she's verbal.
Right.
Or the mental abuse kind of, like, whatever. He said something. I can't even remember now what he said. But it just might mean that she's not the victim. That's what
Right.
I'm gathering from this, is that her evaluation does not show her as a victim, or as a person who's maybe easily battered, or doesn't no, I guess I'm just getting the feeling that she's probably fitting the profile of a batterer. It just maybe not a physical batterer, but that she's the culprit in domestic violence too. Does that make sense, what I'm saying?
Yes.
And I think her now ex-boyfriend sharing, hey, this is what's really been going on in the household, this is what she's doing to my kid too, is just kind of
Right.
it's piling on. What I'm hoping, though, is that he provided, like I said, evidence.
Right.
Because, or some type of written statement, sworn statement, whatever it is, testimony, however you want to put it, to where, well, they didn't tell, no one said anything about hearsay so far, but
No.
maybe that means he did it the right way.
Possible.
Hard to tell. All right. Let me, we're running out of time here.
And that would be like, he'll walk outside by himself, go sit in the car, and she'll leave him in there for hours.
And Oliver's 4 years old?
He is now 4 years old.
Thanks.
And she would do that just because she didn't want to deal with him. Recently, after she got her DV evaluation, she stated to me, because she was trying to get me to say that she doesn't have a drinking problem, but in that same conversation, she told me she doesn't know how to relax without alcohol.
That was dumb. You trusted the wrong sir.
Another example of the manipulation is, we made our own parenting plan to work together and try and make this more civil, something that worked for both of us. All we did was we agreed we would keep Tina Day's original recommendations and just move the holidays around. And when I went over to sign the parenting plan, that's what she told me. She said, it's exactly the same as what Tina Day put. We just changed the holidays. So I gave it a quick glance over, signed it. Well, her ex-boyfriend brought to my attention that she took off the no new relationships for 6 months, and she did that intentionally. I don't want a rotating door of men in and out of my kids' lives. She doesn't know these men before she's ready to move in with them. They could be terrible people that could harm my children.
Yeah.
And I know that I believe this is going to be a continued behavior for her, to just keep moving from one guy to the next. And I don't want my children around that. I've maintained my house.
Miss Day is
I've
writing.
maintained my job.
Huh?
Miss Day is writing.
Can you blame her?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I went back too far. I'm sorry. Ooh, and then I get
And
commercial.
it hit with a commercial.
It's because I was trying to go backwards a little bit, so I don't know if I went back or for
Fascinating places
further. But this,
for just
why is this
$39.
case getting interesting at the end?
That can help get them to and from school. And my sister,
Oh, I went too forward.
in and out of my kids' lives. I mean, she doesn't know these men before she's ready to move in with them. They could be terrible people that could harm my children. And I know that I believe this is going to be continued behavior for her to just keep moving from one guy to the next. And I don't want my children around that. I've maintained my house. I've maintained my job. It's very stable, very safe where I live. And as stated by the state, I did file if I am given temporary custody of my children. I don't want child support from her. I just want what's best for my children.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mills. Appreciate that.
I'm sorry. Can I do one more thing? I forgot. They are in school, and I know it's going to be brought up that how am I going to take them to and from school? Because I work a day job, as I would leave before they have to go to school. I have a very strong family support system that can help get them to and from school, and my sister already picks them up after school and babysits them. So her childcare is my family.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mills. Ms. Mills?
Yeah, I wrote something down. Is it okay if I read it?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay. I don't believe Samuel is looking out for the best interest of the boys. When he found out that we were living with my parents after a breakup, he didn't reach out and ask how the boys were doing or anything. He did ask me, however, 3 days later to lower his child support amount by $200 a month and take me to court over concerns he didn't care to speak to me about prior. He's been supporting his girlfriend through college right now, but wants to take support away from his children, in our time of need. Samuel has also said on many occasions that he will sign off on the current custody arrangement if I pay him the amount he's asking in our divorce, which I think is like $3,200, something around that amount. It's all about money to him. There's a lot of information in Samuel's declaration and parenting plan that is not true, and events in Robert's messages that never took place. I love Robert's son, LJ, like he was my own, and I'm still in contact with him through his mother. Samuel also has our children's schedules wrong. He can't even get them to school. He can't get them to school with his work schedule and his girlfriend's school schedule without his mother spending the night or driving from way out Rose Valley, which can't be maintained long term. Secondly, he states he handles all medical and education, which is a lie. I've done all of that since day one for 4 and 6 years. I've provided written statements from both of the boys' teachers that show that Sam had never made contact with either teacher.
Okay.
He's never handled it. I have. And thirdly, I have an incredibly strong bond with both of my children. I was a stay-at-home mom their whole lives until 2 months ago.
What happened 2 months ago?
Most parents and children today.
Finally got a job.
Both of these
Yeah,
men supported my role as
exactly.
a stay-at-home mom because they know I'm an incredible mother until I want it out. Our boys go to Samuel's sister's house after school every day, and Samuel knows in his heart that if his sister saw any signs of neglect or mistreatment, that his sister would take a stand and back him. But she sees nothing but 2 boys who love their mom and their mom who's doing everything humanly possible to do the right thing for her children. I do worry about Oliver's temper tantrums. It's the same ones I witnessed Sam throw in our 7 years together. I fear he will grow up and follow in Sam's footsteps.
You're
The difference
blaming
is that Oliver
Dad.
has
Give me a
2 parents
break.
who love him and so many family members who adore him and show up for him. Sam didn't have that growing up. I believe Samuel and I should both be taking parenting classes to help Oliver navigate his big feelings. I think it would benefit Oliver greatly if we were on the same page. And because Sam went into such great detail, I never allowed my 4-year-old to go sit in a car for 2 hours, ever. My son Oliver, he has big feelings, and when he has big feelings, he isolates. That's what he does. That's what he's done since he was about 2. He'll go sit under a table and
He wouldn't know how
cry
to
his
do
big
that.
feelings, and then he'll go, mommy, mommy, and I know, okay, he's ready for a hug.
he's ready. You know, he worked through his feelings, and I've seen many specialists about this. We worked with Progress Center about it. I've worked with his teachers, and they say that's great. You know, he's self-soothing. He's working through it. On one occasion, I watched him go out to the car. He was out there for 10 minutes. He buckled himself in his seatbelt, and I was there. I was sitting on the front porch on our porch swing.
That's a good
He was
point.
in our driveway. It was not a hot day. It was a cold day.
What is a
I've
4-year-old
never put
doing
my
in a car by
children in
himself?
danger. And I have a home of my own. In 2 months, I got a job. I bought a car. I got a house. Sam wants to say I'm mentally unstable and all of these things. And, you know, I think I'm doing all right. I'm okay doing any of the things in the DV assessment. He had things in his DV assessment also. So, yeah.
Where are you in your progress in the DV?
I was waiting for it to be ordered. I'm in counseling just for my own self, this court process, and he said I drug him through the mud. You know, he's drugged me through the mud. It's kind of unfortunately what happens sometimes. It's taken a toll on me, so I'm in therapy. But as far as the DV counseling, I haven't started.
Okay, and what's your position related to Mr. Mills' request for no exposure of the children to new romantic interest for a period of time?
I am perfectly okay with that on both ends. I'm okay with that. I agree with that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I do think that it would be detrimental to the children to move them. They went through 2 big moves in the last month and a half. The last 2 months they moved, you know, he was my fiance. They moved from there to my parents' house with me, and now into a new house. And, you know, we've maintained routine. Their teachers say they're doing great. I do think another big move would be detrimental. And I don't
It's not
see
a
how
big
he can
move.
get them to and from school. I don't see how he can do it. I can do it. My work schedule is very flexible. Like I said, I've been a stay-at-home mom for 4 and 6 years.
Christina Ladd posted at McDonald's.
I don't like
talking about
her.
how I never had a snack wrap, and I'm devastated.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Mills.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. I have not had a lot of contact with the 2 parties since I issued my report, but I've had some. They were working through an agreement when Mother's relationship ended suddenly. This is kind of a short-term relationship. This is the relationship that Mother left the marriage for. And the children stayed with Father during that time until Mother was situated, and then she took the children. What Father reported is accurate. I do have some concerns because many of the same allegations that were lodged by the most recent partner are similar to what Father experienced, and some of what was discovered in my investigation and by the evaluation that was done. I do think Mother should begin immediately in the domestic violence treatment. I think there should be absolutely no consumption of any kind of non-prescribed substance. That has been an allegation on both sides. That has been kind of back and forth, and I think that poses a risk to these children because neither of these individuals are able to be completely aware of what happens when they're using substances. I think Father's made good steps since he has been down this road for the last couple of years, but I don't believe that Mother has. I don't believe she takes it very seriously. I have requested for several months for the children to be engaged in therapy to help them with the sudden transition and the loss of their father that they experienced at Mother's request or behest, however she wants to word that. They have not been in therapy. The youngest child did receive some services from Progress Center, but they were very inconsistent and were discharged without receiving all the therapy that was needed. So this is not a case where, you know, the parents were super active. Mother was active in getting this child the services that they need. The services were needed. There was some compliance, and mostly there was no compliance. So both these boys need therapy. They need to have some support emotionally to help them with all of these changes.
Agreed.
This is the third big move in a very short period of time, part of which included a loss of their relationship with their father. Father remains in the family home. If the court makes a decision to change custody temporarily, it would be the family home that the children are accustomed to. They are there a significant amount of time each month now, once those allegations were proven to be not accurate. So It is true mother has been the at-home parent.
I agree.
I think there are a lot of concerns about that, and it's difficult to know how much of that is true or not true, or if it's just a regurgitation from the newest partner that the relationship has ended. I am absolutely strongly opposed to any exposure to significant others as well. That was the crux of the problem with the initial separation and what these children experienced. So I will leave the decision about temporary change or not to you, but I have a lot of concerns, and I'd like to see these boys get the support and help that they need. Both parents are working. Both parents now have mom now has her own residence. But I don't know about anything else from that perspective. So,
Do you see any specific dangers in either home to the children?
the danger in mother's home is the partners. Mother does have a tendency to go from immediately from partners that she's met online and then move in with them and move the children in with them. I think that's the biggest concern. I don't see any concerns with substance abuse other than what I hear was admitted and in the domestic violence evaluation. And then the other concern would be the domestic violence. There is a lot of dishonesty, a lot of manipulation, and that has continued throughout this investigation. And I would agree that mother should start that within the next 30 days. That needs to be addressed and moving forward.
Right, thank you.
You've been busted.
Mr. Mills, you've heard Ms. Mills was able to hear your argument and then respond to it, and now you've heard her argument. I'll give you just a few moments to respond to her arguments.
It took 11 hearings.
This isn't about money to me at all. I was hoping to touch on this at the end of the case, but since it was brought up, the debt that I'm asking for from her, I don't even want it. What I want from her, I want one thing, is I was court ordered to take a drug test, and if it came back negative, Rebecca would pay for it. That's all I want when it comes to debt. This isn't about money to me. I don't want child support. I don't care if she pays our debt or not. I just want a safe and stable environment for the kids. I maintained the family home. I've maintained my job. I've been as consistent as I can be with my boys, given the restrictions of when I'm allowed to see them. It's just very difficult because Rebecca has tried to erase me from their lives multiple times, to the point to where she would have my sister watching them, and I dropped by on my way home for 15 or 20 minutes to see my boys, even though it wasn't one of my designated days. And Rebecca found out and then was threatening me with contempt of court, which I'm not breaking any rules seeing my boys. I don't have a stay away order for my boys, but that's where her mindset is.
All right, thank you. Appreciate everybody's input. So the last parenting plan was entered on July 19th, 2023, where it indicates Ms. Mills is the custodial parent and father has weekly residential time during the midweeks, and then also alternating 3 weekends per weekend, Friday to Sunday. So I think Mr. Mills' suggestion and request that Ms. Mills involve herself in a substance use disorder evaluation as recommended by the domestic violence evaluator is well taken. So Ms. Mills, you're ordered to obtain a substance use disorder evaluation with collateral input, meaning Ms. Day could chime in, Mr. Mills can chime in addition to the input that you give. Also, a parenting class was recommended, such as a Love and Logic, as recommended by Ms. Lovely. You're required to do that. Regarding the domestic violence, that evaluation has already been completed, so you're ordered to commence that. We'll set a review in 30 days to make sure that you've commenced in those efforts. So today is the 3rd. We'll be back here on February 7th for a review of the classes. Mr. Mills?
Are we ending here? I'm sorry, because I had something else on a declaration that I submitted.
Yeah, we're ending. I've given everybody an opportunity to share your verbal thoughts. I've read all of your pleadings that you submitted. So I'm giving my ruling at this point. So I'm not taking any additional content from the parties. Thank you. So we'll be back here on February 7th at 9 a.m. to review progress of the domestic violence treatment, the SUD evaluation and any recommended
I knew it was unlikely they'd make any changes, but dad shouldn't have to fight this hard to see his children.
treatment and progress in the parenting classes. The request for no romantic interest exposure to the children is well taken. That'll apply to both. That'll be for a period of 9 months. So you meet somebody, and then 9 months from that date of meeting would be the first opportunity that the children would be exposed to that individual. So that'll be in order.
We're Maurice, and he wanted temporary custody, and it seems like that was the major thing to contend with, and I'm not hearing a ruling on that.
Indeed, Career Scout.
Related to the change in parenting plan.
There we go.
The concerns that I'm hearing is that from Mr. Mills' perspective, that Ms. Mills is making an effort to keep him on the sidelines or reduce his impact in the children's lives as manifested by prior actions. There's concerns on his end about the treatment of Oliver, and Ms. Mills has given her response to that. There's also concerns related to alcohol consumption, and both parties we need to be careful on that, obviously. So I'm concerned about the stability of the children moving in and out of different homes. That's obviously a big concern, second or third big move in the recent past. The parties, when they were together, had made a decision that Ms. Mills would be the primary custodial parent at home, while Mr. Mills would be the primary breadwinner. And things obviously have changed. Now the parties have separated. However, I'm not going to make a change related to the parenting plan. I think the children's best interests are there's indications that they're threatened in the best interests are threatened in Ms. Mills' home. However, I'm ordering the SUD evaluation, the domestic violence classes, and the parenting classes.
He has had preferential treatment over dad. She got the benefit of the doubt, but dad never does.
As support, and hopefully there'll be some changes on that. We'll watch that carefully as we move forward to see if there's any additional concerns that are come up. So I'm denying that request, so the July 2023 parenting plan will remain. There was a motion related to tax exemptions. The party didn't address that in your verbal comments. I did read that in your written materials. And so for the tax year 2023, Ms. Mills, you can claim Oliver, and Mr. Mills, you can claim Emmett for the tax year 2023. So that'll be the court's order related to that. Any questions or concerns, clarifications on the court's ruling? Jessica?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
I feel like if he would have, I think if they would have gotten.
So from my perspective, I'm just speaking with my assistant. There's nobody in my waiting room. So they may be in the wrong waiting room. So.
I feel like if it was any of the other two judges, he would have gotten that temporary custody.
Check it out. Okay, thanks. All right, so I will.
Yeah, I don't agree with this.
As far as
the custody.
Tax exemption, I'll put that into writing, and I'll create an order that memorializes that. And I'll also include just jotting myself a note here. I'll also include the denial of the change to the parenting plan. And I'll also include the SUD parenting class and the DV, and then the review date, which will be February 7th at 9 a.m. Okay.
And you'll include, Your Honor, the 9-month restriction.
Thank you for that reminder.
Thank you.
Great, I'll do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't even think the gal agreed with that. Damn it, it's him again.
Matters that are seeking a continuance or a striking of the hearing.
We are.
Okay.
You know what I just realized? The reason I think that sometimes we see a shift in judges, like every other hearing. But I think what happens is that these are not judges, right? They're commissioners. And I'm thinking that they're only commissioners for a certain span of time. I think that's what's happening. Because we know that the Attorney Baldwin is a commissioner too.
Right.
So maybe when they're commissioners, they don't, or at least maybe in her case, when she's a commissioner, maybe she doesn't have normal clients.
Right.
Or something like to that effect.
Maybe.
Because I don't think he should have. I think honestly, if the other two judges have heard this, I think their decision might have been different because they know the history better.
Yeah.
But that's just me.
The other party, I think, submitted a form saying that he couldn't be here today, and asking to put it off a week.
Okay, and that just to make sure the record's clear, Miss.
Yes.
All right. So this has caused 23377 and also 72 ending in 08. Miss Day is appointed as a guardian ad litem.
Yes, I'm here, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Day. And I'll ask if Samuel Mills is on the line. Samuel Mills, are you here?
That's what she was referring to.
And please state your name.
Was he not listening?
Okay, and so this was there was some information that was filed by Mr. Mills. Looks like it was filed on the 31st of January where he indicated that we had a compliance hearing set for the 7th of February.
Oh, because he didn't start
during that time frame.
Case.
No, hold on.
Why?
What?
She said it before the case was announced.
Oh,
which means it doesn't count.
Apprenticeship class that was necessary or mandatory. So he's asking for the matter to be set over 1 week. And is that your understanding, Ms. Mills?
Yes.
Okay, and I see that Ms. Looney is here also representing the state. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And so Ms. Mills is asking that the matter be set over 1 week, kind of in joint tandem with the request from Mr. Mills. Ms. Looney, any concerns?
No objections from the state, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Day, any concerns on your end?
No, Your Honor, I think it's appropriate to set it over a week.
And let me take a look at the 14th, just to look at numbers. Looks like there's 17 cases on. Ms. Mills, if we were to set it over 2 weeks to the 12th, any concerns about that?
I'm okay with it. I've done everything I'm supposed to do.
Okay. Ms. Looney or Ms. Day, any concerns if we were to set the matter to the 21st?
12th or the 21st?
Or the state would be unavailable on that date, but as long as no child support was directly addressed, we would be okay with not being present that day.
Okay.
And I have no objection, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Day. So, Ms. Looney, just looking at the review, I think we're there to review Ms. Mills' progress, so I don't see anything that directly or even indirectly affects child support.
Yes, sir. The only thing I believe that would impact child support would be if Your Honor decided to change the children's custody.
Sure. Okay. Well, I think we probably better than set it for the 14th. We'll set it for the 14th, so we will set it over just 1 week to the 14th of February, and that'll be at 9 o'clock, so we'll move it to that date.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Okay, this is an annoying sound.
Okay, welcome to you. And I'll ask if
February
Rebecca Mills
14th.
is on the line.
Yes, I am.
Number 14.
Okay, welcome to you, Ms. Mills. I see that Ms. Day is present and
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
Ms. Looney is present.
Morning.
Did you see that?
Okay.
No. I know I saw a Valentine's Day thing.
It said,
But
it seems kind of interesting that this toxic couple would be here on Valentine's Day.
I see that Ms. Day is present and
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
Ms. Looney is present.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Okay, I have this noted that it's we're here today for a review hearing to check status on Ms. Mills' progress from the January 3rd, 2024 order related to SED evaluation, DV evaluation, Love and Logic class, Head Start, and the like. So maybe Ms. Day, do you have any input on that, or I can check with the other parties first?
I just have the information that the parties would report to you. They are moving forward. They are both attending domestic violence treatment and moving forward with that. I believe I've seen Ms. Mills' SUD evaluation, and I think that has also been filed.
Okay. Right, thank you. And Mr. Mills, any comments you'd like to share?
No.
Okay, all right, Ms. Mills?
I don't have anything.
Okay, so I guess
Neither of them have any complaints against the other. That's got to be a first.
Right.
I guess this, the hearing of the order from January 3rd, just pulling that up here, indicates just that Ms. Mills would need to get a substance use disorder evaluation. And Ms. Mills, have you completed that evaluation?
Yes, I did.
Great, thank you. And have you started, was there any recommended treatment? And if so, have you started that?
There was no recommended treatment, so no.
All right, thank you. And then as far as the parenting class, have you?
Isn't it a lie?
No
I have
recommended
registered.
treatment.
I think it starts on March 19th, so I'll start it then. It is the
Can I get
Love
a
and
moment,
Logic
please?
trauma informed, so I guess I just wanted to make.
Real quickly, I'm going to go no treatment.
I thought it did say that she needed to do something.
Yeah.
I thought that's what he said. I thought that's what was said in the last hearing.
That's what I thought too. So something's not right here.
Unless we misheard, but the gal is not correcting it. So,
That's also true.
But maybe she's not saying anything because it's not her turn to talk.
Also
I don't
true.
know. All right, let's get this all fully rolling.
That was appropriate. It felt like it might be more beneficial. I just want to make sure it's the right one.
Sure. Ms. Day, do you have any concerns about that particular class?
I think that makes the most sense, given the reports of the parties about their experience. I think that would be the most helpful.
Great, thank you for that input. Yeah, Ms. Jules, I'm comfortable with that. I'm comfortable with that, proceeding with that.
Okay.
And then the last item from the January 3rd order was just checking with Ms. Mills if you have completed a domestic violence treatment plan as recommended by Ms. Lovely. Have you started the treatment?
Isn't that what he just asked her?
Four classes already.
I'm confused. Whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then, Mr. Mills, do you have any questions?
I guess any question I have just pertains to the next steps of the divorce. Where do we go from here to, we've been going through this for about a year. I'd love to wrap it up as soon as possible. Do we gotta both agree to a parenting plan? And
I don't blame him. Going to court against this woman has really put him through the ringer.
set a trial day, or what do we do?
Really.
So I'm looking here, July 19th, looks like that was the temporary parenting plan that was put in place. There's some proposed parenting plans that have been filed subsequent to that, and I believe that was filed by you, Mr. Mills, that we submitted a proposed parenting plan and you're asking for a change to that. So basically you've got the temporary parenting plan in place. The next step is you either agree to a final parenting plan and have Ms. Day review that, or if you can't agree, then you note it up for the universal trial setting docket to have it set for a trial. So that would be the next step. And Ms. Day, do you have any comment on that?
I think that would be the next step. The parties have attempted to reach a resolution on a couple of occasions, and it just seems to kind of fall apart at the last minute. So I would recommend we get it set for a mandatory settlement conference. I feel pretty confident that that would resolve the majority of the issues. There is not a lot of property to discuss. There's some difference of opinion.
Struggling to find finance and accounting talent? Join the growing number of companies embracing outsourced finance and accounting.
Yeah.
Get weight loss treatment through hers for one affordable upfront price. That means a personalized weight loss.
On the parenting plan, but I think all in all, with the mandatory settlement conference, we will probably get it resolved, and that would be my suggestion. And then I would also just ask for the court to reiterate the not introducing romantic partners, even as friends, to the children until that 6-month time frame has passed. I think that's been one of the ongoing issues, and I don't want semantics to be the thing that brings it to a, a crashing end, because we're identifying somebody as a friend when there's maybe a clear intention that that's not exactly 100% the exact.
Mm. Okay, thank you. And I'm just looking at the, is that restriction within temporary parenting plan, Ms. Day?
It was in your previous order in January, because that's been one of the conflicts from the very beginning of this case. So that was one of my recommendations, and you ordered that in January, that no new romantic partners were to be introduced to the children unless they had 9 months.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, so thank you for that. Mr. Mills, so in response to your question, there's kind of a two avenues. One is a mandatory settlement conference, so that the key word there is mandatory. That has to occur. Then, if that doesn't work, then it would be set for trial. So, to get a mandatory settlement conference date, we have to move the case to what they call the trial setting docket. That's a docket where the judge takes a look at a particular week and then would assign a date and time for a mandatory settlement conference. And then you would all know what that date is. And then you would come to that mandatory settlement conference, wherein the judge would speak with each of you, usually individually, to ask what you want and what you think is important about the resolution of the case. And then the judge would kind of do what they call shuttle diplomacy, go to the other party after speaking to one and see if there can be some agreement and work out some agreement. And then if there is, orders are prepared and signed off on, and that resolves the case. Oftentimes mandatory settlement conferences don't resolve all of the issues, they resolve a lot of the issues, and then sometimes there's just a few issues that remain. And if that few issues just remain, then that's can be noted for a trial setting, and the trial can be on that one discrete or a few discrete issues that remain. So that's a long way for me to say that I think what I'd like to do is set the case to the trial setting docket. That's where we can choose a mandatory settlement conference date and move forward in that fashion. So let me touch base with Mr. Mills. Do you have any questions about that?
I think I want like something crazy to happen just for my entertainment.
Mills and she wrote up a parenting plan that I signed off on, but I overlooked that it left out the no new romantic partners. Mm-hmm. And so that's where that one fell apart. And if her and I come to an agreement, can we just submit it and be done with it?
You can submit it. Ms. Day would need to review it and sign off on it. And then if it's signed off by all parties, yes, it could be presented, and that would resolve it, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Mills, do you have any questions?
No. It looks like she's worn him down.
So I think what I'd like to do, it sounds like the parties may have
and I don't blame the poor man.
Potential for resolution of the matter.
16,
I would like to set for the trial
so many hearings.
You can choose that mandatory settlement conference date as a means of kind of moving the case forward.
We're on number 14.
So generally occur on
We're on 14. There's two more.
I know.
That's why I'm like,
1 o'clock.
why?
Yes.
Wednesdays at 1. So I'll touch base with the parties. Today we're the 14th, so we could look at setting this to the 21st of February, Wednesday, February 21st at 1 p.m. And that's via Zoom.
Your Honor.
Yes, Ms. Finney.
This date is unavailable on the 21st, so we just request for the following week if possible.
Sure.
And also remind the parties that if they're looking at agreement, we would need to have a copy of the orders they're proposing served on our office so that we can review the child support order and sign off on that as well.
That's a great reminder. Thank you, Ms. Looney. Yeah, so any type of proposal just needs to be reviewed by everybody that's involved with the case. Mr. Mills, Ms. Day, Ms. Looney. Yeah, thank you. Mr.
Which
Mills,
takes time.
Available Wednesday, February 28th at 1 p.m. to choose a date for the mandatory settlement conference?
That's to choose a date?
That's to choose a date, correct.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm available.
Okay, great. And Ms. Mills indicated that she's also available. So we'll set it to Wednesday, February 28th at 1 p.m. That's the universal trial setting docket. And the purpose will be to choose a day for the mandatory settlement conference. I'll just reiterate what Ms. Day indicated, that the introduction of romantic interests. The idea there is protection of the children. Children are really quick to form bonds with people that their parents like. And the concern is there that relationship in the early stages may not be very strong, and it may wither and not last. And thereby the children are damaged because they had this nice relationship and things have faltered, and they're harmed. So it's really critical that you don't do that. So if the
Wow. Come on, YouTube. Can we stop with the commercials?
We're Maurice's.
Or at least only make it one commercial?
Styled feeling.
I beg of you.
if there's concern that that is happening, there could be a motion for contempt brought. And if contempt is found, then there can be sanctions imposed or consequences imposed. So if you're doing that, stop it. If you're not doing that, that's appreciated. So just with that friendly warning and important warning, we'll conclude today's hearing. So double check, Ms. Looney, any final items on your end?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Day?
No, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
Mr. Mills, any final items on your end?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And Ms. Mills, any final items on your end?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so we'll reconvene Thursday, 12 p.m. for the trial setting docket. Thank you.
Thank you.
I feel like
They don't have their trial setting hearing, but we can see from Odyssey that they struck the hearing rather than having scheduled the required mandatory settlement conference, which leads me to believe that they worked something out between the parties. It's certainly surprising that they managed to agree without being forced to by the court or mediation, but it's the best thing for their children in the long run.
True.
I guess I want to make sure that this
God,
is,
another judge.
in looking at the court file, it looked like there was an MSC at some point, and it seemed like perhaps the parties.
My
had
mom's
reached an
birthday.
agreement. Are the orders that were presented by the state of Washington agreed orders?
Your Honor, we did receive some proposed final orders for the dissolution from the parents, but I did not see that they had noted it on today to finalize the dissolution. So I wanted to inquire if they still were agreeing to those orders we had received and if the court had copies of those.
I'm sorry.
I was just wondering if the court had copies of the agreed parenting plan and dissolution. And the parents had sent us copies of those, but we did not see that they noted it today to finalize the dissolution. We would not want to enter our final parenting or child support order until the parenting plan and dissolution were also being entered.
Okay. So for the parties, I don't know if you've got an agreement or where we are, but what I have in front of me today is a proposed order from the state of Washington regarding child support, but there aren't any other proposed orders that I have. So if you have an agreement as to how you're going to resolve your case, you would need to present agreed orders to the court. If you don't, then I guess we need to get back on for trial assignment so we can get the matter resolved.
We had submitted the parenting plan that we have agreed on, but we haven't filed the divorce yet.
Okay,
But we are in agreement. It just needs to get filed.
So, Your Honor, the state would just ask as to how long the parties would need for that, and they just asked to set over the child support to that date so that we can do everything at the same time.
And I think that makes sense. So do we have an idea of when we could get, well, you're in agreement on the parenting plan. Are you in agreement on the issues regarding the dissolution?
I think we are. I think I'd like input, but I believe we are.
How much time do you think you need to prepare orders for the dissolution and a final parenting plan?
We already submitted the final parenting plan. Do you have that one?
No. I don't.
No.
Okay. I would say 2 weeks.
Mr. Mills, does that sound reasonable to you? 2 weeks?
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Okay. So I'm going to set this to April 17th at 9 o'clock for presentation of final orders.
I'm wondering if she's pregnant.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Looks like it.
And this is
She may.
I just her face looks chubbier than it has in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Well, for the clerk, will you hold on to these orders if I give them to you? Okay. I'm going to give the state's orders to the clerk and she'll hold them for the hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wow. We're back to this fella.
Okay, so this is Samuel Mills and Rebecca Mills, cause number 23-37208. You see Ms. Looney is present and Rebecca Mills. Can you hear me okay, Ms. Mills?
Yes.
Perfect. And is Samuel Mills on the line?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, welcome to you, Mr. Mills. Let me pull up the documents that were submitted so I have those in front of me. Okay, so I have those, a variety of documents in front of me. I see a parenting plan order that was signed by both Ms. Mills and Mr. Mills. And one question I had is on page 3 of the parenting plan, paragraph 4, where it talks about evaluation or treatment required. It says evaluation or treatment required Samuel Mills and Rebecca Mills, and that to start and comply with treatment.
This is it, folks. Unless they come back for a contempt or adequate cause, I think this may be the end of the road.
As recommended by an evaluation.
Oh, that'll be good.
And then the next box says, as follows, domestic violence treatment and love and logic for Rebecca. So what my question was, it wasn't clear to me, is that the evaluation and treatment for Samuel and Rebecca is the domestic violence?
Yes. I have 6 months of domestic violence treatment, and I believe Samuel has 12 months. So those both need to be in there.
Okay. And then when it says domestic violence treatment and love and logic for Rebecca, that's where I'm a little bit confused because it singles out Ms. Mills for domestic violence, but it doesn't mention Mr. Mills. And then I'm not sure if love and logic is for just Rebecca or for just Samuel or both or one.
So we both need to do the domestic violence treatment, but the love and logic is just for myself.
Okay, so on the bottom of page 3 where it says domestic violence treatment, I'm just going to put an arrow, put Samuel and Rebecca, and then love and logic for Rebecca.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Mills, are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, that's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, so let me just note that here. Okay, so with the parenting plan, it's been approved and signed off by all parties, including Ms. Day, the guardian ad litem. And Ms. Day, are you on the line by chance? There's no response. Looks like she's not. So I'll sign off on the parenting plan.
Can you blame her?
Then I have findings and conclusions about a marriage, and it looks like that's been signed by both Mr. Mills and Ms. Mills. Any concerns if I were to sign off on that now, Ms. Mills?
No concerns.
Mr. Mills?
No concerns, Your Honor.
Great, I'll take a moment to sign that document.
Okay.
It looks like she got her shit together.
That one's signed. Next document I have is a final divorce decree or a dissolution decree that's been signed by Mr. Mills and Ms. Mills. Any concerns if I were to sign off on that order at this time? Ms. Mills?
No concerns.
Mr. Mills?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'll go ahead and sign that document now.
So she had a whole relationship with another man and got engaged while still being married.
That is signed.
Wow.
Next item I have is a child support worksheet and a child support order. And that's been prepared by Ms. Looney. And I see Ms. Looney has signed it, and I'll double check with Ms. Mills. Did you receive a copy of those two documents?
Yes, I did.
Okay, Mr. Mills, did you get a copy of those two documents?
Yes.
Okay. And
And
Ms. Mills,
Your Honor,
Yes.
we did receive by email signatures of both parents for the worksheets and the order. But because the originals were already there, we were not able to get those to the court. And so I believe the fastest way to resolve everything for the parties would just to be to ask them to confirm that they agree via Zoom, and Your Honor can note that, and without needing to have extra time to send those documents to you.
Sure, that makes sense. So, Ms. Mills, so the net incomes, and Mr. Mills also sets Mr. Mills' net income at $3,587 a month, and Ms. Mills' net income at $2,254 a month. Are those numbers that you're both agreeable to, Ms. Mills?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Mills?
Yes.
All right, and then as far as the child support obligation, the amount, it also talks about uninsured medical expenses that you would pay your proportional share of your income for those. Any concerns with that, Mr. Mills?
No.
Okay, Ms. Mills, are you okay with that?
Yes, I'm okay with that, Your Honor.
Okay, same goes for work and education-related daycare. And then the person paying the support is, let's see. Well, maybe
The dad.
just tell me. Who's the
That would
other?
be Mr. Mills, Your Honor.
Mr. Mills, okay. All right, so those two documents, Ms. Mills, the child support order and the worksheets, having reviewed those, do you have any questions or concerns about any of those?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Mills, same question?
No.
Okay, all right, so I will go ahead and sign off on both documents. And Ms. Linney, you mentioned rather than, distributing it and getting signatures and the like, just simply put agreed via Zoom.
I believe that would just be the quickest way to resolve this, Your Honor. If the parties would agree to that.
Okay. Ms. Mills, are you okay if I just put on both of those orders agreed via Zoom rather than having to send that out to you and get your signature?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Mills, are you comfortable with that?
Yes, I'm comfortable with that.
Great. I will add that to that document. So all orders are signed, and those will be filed today. If any party needs a copy, you can certainly check with the clerk's office and obtain those. Ms. Mills, do you have any questions?
I do have one question. We were here a few months ago, and Samuel was asking, it was about introducing new partners for a certain amount of time, and there is a 9-month court order. But in our parenting plan, which is more recent, we have agreed to only 6 months. So I guess I'm wondering about that court order. Would that still be in effect, or would our parenting plan supersede that?
The latter. The parenting plan would supersede.
That's what I thought.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Mills, do you have any questions?
That means she's already got someone in.
Those documents are given to the clerk. Those will be filed, and that'll conclude the case. And thanks everybody for your efforts.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The last hearing appears to have been the final one in this case, with the judge signing a decree of dissolution and a final parenting plan at that time. It's been 10 months since the final hearing, and I haven't seen any sign of a contempt motion, so I'm hoping that Mom and Dad have been making more efforts to be reasonable and make choices that are in the best interest of their children, instead of just trying to make each other miserable. I hope both of them have realized that trying to be civil with each other is the best gift that they can give their children going forward. Thank you for watching.
That was a doozy.
Right?
That was a doozy.
All right, guys. That will actually do it for today. And I will see everybody on Monday. Till then.